Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
There is no breath of the living. Is it the dead? No, it shouldn't be. The resurrected dead will lose their memories and rationality from their lifetime. Even if they are lucky enough to retain it, they will lose the warmth of their emotions, not to mention protecting ordinary people. Then, is it a puppet controlled by someone? The product of wizard alchemy. In terms of strength, it should be at the level of a mid-level wizard apprentice. In the wizard world, day and night are indistinguishable. The sky is covered with gloomy death, and neither the bright sunlight nor the deep red moonlight can penetrate the dark darkness. Only a few times, such as the hurricane raised by the bone dragon last time, can a hole be stirred up briefly. The sun and the moon reappear, returning to the ancient scene. Snap, snap. The brave man left. It said that there are still villages suffering, and as a messenger of justice, it must go to rescue them as soon as possible. In the sticky darkness, the brave man embarked on the journey alone, and the rusty armor and the long sword with many gaps added a bit of sadness and bleakness to it. Scarlet rotten flesh was trampled. Pale bones were crushed. Looking at such a back, Sushi fell into deep thought. Although there is no power of a hero, this righteous action has some shadows of a hero. Obviously not a real human. Sushi sighed. He didn't know what kind of life individual was in that fine steel armor, but what is certain is that it is not a normal living person. According to the inertial thinking of human beings, this is a heresy, an alien that must be eliminated, but the weirdness of reality lies here. The existence that is regarded as an alien by people is constantly saving humans. Whether it is a set program, or there is another goal, this good deed is real. The so-called fate is so wonderful. If a fake hero performs the righteous behavior of a real hero, then the truth or falsehood becomes unimportant. The strong wind raised dust. Sushi spread his hands, and sparse bone fragments fell on his palms, with a rough texture, rolling along the palm lines. According to the original plan, he entered the village to replenish supplies. Then he left again. Affected by the brave man, there were no more undead near the village. Sushi prepared to go to a more distant land to obtain enough soul fire for cultivation. First ring witchcraft, summoning the undead. First ring witchcraft, restructuring the skeleton. First ring witchcraft, reducing the skeleton. The strong soul power surged, calling for communication with the endless underworld, and built a brand new featherless bone bird with a wisp of soul fire as the core. It lowered its head. Let Sushi climb on its head, carrying Sushi to a more distant area. On the way, the ghost cold wind blew violently, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Sushi's eyes watched calmly. The dark dome surged and swept, and dark green raindrops fell from time to time, corroding the pitted earth. This world has been eroded to a very deep level. Perhaps it won't take too long. Even before the end of the simulation, it will be completely assimilated by the underworld, absorbed and reduced to one of the countless soul planes of the underworld. Fortunately, life will find its own way out. Even the pure living can survive in the endless underworld. It's just that such a dramatic change in the world is too dangerous for ordinary people. The undead in the underworld are much more terrifying than the undead disaster in the wizard world. Sushi stared at the sky for a long time. He turned his wrist and took out a simple topographic map. This was the information he exchanged with several wizard apprentices when he lived in a small town. It recorded the locations of some wizard organizations and human kingdoms. Sushi's next target. It was the Aayaka kingdom, which was known as the Lion Kingdom and had a 4-ring wizard tower. I hope to obtain some useful information. If conditions permit, my future wizard tower can also be set up in the Aayaka kingdom, as long as it allows me to study the soul safely. He quickly browsed through the topographic map. Sushi put it in his arms. Prepare to continue to find places where more undead gather during the journey and send the undead back to their hometown, the underworld. I am a kind-hearted person. I can't bear to see them homeless. Death is like the wind, always accompanying you. The leaden sky is dripping with terrible rain all year round, which can corrode your mount at any time. Fortunately, you have sufficient bone material and sufficient soul fire reserves, so you can seamlessly repair the bone bird and maintain long-term high-speed flight. In addition to flying, you will study more wizard spells. Life, transformation, soul, elements, blood, alchemy, curse. Although similar to the magic system, the extraordinary people in the wizarding world have taken a completely different path. Based on the soul, deduce the possibilities of all things. The purpose and significance are to climb to the pinnacle of legend and become an immortal 7-ring wizard. The promotion of each ring means the sublimation of the soul's essence and the proof of moving to a higher level. Study knowledge, explore the truth, and transcend the shackles of the soul. This is the path of a wizard, to control the truth with the soul and modify the truth. You are amazed by this. Addicted to learning, unable to extricate yourself. Ding. When the soul collector is triggered, you obtain the soul fire of the lower level undead creatures and rescue a soul that has been lost for many years. He expresses his gratitude to you and escapes into the endless underworld. You feel emotional and feel that you need to work harder to do more good things. Your speed of killing undead has doubled. The simulation went smoothly. On the way to the kingdom of Aayaka, Sushi walked and stopped. Sometimes he studied the wizard spells brought by the real world, and sometimes he personally went out to harvest the soul fire of many undead creatures. The weakest among them can even be dealt with by ordinary people. The strongest is an elf archer who inherited some of his strength in his previous life and was rotten and smelly. The archery is skillful and accurate. It has its own soul combat skills. The skeleton without self-will has such strength, which shows how strong it was in his previous life. Sushi put down his palm, and in front of him was the bone residue that was blasted to pieces. The dark blue soul fire flashed and disappeared, and instinctively escaped into the endless underworld. But before that, an invisible force forcibly split it. Part of the soul fire jumped into Sushi's palm. Sushi did not absorb it immediately. He felt that such a powerful soul had more uses. For example, he could put it into soul experiments to explore the mysteries of life and death. Or he could put it into a ritual puppet and act as a member of the Guardian. The Wizard Tower is the ultimate base for wizards to study the truth, develop rituals, and produce and reserve resources. The Wizard Tower of a legendary wizard has the supreme power to invade planes and rival a complete civilization alone. Of course, such a huge monster cannot be controlled by only the operator himself. Appropriate guardians and assistants are necessary. I hope there will be more gains in the future. Sushi slowly held his palm, and the deep blue soul fire was stored separately. He was about to leave. The reconnaissance technique found an unexpected figure. The brave man in steel armor was wandering at the limit of the reconnaissance technique, looking left and right, as if looking for something. Am I being followed? This thought popped up in Sushi's mind at the first moment. But this idea was quickly rejected. Sushi and the hero did not know each other. They only had a brief encounter on the day when the undead invaded the village. It was not to say that they knew each other, let alone conflicts. Moreover, along the way, Sushi's direction was winding and he went wherever there were more undead. Sometimes he even went back a distance. There was no fixed route. It was really meaningless to want to follow such a Sushi. Then, it was a coincidence. As usual, you cleaned up the undead you met on the journey and harvested the soul fire for your own use. You were about to leave, but you unexpectedly discovered the arrival of the hero. He seemed to be on the same road as you know. To be more precise, you came to the location of the hero. The rain was pouring down, and the rain curtain was heavy. You saw the hero, with his steel armor, ignoring the crackling and violent rain, and walked towards an old ruins. The rain was heavy. It poured down like a waterfall. Every drop of rain that fell would splash the muddy pits on the ground, forming dense brown splashes. Then, the rain that fell from the sky would form larger and muddier puddles. Pa in iron boots stepped in. While stepping on the puddle, his feet sank into the mud, but soon he used brute force to pull himself out of the mud and began to move forward endlessly. There was mud and water pouring in through the cracks. The walking figure was not affected at all. It seemed to have no perception and did not care about any obstacles. Sushi watched from afar, watching the metal-covered figure walk into the broken ruins with collapsed beams and vines. It was once a magnificent mansion, but under the erosion of time, it had long been reduced to a dilapidated place with no one living. The brave man seemed to use it as a residence. Facing the howling wind and rain, he sat down at the entrance of the ruins that sheltered from the rain. It seems to be the case, Sushi sighed. From his perspective, the sky became increasingly gloomy, and the storm swept the heavy rain, forming a huge rainstorm covering a vast area. The world was violent. Only the roar of rain remained. The brave man with rust marks all over his body sat at the entrance of the ruins, calmly watching the heavy rain, with the demeanor of a master who could speak more silently. Although he knew that the brave man was not strong, Sushi still had a higher evaluation of him in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, thunder tore through the sky. The roaring sound reverberated very far, as if it was hitting your ears, shaking the wind and rain to a standstill. Sushi didn't feel anything. He had seen more spectacular scenes and heard more terrifying sounds, so he had no expression on his face. But the brave man seemed to shiver. Sushi laughed, thinking that he had seen it wrong. The essence of the brave man was a non-human existence, and he was a warrior who chopped the undead with a sword. How could he be afraid of a mere thunder? Boom! There was another thunder, and this time the thunder was louder and more powerful. Sushi saw it clearly. The brave man who was taking shelter in the ruins did shiver. Moreover, as the rain became heavier and the sky became darker, the brave man slowly moved backwards, his legs trembling visibly. Sushi, wait, what happened? The brave man who protected many villages, wearing strong armor, holding a sword, and fighting countless undead skeletons. He was afraid of the dark and thunder, even though he knew that the armored man was not a real brave man. Sushi fell into silence. I always feel that it's a bit too rough. Sushi sighed. His mood was more complicated than the first time he taught the witch. You saw another side of the hero. It was a little-known scene, enough to make the villagers drop their jaws. He would tremble when he heard the thunder and would curl up when facing the coming of darkness. He had no courage or fearlessness. When he was alone, the hero was extremely vulnerable. It was not until the rain stopped and the sky cleared that the hero walked out of the ruins again. He raised his head, looking at the sky facing the outside world, which was still gloomy but no longer thundering. The hero seemed to be relieved and walked away with a long sword in hand. He walked very far, very far. You silently observed the movements of the hero and found that the hero was indeed not following you. In the following time, the hero cleared several waves of undead and helped the villagers eliminate threats. Some people were grateful and presented various items, saying that they wanted to thank the hero. Some people were disgusted and thought that the hero had attracted the undead and were unwilling to let the hero get close to the village. Faced with the reactions of the villagers, the hero did not stop at all. His steps were heavy and firm until he climbed the nearest hill. The sky was hazy and dim. The breeze with the smell of earth blew up the broken grass and leaves. The leaves spun, rubbing against the edge of the sunken and rusted armor, and flew to the infinitely high sky. The brave man didn't care. He just held the newly plucked light-colored flowers. He walked forward step by step until he stopped at the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was empty, but 2 tombstones were particularly eye-catching. Because of their age, the inscriptions on them could no longer be seen clearly. Lay flat. Divide into 2 bunches. In the silent silence, the brave man divided the flowers into 2 parts and placed them in front of the 2 tombstones. Father, Mother, I'm here to see you again. The brave man said this and took off his fine steel helmet. Sushi saw it. It was a broken face, half of which had human flesh and blood, and the other half had turned into a skeleton. There was no blood in the teeth. The upper and lower parts were closed when speaking. It looked eerie and terrifying. Is this undead? Sushi was surprised. The brave man's face was clearly divided. The human part was soft and beautiful, and the undead part was pale and colorless. This should be impossible. Life and death are opposites. The soul of the living carries all emotions and all memories. The dead souls will have their past washed away. Even if they retain their original memories, they are just new individuals with memories. This is contradictory and conflicting. The strong may be able to ignore it, but the weak brave man is obviously not in this category. How did she do it? As Sushi was thinking, the brave man made a new move. She slowly squatted down, letting her body covered in heavy armor sit between the 2 tombstones with her knees hugged, and her left and right shoulders were against one side of the tombstone. This contact seemed to make the brave man feel at ease. A half-beautiful, half-scary smile appeared on the girl's face. Dead curse. Erosion from the underworld. Or is it the product of a wizard's experiment? Sushi sat cross-legged on the back of the bone bird, looking down at the lonely figure from above. It was the rainy season. The air was extremely humid, sticky and sultry, forming a light layer of mist on the surface of all living things. But the figure squatting next to the tombstone was not affected at all. The upper body was thick and heavy armor, covering the 10 fingers of both hands, and the lower body was severely worn leg armor, covered with mottled mud spots. The hair was no longer there, corroded and invaded by the breath of death. The only thing that could prove that the girl was once a human. Only the creepy face protruding from the white bones and the emerald green eyes. The eyes blinked in the twilight, like a glass lamplit in the depths of a dark room, which was particularly eye-catching in the world shrouded in death. The iris was not a uniform green color. Instead, it was dark green at the outer edge and gradually changed to bright light blue towards the pupil. Like a gem, refracting crystally. Like green water, gently ripples. Such a pair of eyes, revealing an indescribable light. It is the hope of the living for tomorrow that Sushi has not seen for a long time, but at the same time, there is also obvious confusion and loneliness in the depths. Father, Mother, infinite longing, hidden in the empty voice. That extremely terrifying face, as long as it is revealed, it will be regarded as an undead monster, telling the wind on the top of the mountain about longing. The sky is dark. The already dim world has become even darker. Sushi's eyes moved down, seeing the half-undead girl hero tremble again, timid and uneasy because of the coming of darkness. Such a posture is a bit pitiful, but the girl did not leave, but curled up further, letting herself lean against the tombstone of her parents. The sky is dark and scary. The mountain is high and gloomy, but because there are parents behind him, he is no longer afraid. Father, Mother, I'm back. The creepy face of the skeleton rubbed its fleshless teeth and spoke a voice of peace and joy. The soul fire in the depths burned even more fiercely. Then, under Sushi's secret observation, the undead girl fell into a deep sleep, squatting with her knees hugged, her back against the tombstone, sleeping sweetly on the top of the nameless mountain. Although covered by heavy armor, Sushi could not see the body inside, but he felt that there was a high probability of a skeleton inside. Has the degree of undeadization been so deep? No wonder she would deliberately put on armor and approach ordinary people as a hero. It's not that I don't want to be open and above board, but I can't do it at all. Sushi shook his head. The righteous behavior of the hero and the tragic experience formed a tragic conflict and contrast. It is hard to imagine what the hero had experienced to become a weird situation where he was neither alive nor dead. Sushi was a little curious about the hero in this state. He felt that this strange life form would be beneficial to his research on death. Observe for a few more days to make sure it is not a trap or an experiment by other wizards. After everything is safe, we will have close contact and observation. Looking at the undead girl in armor, Sushi nodded slightly. If he could figure out something from this, then he would have accomplished most of his simulation goal ahead of schedule. But then again, it's strange enough that a hero is afraid of the dark. As an undead creature, the undead are synonymous with darkness and gloom. Isn't it a bit? Sushi hesitated. He could only classify it as the influence of the lingering human nature. You discovered the truth about the hero. Pale bones, only the remaining flesh and blood, death, and life coexist in the same body. You thought that you had to be at least a 3-ring wizard to get in touch with the materials of coexistence of life and death, but the sudden appearance of the hero gave you hope that you could study it with 1 ring. While feeling the twists and turns of the hero's fate, you decided to study the hero's life form. To be on the safe side, you did not meet the hero immediately. Instead, while cleaning up the undead and collecting the required soul fire, you observed the movements of the undead girl from a distance to detect if there was anything wrong. Time passed silently. In your observation, the hero had a very regular schedule, cycling between saving people and resting, and almost constantly killing undead. However, the hero's strength is ultimately limited. Faced with powerful undead creatures, or large-scale undead waves, a lone girl, relying only on the power of semi-undead, cannot win at all. The hero's crusade failed. A true hero will lose to a powerful demon king. The fake hero couldn't even defeat a slightly stronger undead. Everyone, hide quickly. He called for the villagers to hide. In the rain, the undead girl, wearing strong armor and holding a holy sword, chopped at the huge minotaur skeleton warrior alone. Bang! The holy sword glowed, and collided with the minotaur skeleton's bone axe, making a sharp sound. Then, the hero was chopped away. The minotaur's power was very strong, and the soul fire in his head burst out with an extremely strong dim light. The axe fell, and the wind whistled. It even smashed the brave man into a pile of bones. Sushi guessed correctly. Inside the heavy armor was indeed a complete human skeleton, without a trace of flesh and blood. Gurgle, gurgle. Skulls, hand bones, and leg bones scattered in the puddle. Under the pull of the soul fire, the trembling stirred up water ripples, trying to complete the reorganization, trying to stand up and fight the minotaur again. Over and over again. Failed in the struggle, struggled in failure. I won't let you go past. This is the only thing I can do for my father and mother. The voice kept trembling. But a mere imposter, not even a fake, how could he burst out incredible power in desperation like the brave man in the story? That was impossible and could not be done. Bang! Trembling, fearful, picked up the sword in his hand again, and was chopped away by the minotaur again. This time, the soul fire of the undead girl was almost extinguished. The helmet that covered her head and hid her ugly face also flew off in the violent impact and rolled into several circles of sticky mud. Subconsciously, the girl wanted to find the helmet again to cover her face, to avoid being seen. But she didn't seem to have that chance. The wind from the axe was so fierce that it caused the soul fire to ache before it even touched her. Will she really die this time? Such a thought flashed through her mind. But at this moment, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, entwined with a fire snake, and burst into a turbulent thunder and fire tornado, instantly submerging the minotaur skeleton. 1 ring witchcraft lightning attraction. 1 ring witchcraft fire snake. 2 high energy elemental witchcrafts consume a lot of energy for wizards, but the newcomer didn't seem to care about it. He stretched out his hand, warm and powerful, and pulled up the undead girl who was not covered by the helmet. My name is Sushi, and I'm a wizard, he said. Sushi knew that wizards were a crazy group. For power, wizards can communicate with the underworld. For truth, wizards can transform themselves. For the extraordinary, wizards can abandon ethics. From the current situation of the wizard world and some information from the Extraordinary General Bureau, Sushi knew clearly that guarding against other wizards was the primary goal of survival in the wizard world. Therefore, even if he was very interested in the brave man and wanted to study the wonderful balance of life and death, Sushi also waited patiently. Beware of possible risks. Until recently, when he witnessed the sacrificial battle of the brave man, Sushi was sure that there was no one behind the brave man. All battles and all actions were out of the brave man's own will. Half an hour later, the rain stopped. In a remote withered forest far away from the village, Sushi sat quietly, his black robe put on the dust-clearing spell, automatically dispersing the surrounding mud. In comparison, the half-undead girl looked very miserable. The armor was seriously damaged. The longsword was broken. The fine steel helmet was constantly flowing with mud. Sushi had seen the girl's true face, but even so, the girl insisted on wearing a helmet and did not dare to talk with her true face. Which, wizard? She spoke cautiously. Her face was hidden in the helmet, and her specific expression could not be seen. But just by listening to the voice, Sushi could imagine the shrinking expression. Are you afraid of me? Sushi stretched out his palm, and the dead branches above his head fell into the palm of his hand, bursting with slightly cool water. Sushi was sure that he and the undead girl were not acquainted. In other words, the other party was not afraid of Sushi. But the wizard named Sushi? Yes, no. The girl sat upright. Even if she was wearing iron-blooded armor, she could see some aristocratic temperament. First nodded, then shook her head in panic. Hesitated again and again. She stood up and thanked Sushi solemnly. Thank you for your help. Such a polite performance made Sushi further confirm that the girl in front of him was once a noble. Sit down, I'll accept your thanks. Sushi patted the seat and let the undead girl return to her seat. Yes, Master Wizard. The girl was very obedient. She seemed to feel Sushi's kindness, and her movements were no longer so stiff. The so-called seat was actually a wooden stake. The iron armor, bones, and wooden stakes collided with each other. In the silent dead forest, it was extremely clear. To be honest, facing a skeleton frame at close range, and a skeleton wearing heavy armor, Sushi always felt that the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Quiet and dark. Silent and peaceful. Sushi didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Can you tell me your name and the reason why your body became undead? You mean, all? Facing Sushi's question, the undead was somewhat silent. After a moment of silence, she said, before I tell you the answer, can you please listen to my story first? It's the story of a friend of mine. The undead girl added. As we all know, the so-called friend refers to oneself. Sushi nodded slightly. Okay, you start talking. So, under Sushi's gaze, the girl, whose body was transformed into an undead and covered in armor, began to tell a story from the distant past. That was long before the undead disaster. The story of the wizard world was still a paradise for the living. There was a noble family called Clawfield, which ruled a vast territory full of vitality. The lord was kind and humble, and was a great knight famous in the kingdom. His fighting skills could rival the powerful races such as orcs. The lord's wife was gentle and beautiful, and they had a daughter, Sylvia Clawfield. The girl grew up in happiness, and was loved by the family. At a young age, she had the extraordinary strength of a formal knight. Platinum hair color, green eyes, known as the Emerald of Light. Sylvia, my child, you will be the glory of Clawfield. If nothing unexpected happens, Sylvia will continue to grow, have the strength of a great knight comparable to her father, and become the new lord of the Clawfield family. However, the reason why an accident is that it comes suddenly. Sylvia is regarded as a rising star. Suddenly, she contracted a serious disease that was difficult to cure with ordinary methods. The lord spent most of his money to invite a legendary wizard to treat his daughter. The accident originated from here. Foolish mortals. The wizard showed a contemptuous expression and performed large-scale necromancy. He was an evil wizard who specialized in necromancy. His purpose of coming here was not to treat the lord's daughter. From beginning to end, the wizard was playing with the Clawfield family, like looking at ants. He laughed at mortals and enjoyed it. With the launch of large-scale necromancy, the creatures in the entire noble garden were synchronously transformed into the dead, and their self-consciousness was forcibly erased. But Sylvia is very lucky. The undead girl said this, and the inside of the helmet where her face could not be seen became a little silent and lonely. She said. Sylvia's parents tried to cure her disease. Various life potions were prepared early and piled up next to Sylvia's bed. The existence of those potions helped Sylvia alleviate her undead transformation. Of course, this alone was still not enough to resist the undead transformation. What really helped Sylvia escape was another terrible disaster. A more powerful wizard communicated with the underworld. It triggered a natural disaster of undead all over the world. One of the outbreak points was in the territory of the Clawfield family. The collision of two waves of undead auras, combined with a large amount of life potions, unexpectedly terminated Sylvia's undead transformation process. She became a monster. Her body turned into a complete skeleton. But she retained her self-consciousness. More than half of her face remained, but it was more gloomy and terrifying than not retaining it. By the time the girl regained her self-consciousness, 1,000 years had passed, and everything she once cherished had become a ghost of time. The houses collapsed, making it difficult to move into the deserted territory, leaving only the village. Her relatives died and turned into unconscious dry bones. Father, mother. Sylvia tried to awaken her parents' consciousness, but it was useless. The two skeletons, wearing rotten clothes, with soul fire surging, attacked Sylvia. She tried again and again, and tried again and again. All she got was a beast-like roar. And unconscious, the last obsession before death. Kill you, protect. Sylvia. Finally, Sylvia trembled and raised her sword. She ended her parents' pain with her own hands and let their souls rest in peace. She walked out of the decayed mansion, and walked again in the family's territory with the body of the undead and the hideous face. Sylvia wanted to protect the remaining living people in this land. But wherever she passed, she only got shouts of fear. Monster, it's a monster. Sylvia was no longer the light in people's eyes. Human nature is complex. Humility, compassion, love, solidarity, and kindness are real. But that kindness is limited to humans and those recognized by humans. Obviously, the monster with dry bones is not in this category. The girl who suffered from the wizard's curse and was eroded by the breath of the dead has long become a hideous existence. She lost her beautiful face and became ugly and terrifying. She lost her fair skin and her dry bones were pale and obvious. She lost her beating heart and her soul fire was conspicuous. Get out, monster. Quick, kill this monster. Angry stones were thrown and fierce swords were chopped. Sylvia Clawfield. The emerald that bloomed in the sun experienced people's malice for the first time. She was terrified and helpless, watching people call her a monster. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. Sylvia had no intention of hurting people. She just wanted to protect the people in Clawfield's territory as much as possible, even though time had passed so long ago that people had forgotten this name. But the girl who grew up listening to the story of brave men since childhood, still wanting to protect innocent people in this dangerous world as much as possible. At least, not to disappoint her deceased parents. That's what Sylvia thought, but the villagers didn't think so. They shouted and drove away the undead Sylvia with terrified faces. In the end, Sylvia could only flee. She stumbled to the ground in the most embarrassing posture, and then stood up and ran away again. She couldn't do it. She couldn't swing the sword at the scared people, so she had to choose to run away. She ran very far, so far that only decay and stench were her companions, and she returned to the home that had long collapsed. Master Wizard. In the wet and dry forest after the rain, the sound of water dripped and echoed crisply. The warrior in heavy armor, half of his body hidden in the darkness, looked a little thin, and his voice was hesitant and confused. What do you think? To judge whether a person is good or bad, should it be based on appearance or inner qualities? My friend, Sylvia, I really want to know the answer to this question. Her hands crossed unconsciously, rubbing the rust between her fingers. In the heavy armor, the undead girl waited for Sushi's answer. That voice was so hoarse and trembling, as if it was filled with lead sand. Sharp and unpleasant. It even affected the dead branches above his head, causing the water drops to fall faster, one after another, banging in front of Sushi's eyes. Answer. Sushi recalled several previous simulations. Finally, he spoke to the girl in front of him who was wearing armor and wrapped tightly. I don't know. Why? Such an answer made the girl unable to understand, and she acted unbelievable. Even through the heavy iron helmet, Sushi could also feel that invisible stunned look, telling of incomprehension in silence. Sushi looked at him. A person's goodness or badness depends on many aspects, not just appearance or inner qualities. In this world, there is actually no absolute answer. No one can tell whether it is good or bad. Besides, I never think that I need to be judged by others. Recalling the third simulation, when he led the army to attack Dakian, he heard the angry curses from Dakian officials. Sushi shook his head. In fact, the most important thing in a person's life is to believe in yourself enough. Don't you need to pay attention to what others say? You can pay attention or not. The final choice is not important. What matters is that you make this choice. Inside the armor, the undead girl fell silent. The wizard in front of him was too strange. He was not as evil as the ones he had met before. He would not wantonly play with the souls of the living. He would even say some strange, yet inexplicably deeply rooted words. He seemed to be a good wizard. Thank you for your answer. As if she had unloaded some burden, the soul fire of the undead girl became somewhat active, and she politely thanked Sushi. If my friend were here, I believe she would also appreciate your answer. The girl's words were a little clumsy. Calling her a friend, she was covering up lies that would break at the touch. In the sound of falling water, the undead girl asked Sushi one last question. Master Wizard, do you think Sylvia, my friend, is she still a human? The girl added, she believes in herself and is still a real person, but she still wants to hear other people's opinions. In the dark night, there was a bright fire leaping. It was the fire of the soul, empty and soulless, but burning fiercely. There was an invisible desire bursting in the air. It was a fragile and painful soul, waiting for Sushi's answer, waiting for the affirmation of the heart. The dead forest was very quiet. So quiet that the soul felt uneasy. Finally, the girl waited for a beam of light to appear. Of course, even if the body is undead, the mind is undoubtedly human. A voice turned into light, tearing apart the silent night. The cracking sound was crisp and roaring, but there was also a kind of silent warmth. Being beaten, insulted, driven away, and smashed. The brave man who stood up after countless setbacks. Now he is a little broken. He was in a daze for a long time. Thank you. The voice inside the armor was still hoarse and unpleasant, but there was a sense of relief and light. The emerald of the Clawfield family is the most fearless knight. Even if she is alone, she will bravely hold the sword and move forward. She knows that she has never been a brave man. She knows that she is pitifully weak. She doesn't even know if what she did has any meaning. She is just blindly atonement. She is in pain because she killed her parents with her own hands, and she longs to do more right things to make up for it. Monster, devil, demon. People hate her and drive her away and smash her again and again. Even if she wears armor to cover her true face, she can still hear people's malice. But today, someone acknowledged the existence of Sylvia and spoke with a firm tone, believing that there is a human heart in that monster-like body. Thank you. The undead girl thanked him again. She felt a little guilty and blamed herself. With both hands on the helmet, she slowly took off the fine steel helmet with a trembling amplitude, revealing her hideous face again. The girl seemed to have made up her mind. Master Wizard, you asked me before about my specific name and the reason for the alienation of this body. I will give you the answer now. Actually, I am Sylvia Clawfield. The night was very quiet. Sylvia waited for Sushi's reaction, but Sushi sat there expressionlessly, looking at her without any fluctuations in his eyes. There was no surprise or astonishment. Sylvia was a little dazed. Aren't you surprised? About my identity? Sylvia. Yes, I'm here. Has anyone told you that you are actually not very good at chatting? Hey, how did you know? The bonfire burned, the dry wood cracked, and lit up every corner of the night. A dim light fell on the tip of the nose. It was vaguely warm. Sushi closed his eyes slightly, and the shadow of fire swayed on his face. He was recalling his observations about Sylvia and Sylvia's own past, and finally had a reasonable explanation for all the abnormalities. Because of that ugly face and that tragic and painful life, the girl subconsciously escaped from her undead self. She put on armor. She held a sharp sword. She approached the village as a brave man to gain people's trust. At the same time, Sylvia was wary of Sushi's identity as a wizard because of past events. The wizard destroyed the girl's home. The girl became neither human nor ghost. In fact, Even now, Sushi can feel the vague vigilance, which is a subconscious behavior buried deep in his heart and extremely afraid. Master Wizard, please ask. Why did you save me? The dry wood burned vigorously, crackling nonstop. The orange-yellow flames fell on the armor, reflecting a yellow rust spot. The undead girl was a little confused and asked the question that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time. In this regard, Sushi did not hide it. He was touched by the courage of the girl who spoke frankly, and he was interested in the girl's life form. Your state is very special, maintaining between life and death, always in a delicate balance point. I am very interested in this, Sushi said. Sylvia suddenly realized. She lowered her head and looked at her palms. She touched her face again. Indeed, even in today's world where the undead are everywhere, her body is extremely special. Ordinary people would be scared when they see it, but for a wizard like Sushi, it is natural that they would only feel curious and even have the idea of research. No problem, please feel free to use my body. The undead girl agreed quickly. She is a dead body. There is no flesh and blood, only pure bones. If she can help Sushi and repay the grace of saving her life, the girl does not mind lending her body to Sushi. In addition, Sylvia was also very curious about her body, what kind of state it was in. Perhaps, as a wizard, Sushi could give a reasonable explanation. The two sides hit it off and decided to officially start the research tomorrow. The bonfire swayed in the night wind, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, dancing and illuminating everything around. Perhaps it was too long since she had a normal chat with someone. The girl was in a particularly high spirits and had endless questions. Master Wizard, how do wizards practice? Master Wizard, how is the outside world now? Master Wizard. Master Wizard. Facing Sylvia's questions, Sushi patiently answered one by one. This is nothing. It's just that the soul that has been silent for many years is eager to vent the boredom in his heart. Sushi can understand that feeling. At the end, after answering the last question, Sushi asked, Sylvia, have you thought about the future? In the future, the joy came to an abrupt end. The girl became somewhat silent, and with a horrified face, she forced a smile and answered, I should continue to be a hero. After all, everyone here still needs me. Have you ever thought about leaving? I have, but everyone needs me. She squatted with her knees hugged and her head lowered. Sylvia's voice was somewhat lonely. Whether everyone needs a fake hero, or the fake hero cannot leave everyone, the specific answer is not clear to even the girl herself. Swish. Sushi tapped the bonfire with his fingers. The flame, which was originally a little dim, rose up again with a rapid posture. He did not look at Sylvia, nor did he look at that lonely expression, but looked at the dancing flames and said softly, Sylvia, you are actually very powerful. Master Wizard, are you talking about me? Yeah. The girl's surprise was obvious, and her green eyes could not hide her surprise. She never thought that Sushi, who destroyed the Minotaur undead with one move, would praise the weak girl for being powerful. The sound of metal friction rang out. It was the collision between the armor parts. I think, you must have misunderstood. Sylvia shook her head and denied Sushi's statement. I am not strong, on the contrary, I am weak. You saved a lot of people, Sylvia. But I am not a real hero, I can't save everyone, and I don't have real power. The undead girl was very confused and still denied Sushi's statement. Is saving people considered powerful? Compared with the people she saved, there are too many things the girl can't do. She can't resurrect her dead parents, can't defeat the powerful undead, and can't save the lives that disappeared before her eyes. She can't do anything. That's already very powerful, Sylvia. Sushi's voice is still gentle. His eyes reflect the blazing flames, the light and shadow of the fire intertwine on the undead armor, forming a different color for the girl. Fighting knowing that you are afraid, fighting knowing that you can't win. Even if you are a real hero, you may not have the girl's persistence. Therefore, Sushi felt that such a Sylvia was very powerful. Although she looked ugly and ferocious, and was a monster in the eyes of ordinary people, on the invisible spiritual level, her heart was extremely bright, and was truly gorgeous and beautiful. The undead girl sat. Her hands, which had long become dry bones, were covered with armor and overlapped. She had a lot to say. For example, she was not as majestic as Sushi said. For example, the reason why she saved people was actually because of her loneliness. Many. There were endless words. But in the end, all the words turned into the silence of the soul fire, and nothing could be said anymore. Only the cold armor covering the soul was trembling. Boom. Thunder sounded. The rain that had stopped originally came again with a turbulent posture. The brave Sylvia was trembling with fear. Are you okay, Sylvia? Master Wizard, I'm fine. Sylvia pretended to be calm and responded to Sushi in a trembling voice. At this moment, Sushi was a little doubtful whether he had praised the wrong person. You saved the dying hero, and learned about her tragic life from the hero, Sylvia Clawfield, the rising star of the Clawfield family, who should have a bright future and a happy life, but because of the spell cast by the necromancer, she became a strange half-human, half-undead life. She is a fake hero struggling in the darkness, and also a real hero trying hard to save people. You affirmed the girl's achievements and established cooperation with her. In return for your help, Sylvia agreed to let you study her body. Tonight, there was a loud thunder. The hero Sylvia encountered a muffled thunder, and still lost despite her best efforts. The hero Sylvia fell down. The hero Sylvia huddled up. Master Wizard, please don't look at me. It's a bit embarrassing, said the hero Sylvia. 1,000 years ago, the Clawfield family had 3 rules. First, it was forbidden to laugh at Miss Sylvia's fear of the dark. Second, it was forbidden to laugh at Miss Sylvia's fear of thunder. Third, it was forbidden to laugh at Miss Sylvia's fear of the dark and thunder. Inside the mansion, everyone silently abided by these 3 rules, lest Clawfield's most shining emerald be sad. Sylvia, I hope this can help you. The power of the soul swept over the undead girl. Sushi cast a spell on her, a 0-ring spell called Silence. It had no attack power. It was not destructive, but it was most appropriate to use it at this time and place. Thank you, Master Wizard. Her emerald eyes revealed clear joy. The brave Sylvia recovered. You reached a cooperation with the undead Sylvia. In order to study Sylvia's body, you postponed your action plan and decided to go to the kingdom of Aayaka later. The next day, under the leadership of Sylvia Clawfield, you returned to the rotten mansion where you took shelter from the rain. That was the former manor of the Clawfield family. Due to the erosion of time, this once luxurious manor has become the decayed appearance in front of you. No one. Cold and silent. This is the home of the brave, the home of Sylvia. Wizard, welcome to Clawfield. The iron boots stepped on the wet wooden boards. There was a creaking sound. The palm covered with metal gently pushed open the door, revealing the darkness inside and the slightly tidy environment. Even if she was alone, the girl did not abandon the glory of Clawfield. As the host of the house, she welcomed Sushi's arrival. She was very polite and gentle. The only flaw was that even in her own home, facing the overly dim environment, the undead girl was still a little scared. Pa! Sushi's fingertips burst into light, and invisible glimmers quickly gathered, forming a floating moving light source. First level spell, Wizard's Eye. It can be used as a light source and a means of investigation. It is one of the spells that wizards must learn. So powerful. The girl was a little distracted, and the bones on her body looked even paler in the range of the Wizard's Eye. Ah, please go this way. After coming to her senses, Sylvia walked in front and led the way for Sushi, looking for a spacious room for research. On the way, the corridors were tidy and the furniture was in order. Although the main body of the mansion had long been decayed, it did not affect the interior layout at all. Sylvia, did you clean all this? Yes, Master Wizard. Facing Sushi's question, the undead girl was a little embarrassed. In the past, the cleaning work of the mansion was done by Clawfield's servants, but now that Clawfield no longer exists, the girl took on that job alone. Is it meaningful? Sylvia herself couldn't explain this question. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to her former human form, and she excitedly introduced to Sushi the functions of the rooms in the mansion. Sushi listened quietly to the girl's emotions. Master Wizard, please be careful, this is my room. Because it has been so long, the roof is leaking a little, you don't have to worry about it. As long as you don't overturn a few buckets, there will be no leaks. Master Wizard, this is the kitchen. Sorry, I don't need to eat now, so I haven't cleaned it for a long time, it may be a little dirty. Master Wizard, this is the study. If you have any information you want to read, you can come here. Ah, it seems to have rotted. Walking and stopping. The voice fluctuated. Under the guidance of the undead girl, Sushi came to the largest room, which was once the most cherished banquet hall of Sylvia's parents, but now the girl is going to vacate it. If you want to experiment, there is no bigger place in the mansion than this. Is it okay, Sylvia? Sushi looked at the girl. The skeleton hidden in the heavy armor seemed to be silent for a moment, but soon, it turned into a firm voice. Well, please rest assured, Master Wizard. I believe that my father and mother will agree with my decision. The dead cannot come back. Keeping their rooms will not allow them to be resurrected. In this case, it is better to make full use of it. Moreover, the current Clawfield family will not have the opportunity to use the banquet hall. You moved into the mansion of the Clawfield family. Paving, renovation, and arrangement. After coming to the wizarding world, you have accumulated a small amount of savings. Now, you take them out and build a qualified research room for yourself. Soul instruments, reaction devices, and mithril test tubes for weighing and mixing souls, etc. Wizarding civilization is like a hodgepodge. In order to explore the path to the truth, wizards have developed a variety of skills, including magical tools on the magic side and experimental instruments on the science fiction side. Everything is based on the soul to open up a tomorrow leading to the truth. You began to study Sylvia's body. You took off Sylvia's armor. You performed a ritual to clean Sylvia's skeleton body. Master Wizard. Are you feeling uncomfortable, Sylvia? No, not really. I'm just a little embarrassed. In the spacious hall, multiple wizard eyes hang high on the ceiling. They emit soft light, illuminating everything in the hall. The experimental equipment rumbles and starts, using soul power as a source to help Sushi collect data on the girl, such as the flesh and blood that have not been transformed into a spirit, and the soul fire in the skull. After experiencing initial timidity, Sylvia quickly calmed down. She was infected by Sushi's seriousness, and at the same time realized that with her current physical condition, she no longer needed to take into account the previous courtesy and integrity. In fact, Sylvia began to provide effective assistance based on her familiarity with her undead body. Tell Sushi about the specific feelings after the undead transformation. So that's it, is it a state of non-interference? Sushi exclaimed. He spent half a day to initially explore the connection between Sylvia's undead body and the flesh and blood on her face. Although the undead transformation was not completely completed, but at some invisible but real conceptual level, Sylvia has been recognized as a real undead. Therefore, the girl who is both alive and dead, the remaining half of her face still looks like her human period, and she has not become undead. Zombie? Lich? High-level undead. Looking at the lying Sylvia, Sushi was thoughtful, thinking about the situation that could match it. It's just a pity Sushi couldn't find a similar situation. The existence of both life and death is all-powerful extraordinary creatures, such as the legendary Seven-Ring Wizard, who has restrained his own life and death possibilities. In comparison, Sylvia is obviously much weaker. Perhaps, this is the so-called loophole in the world. Sushi sighed, and sympathized with the girl's fate. Sylvia's life. It could have gone to extinction with her family 1,000 years ago. It was a painless sleep. Death would turn into a peaceful lullaby, allowing her to reunite with her family and enter the embrace of the underworld together. Or she could maintain her normal appearance, with the emerald face that people admire, active in the wizard world 1,000 years later, and become a great knight praised by everyone. But fate is often tortuous. Sylvia is neither really dead nor really alive. Her face, her body, everything about her was taken away. She was forced to exist as a ghost. People hated her, drove her away and cursed her with violence, chopped her with swords, and smashed her with stones. As a result, Sylvia had to wear heavy armor to cover her whole body in order to communicate normally with people. How pitiful. Sushi lowered his eyes, stretched out his hands, and helped the undead girl sit up from the experimental table. His clear green eyes were as bright as the surface of the water. Master Wizard, how did you check it? Some results, but not much. I need to study it more in the future. Is that so? The girl's hesitant voice echoed in the empty banquet hall, coming from the soul fire, beating slightly. Master Wizard, can my body still recover? Sushi shook his head. It's difficult, at least I can't do it now. When I become a higher level wizard, maybe I can lift the curse for you. No coaxing. No false hope. Sushi answered truthfully. Obviously, Sylvia's expression was a little lonely, but it quickly returned to normal. That's right, I thought too much. This kind of thing is not so easy to solve. Sorry, Master Wizard. I said some unrealistic things to you. Sylvia walked down from the experimental table, bowed to Sushi with an apologetic face and thanked him. I'm so sorry. I will arrange a room for you to rest now. Your long-term research on Sylvia has begun. In the wizard system, the soul is the eternal main theme. Based on the soul, it extends to explore the truth of death, life, and the world. Therefore, Sylvia's existence has given you great help. This is the first time you have observed the operation of the soul fire up close and witnessed the balance between life and death. The life and death intertwined terms are activated. You have learned more about the mysteries of life and death. In time, if you really step into death, your excellent understanding of life and death will make you a powerful immortal. Somehow, your understanding of the soul has gone a step further. You work hard and diligently. In addition to studying Sylvia's body, you don't forget to temper your own soul and meditate on the path to a higher level of transcendence. Wizard apprenticeship is the starting point of everything. It is the best stage to distinguish the soul's qualifications and the wizard's adaptability. Starting from the first ring wizard, the soul and body will enter the extraordinary, solidify the spell, engrave the soul, and imprint the truth of the world into the soul. The second ring wizard begins to change qualitatively, and the soul power begins to materialize. Even without the guidance of the spell, it can interfere with reality. The third ring wizard converges his own truth, the fifth ring wizard condenses the spell path, and the seventh ring wizard converges the possibility of life and death. I am now. It can only be regarded as just the beginning. In the dilapidated house with wind and rain leaking, Sushi wore a black robe, closed his eyes and meditated on his spirit, engraving a new spell with his own soul. The speed was not fast, but very steady. At the same time, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the house. It was Sylvia practicing sword. Sushi had his own way of training, and the girl also had her own way of training, and the girl's hard work was no less than Sushi. Thousands of slashes condensed into a moment, and countless steps achieved a flash. Even if no one urged, Clawfield's emerald was still shining. Every morning, under your gaze, Sylvia would consciously lie flat on the test bench, taking off her armor to reveal her skeletal body. You began your daily research and recording of experimental data. The process was dull and boring, nothing worth caring about. Real experiments are always like this, only a long time can accumulate outstanding results. Only occasionally, Sylvia would be embarrassed. You comforted her not to worry, she would get used to it slowly. When you are resting, you would cook for yourself. With scarce ingredients and a simple kitchen, you made mysterious dishes that were enough to shine with golden light. Sylvia was amazed. The girl said that 1,000 years ago, your cooking skills would have conquered many kingdoms and made you the king's VIP. You don't cook every day. When your practice reaches a critical moment and you can't extricate yourself, you will stop eating that day. You are a first-ring wizard. This is nothing to you, but Sylvia wants to help. So, when you are busy, Sylvia will prepare meals for you, using her skeleton body without smell or taste to make sumptuous meals for you. Sylvia, how did you do it? My mother taught me this, Master Wizard. The girl's answer was simple. When she was alive, she had mastered certain cooking skills. Although her current body has lost many of the senses of a normal person, her skills are enough for her to perform simple cooking. How do you think it tastes? Sylvia asked with some anticipation. Well, it's very good, Sushi nodded in affirmation. It might be a bit hypocritical to say that it's a delicacy, but as a normal meal, it's undoubtedly acceptable. Strange, why do I feel a chill on my back? Time flows day by day, like the shadow of chasing a dream, fading away at a certain moment. You originally said a 1-month time. Now, there are only the last few days left. You still don't understand the existence of the undead girl. The balance between life and death is not something you, a first-ring wizard, can see clearly. Fortunately, you have another solution. Through records and some corresponding wizard props, you recorded Sylvia's physical data and the frequency of the daily operation of the soul fire. You who have stored this information can go further in strength and become a higher-level wizard, and then investigate the secret of life and death. You have a plan. You feel that with the intersection of life and death and the soul collector, that day will not be far away. Time is almost over. The night is thick. It turns into a long curtain, slowly covering the residential mansion and the surrounding large forest. The wind tonight was very strong, whistling, blowing away the yin energy, revealing the blood moon in the sky and a few silent and dim stars. Calculating the time, it's almost time to go. The 4th-level wizard tower in the Aayaka kingdom and the large amount of undead soul fire in the wilderness will make me stronger faster than studying Sylvia's body. Sushi looked up at the moon, and the moonlight illuminated his face with a dim scarlet. The moonlight passed through the dry branches, becoming fragmented and slanting onto the ground. The bark peeled off. The trunk twisted. The wizard world affected by the underworld is full of such deformed scenes, with grey mold spots scattered and the long cries of crows wandering. Sometimes, the sky will surge like life. It seems that a giant is twisting inside, wandering. Slowly. The breath of death shrouds every living being. The plan is going well. At present, I am steadily moving towards a second-ring wizard. As long as I develop normally, I can continue to be promoted. However, the effect of soul collectors is ultimately limited. In the later stage of the wizard system, in addition to focusing on the strength of the soul, I also pay special attention to my own truth. The voice was blurred in the moonlight. Sushi stood at the window, looking at the dry forest outside and the bloody and strange scene, thinking about his future life plan. The plan is not complicated. Prioritize improving strength to ensure safe survival in the wizard world. Then complete the subsequent goals of studying death, studying souls, and studying truth. About the legendary wizard realm of the 7th ring, Sushi didn't have much confidence. He felt that becoming a 5-ring wizard in this simulation would be a great result. The water in this world is very deep. Sushi looked out the window. The dark death aura became more and more turbulent, accompanied by a long and shrill cry that resounded through the world, causing everything to be deeply entangled in strange distortions. Flowers are still flowers. Grass is still grass. People are still people. But the erosion from the underworld, the endless breath of death, is causing everything to change. Wizard, underworld, summoning, ritual. If I'm not mistaken, the wizard who called the underworld 1,000 years ago should have been trying to break through the realm. 6 rings? Or 7 rings? There is no intelligence to prove where the wizard exists. It is very likely that he is still in the wizard world. The finger tapped the head of the bed. Lift up and knock down. Sushi looked at the intersecting branches of the dead forest and fell into a long contemplation. There is no doubt that the wizard is powerful. Although it is unlikely to meet, it is right to keep an eye on everything. And get rid of the unknown powerful wizard. There are still a lot of threats in this world, such as the scourge of the undead, the resurrected lich, the skeleton dragon, etc. Things are getting interesting. I don't know how far I can go in the end. Under the blood moon, Sushi sighed. I just feel that compared with the magic world governed by the gods, this disordered wizard world is even more magical and bizarre, making it difficult to see the future development. Creaking. Creaking. A sound interrupted Sushi's thinking. Intermittent, repeated, it was the sound of the door of the mansion moving slightly. The person who pushed the door seemed to be worried about disturbing Sushi, so he pushed it very slowly and entered the mansion from the outside with a cautious attitude. Just push the door, Sylvia, I'm not asleep yet, Sushi said. The sound was transmitted all the way to the door of the mansion through the power of the ritual. So, the sound of pushing the door was no longer concealed, and the door was pushed open normally. Sorry, Master Wizard, I disturbed your rest. Iron Boots stepped forward. A familiar voice came from the corridor. It was Sylvia. She had just come back from killing undead outside. This was her daily routine and the belief she insisted on. In fact, in recent days, because Sushi needed soul fire, he killed a large number of undead and did not need the girl's patrol. But Sylvia was always concerned about the people without power. Whenever she had free time, she would go to various villages to patrol the movements of the undead. Don't worry, Sylvia, it's just a small matter. Sushi left the windowsill and gestured to the girl to sit down. The armor was heavy, tightly wrapping the bones inside. In order to bear that weight, Sushi used witchcraft to make a special chair that could bear Sylvia's weight. The two sat across the table and discussed the results of the research and the changes in the situation of the surrounding undead. Master Wizard, are you leaving soon? Well, almost. Is that so? Sylvia took off her helmet, revealing a pale skull and bright green eyes, which were particularly bright in the dark night. Fingers overlapped. unconscious friction, cramped, and uneasy. In the end, all the uneasiness turned into relief. 1 month, it really went by quickly. The girl lowered her head, and her green eyes dimmed from an angle that Sushi couldn't see. She was reluctant to leave. Like the greedy person in the story. She longed for more company. She longed for normal communication. But that was not possible. The wizard had his own goals. It was lucky enough to stay for a month. And she also had things to do. Patrolling the former territory of the Clawfield family, protecting the helpless and pitiful people, so that the dead could not disturb the living. Roads that did not intersect, or even parallel to each other. Separation was natural. Sylvia sat quietly, accepting the fact, and expressed her blessing to Sushi. I wish you a pleasant journey, Master Wizard. She wanted to smile, but her face without flesh and blood could not show a smile like ordinary people. So, Sushi saw Sylvia's soul fire beating, and expressed his smile in an alternative way. Thank you, Sylvia. Sushi smiled and responded to the kindness of the undead girl. He turned his wrist. He took out a dead mushroom. He lit it with a flame. This kind of mushroom, which is fried and emits a strong flavor, comes from the world of the dead. The ripe dead mushroom can be eaten normally by the living, and when it is burned in a normal state, it will emit a comfortable smell for the dead. It smells so good. Sylvia, who was wearing armor, seemed very happy. As she smelled it, her eyes narrowed subconsciously. It reminded Sushi of a cat sniffing catnip. Master Wizard, do you have any plans, such as where to go? Sylvia asked Sushi in the quiet bedroom. It's nothing more than continuing to practice and improve my strength. Sushi slowly told. Using easy-to-understand words, he described the world of wizards to the undead girl in front of him. In the future, Sushi will explore further. He will continue to become stronger and explore the truth until this life burns out. Wow, the magical future made Sylvia exclaim. Then, if you become very powerful, what will you do? She asked. Sushi did not answer immediately. He tilted his head and looked at the twisted branches shaking outside the window. Maybe, I will try to save this terminally ill world. Ill? World? The girl who received aristocratic education since childhood and thought she knew a lot was a little dazed at this moment. In the silent night, there was a smell of decay, which was the final aftertaste of the necrosis and collapse of the soul. It was of the living beings and the world. A world that is terminally ill. Sushi had said so in the third simulated martial arts world. However, this is not the same as that time. The disease of the martial arts world actually comes from people and from Dakian as a whole. The disease of the wizard world is a real-world disease. The living world, which was originally functioning normally, was captured and affected by the endless underworld and gradually assimilated into the underworld. It is very sick. It is deeply sick. In the martial arts world, Sushi can lead the people who want to survive to resist Dakian's stupidity. But this time, Sushi has no way. The resistance is too turbulent, and it is an interference and erosion at the world level. Unless, one day in the future, Sushi can break the shackles and become a legendary wizard of the Seven Rings. Otherwise, the destruction of this world is inevitable, and all existences will be corrupted by the underworld, lose themselves, lose their emotions, and become muddle-headed undead. Sylvia, it's easy to save people, but it's hard to save the world. Sushi opened his fingers and drank a glass of water. Explain the origin of this undead disaster and the final outcome to the girl who has never known the wizard world and the underworld. It is a catastrophe that cannot be stopped by human power. Maybe it will take 1,000 years, or maybe 100 years. The breath of the underworld will completely corrupt the wizard world. At that time, everything familiar will disappear in an instant. Whether it is the memories of people or the glorious and heavy history, they will be reset under the scouring of the underworld. Sylvia, you have actually noticed it a long time ago. Sushi looked at the girl. This world is entering death, and the number of undead is increasing year by year. You who often deal with undead should know this. The girl was a little confused. She lowered her head and looked at her hands covered with fine steel. The hands that can hold the heavy sword blade seem weak and trembling at this moment. You are right. In the past, I could clean up the undead alone, but in the past 2 years, the number of undead has begun to increase and it has become difficult to eliminate. Sylvia affirmed Sushi's statement. The tone was confused, distracted and trance. All along, Sylvia has been upholding the spirit of chivalry and following the family motto of the Clawfield family to protect the people in the territory. Although 1,000 years have passed, people no longer know Clawfield. But this does not affect the girl's protection at all. She voluntarily and sincerely protects every unarmed civilian, thinking that this is what she should do, and it is also a kind of atonement to her parents. But now, the cruel truth shatters the illusory dream. The world is about to usher in death. The people she protects will be destroyed along with the world, become undead without reason and lose the past. Is there really any meaning in such a world? Sylvia was silent for a long time and confirmed with Sushi again. Master Wizard, will the world really die? It's not that I don't trust Sushi, but it's a matter of great importance, so I have to ask it several times. Well, Sushi nodded, facing the serious white bone face. For us, the world is boundless and broad, and it is difficult to fight against it. But in fact, the world is also fragile. Facing a more powerful existence, it will become vulnerable. Sushi felt. In this area of world destruction, no one should be more familiar with it than him. After all, in the courtyard of the real world, there are 4 girls who do this every day. Perhaps the news was too shocking and destroyed the girl's persistence. Her soul fire dimmed, and she sat there blankly, keeping a motionless posture. Sushi got up and left. He decided to leave the girl alone. The crisis of world corruption actually cannot affect Sylvia. She has already become a dead person and cannot be affected a second time. It's just that. The brightest and kindest emerald of the Clawfield family. Always worried about the safety of others. A fake hero. Thinking of the girl's self-proclaimed name, Sushi shook his head. The criterion for judging a fake hero and a real hero has never been the so-called power. It's something deeper that cannot be seen directly. In the dead of night, you are thinking about future plans in the dilapidated mansion, thinking about the subsequent direction of progress and further goals. Practice, become stronger, delve into life and death, explore the soul, and study the truth. This is your primary goal. While thinking, you met Sylvia Clawfield, who had returned from cleaning up the undead. You had a night talk. As a parting gift, you told the girl the truth about the world so that she could be prepared and not be overwhelmed by the sudden wave. The girl was speechless for a long time after hearing the truth, as if she was hit by the news. She was a little broken in front of you. The blood moon fell, and the black sun rose. A new day came, and you were a little worried about Sylvia's condition, but the girl's spirit was much tougher than you thought. She doesn't have the power of a hero. She doesn't have the holy sword of a hero, but she has a tough will that ordinary people can't reach. After digesting your information, Sylvia said that she would not give up easily. Even if the world is destroyed, she will guard until the last moment. After speaking, the girl consciously lay on your experimental table and took off her armor, tilting her head, turning her face away, not daring to look you in the face. Sylvia, are you still not used to it? Yes. I'm sorry, I'm still a little embarrassed. You collect and study Sylvia's bones as usual. At the same time, you notice that Sylvia's soul fire is sometimes high and sometimes low, and she seems to be a little too shy. You speed up the research appropriately, so that the girl can finish the experiment earlier and put on the armor for covering again. The wizard is very gentle. Sylvia noticed your details and gave you a good guy card. Research, practice, research again, and practice again. Time always passes quickly, and the 1-month period you set ends like a shooting star. After completing the last observation and research, you put away all the data and instruments, stored them in the stomach of a special creature, and said goodbye to the undead girl. At the time of parting, the girl made a request to you. Whoosh, whoosh. The bone wings flapped, and the huge bone bird swooped to the ground. As the howling gale blew away the rotten dampness around the mansion, Sylvia looked at it first, then looked at Sushi, who was wearing a wizard robe. Master Wizard, can I ask you for a favor? What's the matter, Sylvia? Before you leave, can you take me to the sky so that I can see the territory of the Clawfield family from a high altitude? At the gate, the hollow voice of the undead came from the heavy armor, uneasy and worried, afraid of Sushi's rejection. Okay, it's nothing, Sushi said with a smile. The withered white bone bird flapped its wings and flew high, under Sushi's control. It flew into the sky at a relatively slow speed. The dark clouds were surging, and the air was dead. The dark sun merged with the dead clouds, and there was no difference at all. Only a dark outline could be vaguely seen from it. Thousands of years ago, the sun and moon in the wizard world were normal, but after being eroded by the underworld, they became the black sun and blood moon today. This is a sign that the world is heading towards death. This height is about right. Sushi's mind moved, and he stopped the undead bone bird from rising, maintaining a safe height so that Sylvia beside him could observe the earth. Standing in the sky, overlooking everything. Everything is in sight. There is a strong wind blowing beside my ears. Shaking, feeling weightless, disordered direction, and floating steps. All kinds of feelings that I have never experienced before came over me. It was a more novel experience than everything I had experienced since I was a child. The girl shrank a little, but she grabbed the gap between the bones of the bone bird with both hands, and soon regained her composure, able to observe the ground below with a normal mentality. Is this the current Clawfield? The wind was very loud. It made Sylvia's soul fire sway. What she saw was a terrifying and horrifying scene. The earth was twisted and hideous, everything stood crookedly on the surface, the resurrected dead wandered everywhere, and the terrified living hid everywhere. Death, fear, plague, darkness. These are things Sylvia already knew. However, the perspectives of the ground and the sky are two completely different experiences. With the help of Sushi, the girl who could overlook the earth from a high altitude had a very deep and clear understanding of the undead disaster for the first time. It is hell. How could this be? Sylvia was lost and could not connect the hell in front of her with the beautiful home in her memory. It has become such a world, such a Clawfield. It seems that there is no way back to the past. Master Wizard, is the world now full of such scenes? The girl asked softly. Most areas, as you can see, have been eroded by the breath of the underworld. Sushi replied. The world is huge, there will always be a few places that retain the original vitality, but there are too few such places, and death is the main theme of this world. Just like the land under the bone bird. Corpses are scattered, and the undead are wandering. The living either hide in remote places or gather into a thick defense force to resist the offensive of the undead. Sylvia. Sushi's eyes moved down, following the gaze of the undead girl, and cast at the two tombstones on the distant hill. He asked, even so, do you want to stay? Yes, Master Wizard. The brave man's answer was as firm as expected. The slightly terrifying face and the pale and colorless skeleton expressed their determination with practical actions. I will protect everyone in Clawfield on behalf of my father and mother. The voice was distorted in the wind. But Sushi really heard the girl's fearless belief. Protecting others and the past, such things are undoubtedly hard and heavy for Sylvia, especially under the premise that the world is destined to be destroyed. The girl's efforts are more like a dream that is destined to fail. You have countless ways to persuade the girl to give up and stop this meaningless behavior, but you remembered your third simulation of yourself. You smiled and felt that Sylvia did not need your preaching. She is a mature hero. With firm beliefs and resolute will, all you can do is bless her. After flying a circle with Sylvia, you control the bone bird to land again and let Sylvia return to the dilapidated mansion. At the time of parting, you deeply felt the difficulty of being a hero, and taught Sylvia a way to become stronger. It is a very versatile soul training method. You think it is very suitable for Sylvia. Sylvia thanked you and politely made a knight's salute. May everything go well with you, Mr. Wizard. With the farewell of the undead girl, you sat alone on the back of the bone bird and flew to the Aayaka kingdom on the north side. 4th Ring Wizard Tower, White Raven Tower. That is exactly where you will end up. Sushi left. The wizard's speed of travel is extremely fast. It's just a breath. The bone bird flapped its wings, easily stirring up the wind vortex, and in an instant, it disappeared from Sylvia's perception. Only the lasting trace of air was left. Huala la. The dead branches swayed, collided, and rubbed, and a long time passed before Sylvia came to her senses and moved her eyes away from the sky. The wizard has left. There was a little loneliness in the calm voice. Turn around. Push the door. The undead girl in heavy armor pushed open the creaking rotten door again, and the slightly sharp sound kept echoing in the corridor. Lonely and deserted. Will I be the only one left again in the future? After pushing the door, Sylvia did not enter immediately. She looked at the dark entrance and the dim and blurry interior, and suddenly, she didn't want to go in. In the past, a lone brave man can ignore all kinds of difficulties, advance in the wind and rain, curl up in the dark, and silently clean up the difficult undead. But it's strange. After just 1 month, I can't get used to my previous life. Wake up, Sylvia. You are the only hope of the Clawfield family. For your father and mother, you must be strong. The undead girl cheered herself up and bravely stepped into the dilapidated mansion. It's no big deal. It's just going back to the old life. I could get used to it before, and I can get used to it now. The wizard is right. My current strength is too weak. I can't protect myself or others. I must become stronger. Taking out the cultivation method given by Sushi, Sylvia began to read it carefully and study the cultivation method in it. Cultivation, sword swinging, and cleaning up the undead. Since Sushi left, the girl's daily routine is 3 points and 1 line. Occasionally, because of the arrival of thunderstorms, there will be an extra temporary project of curling up with head in arms. It's the hero is here. Great, everyone is saved. Monster, it's you who attracted the undead. Get out, get out. Drive this monster out of the village. In the territory of Clawfield, it's still the same as before. Some people are kind to the hero, thinking that the hero is a selfless good person. Some people have the most malicious imagination, thinking that the hero is the source of all death. The undead girl did not respond, but just silently put on armor, covered her face tightly, and cleared the undead for people. She has always been like this. It has been like this from the past to now. Father, mother, I know a good wizard. At the top of the hill, the hero squatted and curled up again, with his back against 2 tombstones, motionless in the thick night. Because he was wearing heavy armor, the figure looked a little tall. But inexplicably, he was a little lonely. The wizard's journey sets sail again. You awaken from a mass grave, become an apprentice in a remote village, and are promoted to a formal wizard in an unknown town. In the process of pursuing truth and exploring knowledge, you accidentally met the brave Sylvia. You affirm and agree with Sylvia's identity as a brave warrior, and feel that compared to the body of the undead, that spirit is incomparably holy and pure goodness. You are very pleased to meet such a person, and feel that the 5th simulation has paid for itself. According to the original plan, after leaving the Clawfield territory, you went straight to the Aayaka kingdom. On the way, you encountered a large number of undead waves. You released a 1st ring sorcery slowness. You released a 0 ring sorcery viscous mud. You restricted the actions of the undead, and with the advantage of the bone bird's flight, you continuously released offensive sorcery in a cycle, harvesting a large amount of soul fire. You angered the high-level undead inside the undead wave. You made a strategic retreat, avoided their sharp edge, and left leisurely. The soul collector is still in effect. You have harvested a large number of souls. Looking at the scene of souls ascending, you have a deeper understanding of life and death. Life and death, reincarnation never stops. You live, they die. You are transforming step by step. But there is no ripple in your heart. It is enough to have enough strength. The most important thing is to study the truth, study the nature of life and death. You think so in your heart. In the busy battle, you will think of the undead girl, sigh for the tragic atonement, and hope that the girl will have all the best in the future. On the way, you pass by a human settlement and witness the demise of the undead and the birth of a newborn. The cry of life breaks the silence of death. You have some insights, your soul has become more solid, and you have learned a new ring of witchcraft. The wizard's techniques cover a wide range of fields, from material deformation to spiritual thinking, any field, any existence, everything. It is a pity that you don't have the wisdom of a mortal. Even if you try your best, you can't control all fields. You miss the free rice in the real world. 3 months later. It was autumn in the wizard world. The black sun was high in the sky, the blood moon was shining, and the sun and the moon were both in the gloomy sky, dyeing the clouds into a strange dark red. Is that the White Raven Tower? It seems that we are not wrong. This is the kingdom of Aayaka. The bone bird flew across the sky. Its figure cast a huge shadow on the ground. It frightened pedestrians and scattered the flocks of birds in the forest. Sushi sat cross-legged on the top, looking at the towering white tower that was extremely far away, but extremely eye-catching. It was piled with huge stones. The light was flickering. Ancient patterns were engraved on the tower body, forming dense witchcraft array patterns, which blocked the void together and went straight into the sky. It integrates attack, defense, and production. It is huge in size and has plenty of space. It produces and supplies energy by itself. It is like a man-made tower world. This is the cornerstone of the wizard system, and it is known as the most important wizard tower. A 4-ring wizard tower means that the builder is a 4-ring wizard. But it seems that something has gone wrong with the kingdom of Aayaka and this 4-ring wizard tower. Sushi stared at the tower with a long history, thinking. It seems that in the world collision 1,000 years ago, not only mortals were affected, but even the high-ranking wizards were also affected. Let's go take a look first. You have arrived at a brand new area. The kingdom of Aayaka, one of the few human kingdoms still existing in the wizarding world. It is a sanctuary for the living. In addition to humans, you have also seen other species. Beautiful elves, whose ears are as long and pointed as you expected. Smart goblins, with unique alchemy techniques, are the best helpers for wizards. Savage orcs, whose intelligence is generally below average, but after being subdued by force, they will become the most loyal subordinates. You are impressed by the diversity of the other world. Officially enter the 4th ring wizard tower, the White Raven Tower. Your guess has been confirmed. The owner of the White Raven Tower, a former 4th ring wizard, has been missing for many years. The one who now controls the wizard tower is the eldest disciple with deputy-level authority, a well-known 3rd ring wizard. The White Raven Tower is a neutral wizard force. The change of owner does not affect your actions. You pay a certain number of soul stones to settle down in the White Raven Tower. This is the currency in circulation among wizards, containing pure soul power. I originally thought that I could settle down in the White Raven Tower and steadily improve my strength. But now it seems. It can only be used as a temporary stop. Aayaka Kingdom, White Raven Tower, the 1st floor inside. Under the guidance of the familiar servants, Sushi completed the check-in procedures. He looked at the internal environment, then looked at the gloomy sky outside, and shook his head slightly. In the wizard world, 6-ring wizards and 7-ring wizards are the top level. 4-ring wizards and 5-ring wizards are the middle level. 1, 2, and 3-ring wizards are the cornerstone. The strength of a 4-ring wizard is definitely not weak in the wizard world, but the owner of the White Raven Tower has been missing for many years. Was he killed by someone? Or has he escaped from this world? Sushi pondered for a moment, feeling that no matter which possibility it was, the danger was quite high. Being killed meant that someone in the wizarding world was deliberately hunting down middle and high-level wizards. Having escaped meant that the wizarding world was corrupting much faster than expected, and even middle and high-level wizards felt that they could no longer survive. Click. Entering the rented room, Sushi scanned the interior environment, familiarized himself with the layout, and then began to place his belongings. Regardless of the reason for the disappearance of the owner of the White Raven Tower, it was enough to show the danger of the wizarding world. But that was not what Sushi should consider now. My mission is to break through the 2nd ring wizard first and materialize the soul power. For me who has a soul collector, this is not difficult. Then, I can try to study Sylvia's data samples. Well, the path of a 3rd ring wizard can also be planned in advance. You move into the White Raven Tower at the price of 5.5 soul stones per month. Although you are only a tenant and not an official member of the tower, you can still use the resources of the White Raven Tower by paying a certain amount of soul stones. The effect of the soul collector's entry means that you never worry about the number of soul stones. In order to keep a low profile, you only show the normal financial resources of a 1st ring wizard in exchange for some knowledge. You begin to read the official history of 1,000 years ago. Knight's spears are like a forest. White flags are flying. Inside the White Raven Tower. Reading room. Unlike the dead silence outside, the interior of the wizard tower is full of light. The magic lamps embedded in soul stones emit soft light, illuminating every corner of the tower. The night servants are quietly guarding, standing in 2 rows to maintain order. On the side is the representative extraordinary creature of the wizard tower. A white crow that is 1 meter tall and has the strength of an apprentice. The wizard apprentices are walking quietly. They are just beginning to embark on the path of wizards and are not qualified to ignore the rules of the tower. I don't think it's right. The spell of the wizard's hand should not be modified, but we can try to add soul medium number 95, stir it thoroughly, and conduct experiments to improve the performance. Wrong? Wrong. The wizard's hand is only a ring of witchcraft. No matter how much it is improved, it is limited. We should add the body fluids of the elves, the teeth of the dragon, and the eyeballs of the goblins to make a new type of potion. Damn, Acatus, you old thing, if you want to be trained by the Tower Master, don't drag us along. Different from the quietness of the apprentices, the official wizards were discussing loudly. Some were excited, some were in deep thought, thinking about the development path of wizards. Some also greeted Sushi, wanting to make friends with the newly emerged young wizards. Sure enough, in such a world, only wizards can maintain a normal life. Sushi nodded in response to the wizards he knew, thinking of the desolate scenes he had seen before. The undead disaster. The resurrection of the dead. For ordinary people, the crisis breaks out at every moment. But from the perspective of wizards, the undead wave is still within the controllable range. At least the kingdom of Aayaka, which is ruled by the four-ring wizard tower, has not collapsed yet. Strength is the first element of survival. Sushi entered the reading room and exchanged soul stones for the right to read some books in the area that only official wizards can set foot in. World experiences of Harry the Wizard. The Great Atlas of the Undead. World map and records of major races 103rd revision. Chronicles of the White Raven Tower Volume 16. The sound of the ritual triggering echoed in the empty room. When Sushi put in the soul stone, the spells instantly became transparent, and the spells returned to normal only when the book was taken out. As a noble and formal wizard, Sushi enjoyed certain privileges, such as a single reading room, borrowing books at will, and paying for copies. In order to save time, Sushi chose to open a single reading room, and began to explore the world in the silent spells opened by the White Raven Tower. Well, should I say it's expected. All the records related to the truth of thousands of years ago are very vague. They are almost all personal imagination and guesswork. Sushi flipped the page. Yes, after all, the four-ring wizard of the White Raven Tower has left this place. Without the presence of cutting-edge combat power, information will be limited, which is also normal. The information of the White Raven Tower is not as comprehensive as you think. However, compared with the early stage of the simulation, the information you investigated from villages and towns is undoubtedly more comprehensive and more useful. You study it carefully. Read it carefully, read it repeatedly, think about it and extract useful content. You have not found the real culprit who summoned the underworld, but you have discovered other information, such as after the undead disaster, the wizarding world will trigger a major wave of death every 10 years. That is the world's struggle into death. Each wave will increase the number of undead in the wizarding world, and higher level undead will slowly appear. You remember it silently in your heart and think it is very useful information. You looked at the world map and have a basic understanding of the geographical location of the wizarding world. You watched the White Raven Tower Chronicles and learned about the general changes in the wizard world over the past few hundred years. You keenly noticed. Since the undead disaster 1,000 years ago, the number of mid and high-level wizards in the wizard world has become increasingly scarce, and the data gradually stopped recording them. You sighed again that this world really has hidden secrets. You watched the Undead Atlas and learned about the categories of most undead, and were familiar with their weaknesses, habits, and characteristics. You accidentally learned that the dead could give birth to offspring through the splitting of soul fire. Read, record, and learn. Without the wisdom of mortals, Sushi couldn't easily deduce everything like the magic world. Fortunately, the system of the wizard world focuses on the soul, and the thinking speed is also not bad. Rest a few times in the middle. After a few intermittent back and forth, Sushi finally finished reading the required information. Now, I have a rough idea in my mind, he murmured. Although these materials cannot improve strength and belong to basic common sense, this is exactly what Sushi needs most. Until today, the fifth simulation, which was like a fog, was the real unveiling of a corner. The true attitude was revealed to Sushi. It was not good, and very dangerous. This time, I shouldn't be a sacrifice. Sushi called out the simulator panel, and looked at the 3 entries on it, thoughtful. His fingers stroked the cover of the book, and there were tiny bumps rubbing against his fingertips. The start of the 5th simulation. Among all the simulations, it was relatively peaceful. But the uneasiness of the world's destruction was unexpectedly the deepest, shrouding all living beings. Sushi felt that even if he had the attributes of a sacrifice, he would probably not have a chance to use it in such a desperate world. Your mentality is very stable. After learning the basic information about the wizarding world, you quickly formulated the most basic plan. You decided to become a second-ring wizard in the kingdom of Aayaka first. After that, you slowly explored the wizarding world, looking for the boundary between life and death, wandering around observing the changes in the world, and experiencing the precious death of the world. A life that was extremely dead and not peaceful at all began. With the White Raven Tower as the center, you slowly improved your own spell system and learned some wizard theories that were lacking in the real world. You became a hired lecturer of the White Raven Tower. By teaching apprentices, you exchanged for the exclusive spells of the White Raven Tower. First Ring Crow Summoning. This spell can summon ordinary crows and crows with extraordinary powers. The White Raven Tower makes a profit by selling white crows. Instead of buying a white crow, you used the familiar bone bird as the basis, injected soul fire, and put in 3 dark crow feathers to transform it into an incomplete dark crow. The soul collector continued to emit a breath. The dark crow was shocked. The dark crow bowed to you. In the 4th year of the simulation, you are 21 years old. After a long period of hunting the undead, your soul strength has risen sharply. At the same time, you have gained a certain degree of fame in the White Raven Tower. You taught yourself potions and magic tools. An old wizard trapped in an environment world exclaimed that you are a genius and thought you have the potential to be a second ring wizard. You hesitated to speak about this, but you still wanted to speak. The 5th year of the simulation, you are 22 years old. Aayaka Kingdom, White Raven Tower, summer. 2 years have passed since you left Clawfield. With your outstanding talent and a certain degree of financial resources, you have become famous in the Wizard Tower. The White Raven Tower invites you. They want you to become a formal member of the tower. You rejected the invitation, and the current tower master expressed regret. If you need it, he will open the tower's arms to you at any time. Meditate on the soul, clean up the undead, and practice spells. Your life is boring, just like the ascetic monk in the legend, hardworking and unswayed by fun. Someone once tried to make friends with you and sent you a pretty elf. You shivered 5 times for no reason, and felt that there was a strange chill on your back. You rejected the advances of others, saying that you were dedicated to practice and did not want to lose your ambition on toys. 10 days later, you heard a strange news. The wizard who sent the elves to you has had particularly bad luck recently. First, he was besieged by high-level undead, and then he was chased by dragons. You sympathize with this. Simulation of the 5th year, summer turns to autumn. Due to the erosion of the underworld, the 4 seasons in the wizard world are not obvious, but you can still perceive the bleak changes from the environment. You look out the window, the soul in your body surges and is almost unstoppable. You are ready to break through the second ring wizard. White Raven Tower. The knights hold metal spears and the glorious white crow flag. The background is blue and the crow is white, showing a winged dive. The glory of the black sun is obscured by the dead clouds. On the street, the figures of pedestrians are looming, broken, and blurred, buried in the silent atmosphere. Occasionally, some alien figures appear, such as elf archers, orc sword masters, dwarf warriors, etc. Those professions, including human knights, are actually the same as wizards. They are all driven by soul power. It's just that their utilization rate is low. Not talented enough to become a wizard, one can only combine combat skills to form an alternative extraordinary attack. Life can always find a way out. Wizards have their own methods, and non-wizards have their own methods. According to the time, the dark tide will erupt once every 10 years next year, and the number of undead will further increase by then. With the 4th ring wizard tower in charge, there is no need to worry about the safety of the kingdom of Aayaka. As for Sylvia, it is located in a remote area, there are fewer undead. With her sword skills and enhanced strength, there should be no need to worry. In the training room, Sushi's soul fluctuations dissipated. While observing the outside world, he was thinking about his future plans. Reduce the brightness and turn on the shielding array. He was ready to break through the second ring wizard. Soul, the bridge connecting life and death. Sushi sat in meditation, and a faint but flickering fluorescence appeared in his palm. It was light, and it was also fire. The soul that reached the limit of the first ring rose up in a fiery posture, showing a surging momentum. The next thing to do is to make the soul power substantial. Sushi put away the soul fire. Close your eyes and meditate. From the perspective of a wizard, he could see through the soul in the deepest part of his body, which was in the invisible level. In Sushi's soul, there were already densely packed spell patterns, all of which were the 0 ring and 1 ring witchcraft that he had mastered. These patterns were the medium for Sushi to mobilize the power of his soul and release the corresponding spells. At the same time, they were also the controller for Sushi to adjust his soul. Over the years, I have wasted a lot of time to learn the knowledge of the White Raven Tower. Otherwise, with the special nature of the soul collector, I should have broken through earlier. Now, it's time to reap the fruits. The spell patterns were mobilized. The collective resonance was trembling. Sushi's will, like an airtight cage, wrapped his soul in all directions. The truth of the world that he had comprehended. The first innate spell that was engraved. In the continuous infusion, the soul officially reached its limit, driving all the spell patterns to melt and transform. Second ring wizard, break through in an instant. At this moment, Sushi's soul seemed to jump out of his body, out of the White Raven Tower, standing in the infinite and vast world, and seeing more things. Like the endless phantom of the underworld that covers the sky and the sun. It is an immeasurable, layered, and doomsday place controlled by countless immortal kings. It is not that a second ring wizard can peek into the world, but the world is so close that even a second ring wizard can easily peek into it. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, pushing the soul back to the body. The materialization of the soul is really a simple and crude explanation. It actually left the body directly. In the training room, Sushi slowly opened his eyes. The soul surged and the spirit expanded. In the early years, Sushi was promoted to a first ring wizard, and the natal spell he engraved for himself also evolved wonderfully. First ring witchcraft life exhaustion. Changed to second ring witchcraft life withering. This spell, at first glance, sounds like a weapon against the living, but it actually has an effect on the dead as well. Deprive of vitality, corrode the soul. Strange, why do I have the illusion of becoming a villain? However, with the effect of the life and death intertwined entry, this talent technique seems to be very suitable for studying the field of life and death. Sushi raised his palm, and an invisible force impacted the surroundings, stirring up a violent wind. Some of them were used as materials for experiments. After the impact, it withered like a flower and curled up into a shriveled and dead state. Then, Sushi tried other spells. Elemental witchcraft, universal witchcraft, transformation witchcraft, curse witchcraft. Although the spells used were still the first ring spells, the power was significantly improved under the blessing of the second ring wizard's soul. There were even signs of self-change. So that's how it feels. In addition to the strengthening of extraordinary power, when the wizard system is promoted, every time it reaches a new stage, the soul will naturally perceive new truths and see new knowledge. Sushi sighed, feeling that after the soul was promoted, the knowledge that was incomprehensible in the past, now all had answers. Very comfortable, very refreshing. No wonder there are wizards calling for the underworld to come, suspected of finding an opportunity for a breakthrough. The second ring wizard has been completed. When you learn a certain amount of second ring spells and have a combat power comparable to the realm, you can leave the White Raven Tower. Sushi got up and left the training room. On the way back to the room, he looked at the gloomy sky outside. The sun was high in the sky, and the light was turbid. Everything was shrouded in the dark darkness of despair. A second ring wizard is already the limit of the White Raven Tower. This place cannot provide the resources for promotion to the third ring, nor does it have favorable conditions for studying the soul. It's time to move on. Promoted to a second ring wizard, your soul power has been materialized. You have the ability to release higher level spells. The life and death intertwined entry is taking effect. The thinker is taking effect. Your soul is observing life and death, and continues to think about the construction of new spells. During this process, you have purchased new wizard information with soul stones. The soul collector is taking effect, your soul fluctuations are well concealed, and no one knows that your strength has been promoted. You keep a low profile, knowing that if other wizards know your promotion speed, it will cause a great sensation. Even the tower master who rarely shows up will show up because of this. You are full of emotion and don't want to waste your time on this. You love to learn, and continue to learn. Combined with the wizard knowledge in the real world, you create a second ring spell. By yourself you begin to get involved in the field of the undead and purify your own crow. A drop of lich tear, 10 dark grasses, 2 crow wing bones, and the blood moon at night. Arrange certain spell arrays. Your incomplete crow mount has evolved. Transformed into a real crow of the underworld. It is an undead species without flesh and blood, composed entirely of bones, with soul fire connected to the underworld. It is not very strong, with only the advantage of being fast. But for you, this is an excellent start, meaning you have officially stepped into the realm of the dead, souls, and death. You are staring at the endless underworld. In the 6th year of the simulation, you are 23 years old. After a year of training, you have mastered multiple second ring spells. Although you have not yet reached the limit of your combat power, you are no longer afraid of ordinary undead. Even if you encounter upper middle level undead such as undead knights and ghost corpse wizards, you have a certain degree of confidence. This year, there is a dark tide of the undead that occurs once every 10 years. This is a carnival feast for the undead, and it is also a countdown to the death of the world. The White Crow Tower begins to recruit combat forces, preparing to cooperate with the knights of the Aayaka kingdom to strike a heavy blow to the upcoming undead. You have no intention of participating, so you checked out of the room in the tower and left the White Crow Tower early. Dark tide. A natural disaster like this outbreak of the undead should have been the best opportunity to harvest soul fire, but unfortunately there are too many people and eyes, so it is not suitable to do it in the White Raven Tower. My situation is special, so it is better for me to act alone. The jagged wing bones pierced the dead air. The empty eye sockets were beating with soul fire. The crow flapped its wings, leaving light traces in the dark sky. The tailbone was weathered and mottled, and only a few broken feathers were left, like broken arrows swaying in the wind. Sushi sat on the back of the crow, with soft material as a cushion to cushion the hardness of the bones. The wind was howling. Below was a towering wall made of steel and magic. All kinds of adventurers came in and out, holding various weapons, with solemn expressions. All of them were on guard against the coming undead tide. Only a very few wizard apprentices would look up with envy at the black shadow that quickly passed through the sky. In the past, Sushi had also left the White Raven Tower. But that was only a short departure, to collect soul fire or other extraordinary materials. This time is different. This time Sushi will leave permanently. After harvesting enough soul fire with the help of the dark tide, he will go to a more distant land to peek into the secrets of the world of the dead. Which direction should I go first? Sushi looked down at the vast land below. In his mind, many place names flashed quickly. But in the end, his eyes looked back to the way he came. He was a little worried about the overly simple brave man. It was pitch black, so dark that you couldn't see your fingers. The cold, desolate world was no longer alive. The tired, heavy hand that swung the sword was numb. In the dark and lightless world, only the black sun and the blood moon showed their existence. There were dry white finger bones breaking through the soil, and then skeletons crawled out. When they stood up, rotten mud kept falling from the bone joints. Deep in the head, the deep blue soul fire was beating. Boom boom, boom. The undead can't speak, only meaningless hoarseness, but the sound of the dislocated bones moving, formed a tsunami. The territory of the Crowfield family. Completely submerged by endless dead. Bang, bang, in the area occupied by the dead, there were a few collisions, the sound of sharp swords slashing bones. A figure in armor was moving, with flexible steps and swift sword skills, slashing the soul fire of the undead. However, this behavior is meaningless. The waves of the undead are as numerous as the sea of clouds, rushing back to every inch of Crowfield's land, and everything they pass by will be deeply trampled into the soil. No, absolutely not. Let you invade Crowfield's land at will. Inside the armor, a tired and hoarse voice came out. Helpless, exhausted, angry. The brave man took action again, holding the holy sword, slashing out the holy light, and launched a fight against the undead in front of him. But it was useless, totally useless. Bang! A huge undead warhorse rushed out, knocking the brave man away in an instant, causing him to roll several times and finally crash heavily into the rocks. He struggled, trembling, the tip of the sword pierced the ground, and he stood up with difficulty holding the hilt. The helmet fell off. A half-undead, half-human face was revealed. Dirty, tired, haggard and pale. It was a shocking and horrible picture. The undead girl who pretended to be a hero wore ordinary armor and held an ordinary long sword. She was alone and faced the horrific natural disaster. Father, mother, I won't let you down. Even if I'm alone, I will protect Clawfield. The soul fire surged, and the emotions turned into a strong driving force. Sylvia charged with the sword again, but in the face of the absolute gap in strength, everything seemed so insignificant. The undead warhorse roared, and was ridden by the headless knight, charging, piercing, and the huge bone spear directly pierced Sylvia. Then, the bone spear was slowly raised by the headless knight. The armor broke, revealing the undead body inside. The girl's soul fire beat violently, and her voice was intermittent. She was lifted up in the air, holding the bone spear tightly with both hands, wanting to do something. But she couldn't do anything. Finally, the headless knight swung and smashed the ground casually like throwing garbage. Sylvia's body was deeply embedded in it. A hole was smashed. Smashed to create cracks. So tired. Father, mother, and Sylvia are so tired. Hualala, hualala. The huge power of the headless knight stirred up dense rubble to fall. Many of them fell into the pit and collided with the skeleton of the undead girl, with a sound as crisp as raindrops. The soul fire in the skull was on the verge of extinction. So tired. Really so tired. Such thoughts lingered in the soul fire, and were the last thoughts of the brave man. Being alone is really so tired. Sylvia, my child, you will be the glory of Clawfield. Sylvia worked very hard. She has always worked very hard. From childhood to adulthood, her father regarded her as the glory of the family and taught her to protect the people of the territory. Sylvia responded to that expectation and worked hard. With the support of her family, she became the most shining emerald and even received the king's reward. The crowning of honor, the support of her family, the admiration of the people. Sylvia still can't forget the beautiful past. Until the disaster came, her life was shattered in an instant and turned into a strange appearance that the girl didn't recognize. Kill you, protect. Sylvia. Her parents turned into ghosts. They made the last hoarse sound before they died. Sylvia tried very hard, trying not to cry, but she couldn't cry. She once again grasped the familiar sword and freed her parents. She buried her parents' remains alone and explored the world 1,000 years later alone. She wandered alone and was strong alone. Sylvia really worked hard. Knowing that people were afraid of her face, she put on armor to cover her face and silently protected people's safety. Even though Crowfield no longer exists, she still abides by her knight's oath and maintains the glory of the Crowfield family. She doesn't want to disappoint her parents. She doesn't want to disappoint herself, who cried out loudly at the stories of heroes in her childhood. But she is so tired. The soil fell, the smell was everywhere, and the grass leaves were scattered on the damaged armor. Sylvia lost the ability to stand up again. Facing the next attack of the Dullahan, she could only lie in the pit and wait for death. She was too tired to continue working hard, too tired to walk alone. The hero Sylvia was just a coward who was afraid of loneliness and kept paralyzing herself with actions. Father, mother, I really can't be a hero. Whoosh! The sharp tip of the spear attacked from above. The Dullahan launched the final attack, preparing to blow the girl's head with the bone spear. The wind sounded cold and the light flashed. It was an unavoidable blow. Sylvia lost all her strength and couldn't move her body at all. Looking at the spear light, some thoughts popped up in her mind. Did the villagers leave in time? Would her father and mother blame her? Would the wizard remember her? I was so tired. I wanted to sleep. I didn't want to be alone anymore. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. With Sylvia as the center, dust and smoke rose into the sky, followed by a fierce hurricane. The pale skeleton was thrown into the sky. Before it hit the ground, it turned into pure powder and dissipated in the wind. Then, footsteps sounded, approaching Sylvia with a steady pace, and the person reached out to Sylvia. He held her hand tightly and pulled it up. I seem to be late, Sylvia. The familiar voice entered the girl's ears. It was a simple greeting that was just ordinary, and at the same time full of apologetics. Isn't it an illusion? Don't I have to die alone? Sylvia's face, the half that was still human, her eyes trembled and sparkled, and finally turned into a bright emerald that Sushi was familiar with. Even though it was an incomplete face, Sushi could still see the brilliance. That's not the case, Master Wizard. Thank you for saving me again. You have been promoted to a second ring wizard, and your speed is far beyond what it used to be. You ride on the Raven and return to Clawfield at the fastest speed. You are deeply worried that Sylvia's combat power is not enough to cope with the wave of undead. 20 days later, you successfully return to the Clawfield territory. Your worries have come true. Under the influence of the dark tide, even in the remote Clawfield, tens of thousands of undead waves have emerged, and higher-level undead such as the Headless Knight have appeared. For Sylvia Clawfield, such an opponent is undoubtedly powerful. Her strength is limited, and she has a short training time. She does not have the ability to fight against the wave of undead. When the girl was dying, you arrived in time and saved the brave man who was fighting alone. You decided to take action to resolve this wave of undead, both to harvest soul fire and to help the weak Sylvia. Sylvia, go and rest. No, Master Wizard, I can still fight. Really not. Please believe me, Master Wizard. Sushi wanted to clean up the undead by himself. But the girl didn't want to do that. She picked up the sword again and said she wanted to fight with Sushi. Sushi couldn't persuade her, so he had to agree and let Sylvia clean up the weaker skeleton soldiers. It was very subtle. After fighting for a long time, she should be too tired to fight, but after Sushi arrived, the girl once again burst out with fighting spirit. Then, it's up to me next. Sushi looked into the distance. A large number of undead shuttled through the forest. Their seemingly slow steps flattened the hopes of the living. It was vigorous and powerful. In the sky behind, there was a black sun hanging high, further highlighting the atmosphere of despair. With this number, if it were a first-ring wizard, I would have had to retreat strategically with Sylvia. But now it's different. On the damp and rotten ground, Sushi calmly watched the incoming undead, and a thick book that he flipped through quickly appeared in his hand, which contained the spells prepared in advance. Second Ring Witchcraft, Resurrection of the Dead. Second Ring Witchcraft, Corpse Explosion. A miracle scene appeared. The undead skeletons scattered on the ground, densely packed and covered with a layer, were called and reorganized by the invisible force. First, the first skeleton was formed, followed by the second, the third, and finally 100 of them crashed into the dark tide. Bang! Of course, a mere 100 skeletons could not shake the wave of tens of thousands of undead. But when these skeletons exploded, the direction of the battle was instantly changed. The power of the corpse explosion is not high, but most of these undead are just ordinary individuals, which just happens to be a professional match. Sushi nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with the violent fluctuations in front of him. When the wizard world is more deeply eroded, the strength of the undead will generally increase, and then the corpse explosion will not be so useful. But correspondingly, at that time, Su department will also have newer and more powerful witchcraft. Your hard work in cultivation has been rewarded at this moment. After you joined, the wave of undead attacking the Clawfield territory was quickly curbed. You have gained a lot. Not only have you received the gratitude of many souls, but you also have a large amount of soul fire. Sylvia is surprised by your strength. The undead wave that occurs once every 10 years should have destroyed everything in the Clawfield territory, but with your help, this land successfully survived the disaster. A few days later, you solved the last wave of undead. Sylvia thanked you. Sylvia looked at the empty territory and fell into a long daze. After the attack of the undead wave, the territory was devastated, and the villagers living here have lost that fragile sense of security. They no longer believe that the brave can protect everyone, and choose to flee to a town with a more sound defense system. In the first conversation with the hero, Sushi once asked, Sylvia, have you ever thought about the future? The hero was silent at that time, and finally gave a firm answer. She wanted to stay. Even if her parents were gone, even if Clawfield became history, she would protect the people of the territory until the last moment of her life. The reason was simple, because everyone needed the hero. The hero could not ignore such people. Every word of thanks, every communication, could push the fake hero to move forward and reduce the guilt of ending his parents. But now, the hero is no longer a hero, not even a fake hero, because no one needs her anymore. Fear, crying, shrinking, running away. All the villages in Clawfield's territory fled to more distant lands, seeking shelter in large towns, believing that Clawfield was no longer safe. The hero lost the object of protection and was no longer needed. She became an empty shell. Under Sushi's gaze, the girl stood quietly, facing the empty village, for a long, long time. Lost soul, motionless. Like a pure dead object. It was as if something invisible had been pulled out of the skeleton's body, leaving only pale bones. Master Wizard. Finally, the dead thing that had lost everything spoke. She forced a smile, not wanting to worry Sushi. Everyone left safely. That's great, no one was hurt. Sylvia wanted to smile, to express her inner joy, but she couldn't smile at all. Her emerald eyes were dimmer than ever. The world reflected in such eyes was grey. Sylvia. Sushi asked, are you happy? Yes, I'm very happy. Everyone is safe and sound, and left Clawfield smoothly. I'm really happy, Master Wizard. Looking into the dim emerald, Sushi stretched out his palm and repaired the girl's undead body. The ritual was activated to fill the penetrating wound in the chest cavity. Sylvia. His voice was gentle, not revealing the fragile lie. You did a great job. 1,000 years of time is enough to erase everything. Erase the history of the Clawfield family. Erase everything on this land. The only thing that supports Sylvia to live is the oath to protect the people and the expectations of her parents. The girl who killed her parents with her own hands is atonement in this way. She is afraid of loneliness. She is afraid of loneliness. She is afraid of not being needed. She is afraid of being forgotten, afraid of not doing enough, afraid that Clawfield's honor will end here. You ask Sylvia again what she plans to do in the future. This time, the girl can no longer answer you firmly, because the people who need the help of the fake hero have left this land. The dark tide of the undead is over, and Clawfield's territory has returned to peace. Sylvia climbed the hill alone and squatted at the tombstone of her parents. For a long time, lonely, with her back against the stone tombstone, Sylvia fell into confusion, unsure of the meaning of her own existence. People have opposite sides, strong and fragile. Sylvia has always been strong, living alone in the world 1,000 years later, silently shouldering the responsibility of Clawfield and protecting the people who have long lost their relationship. But at the same time, she is also extremely fragile. She longs to communicate with people, longs to be recognized, and is afraid of the dark and thunder. Sylvia lied to Sushi. It violated the knight's virtue of honesty. She was not happy at all. She was very sad, confused, and sad. Father, mother, what should I do in the future? The undead girl squatted on the top of the mountain, hugged her knees in silence, and only the tombstones on both sides of her shoulders could give her a little sense of security. The emerald of the Clawfield family is simple and pure, but that does not mean stupidity. A long time ago, Sylvia realized that she could not continue her original happy life as before. Her father and mother are gone and will never come back. Clawfield's Medal of Honor has also disappeared forever in the history of the past. Even the people in the territory no longer remember the name Clawfield. The so-called protection, the so-called persistence, from beginning to end, are all the wishful thinking of the brave man. I can't do it. I can't do it. The hollow voices echoed repeatedly in the armor. The brave Sylvia is still immersed in the past. Even though the world has changed a long time ago, her spirit still remains in the distant past, refusing to admit anything. She firmly believes that, as long as she sits beside her parents' tombstones, she can feel the presence of her family as before. She firmly believes that as long as she protects the people in the territory, she can restore the glory of the Clawfield family as before. However, looking at the empty territory, the so-called persistence was instantly shattered. The brave man lost his courage. Confused and shrinking, he dared not face the terrible reality. He only dared to lean against his parents' tombstones, humbly and pitifully seeking a little sense of security. Thank you, Master Wizard. Sushi often came to visit Sylvia. The world was dark. The wind was howling. He did not say some empty and lofty words of comfort to Sylvia, but just accompanied her gently and taught the girl some ways to become stronger. Sylvia was very polite. She would thank Sushi every time, but her green eyes still showed a dull and gloomy look. Clawfield, which was ravaged by the undead, seemed silent and peaceful, especially after the villagers moved away. Only Sushi and Sylvia were left here. I don't know how many days have passed. Sylvia's mental state is still depressed. Leaning against the tombstone, empty and lifeless, Sushi made a new move, standing up and looking at the dark sun. Sylvia, I'm ready to go. He lowered his eyes, looked at the dazed undead girl, and stretched out his hand. Would you like to leave with me? The invitation was very clear. The undead girl, who had been keeping quiet, showed human emotions on her lifeless face for the first time in a long time. But the brave named Sylvia was not prepared for that. She was afraid of the future. She wanted to stay in the familiar past. With her back against her parents' tombstones, she walked on the land of Clawfield and touched the door of the old house. Sylvia was reluctant, but she didn't dare to leave Clawfield. She lowered her head timidly, not daring to meet Sushi's gaze, further closing herself off. But the man in the wizard robe took the initiative to squat down and align his eyes with the fake brave. Sylvia, do you know? It's easy to walk into the darkness, but it's hard to face the light again. The change of light and darkness will irritate people's eyes. It takes more courage to regain the light than to endure the darkness. I think Sylvia has such courage because Sylvia is a true brave. I need you, Sylvia. The wizard world is shrouded in dark clouds. There is no prosperity at all. The black sun hangs high, twisted and hideous, bringing deeper despair to everything. Waking up from 1,000 years of slumber, the hero has become accustomed to such a scene, but there is a new warmth that wants her to walk out of the darkness. Fake hero, inferior hero. Those words were torn apart by force, leaving only pure recognition. Master Wizard, can I really do it? The fake hero asked timidly. She had no confidence in herself. Well, Sylvia, your condition is very special. I can't do it without you in my future research. If I can't leave together, I will be very distressed. The young wizard expressed his worries. He is committed to studying life and death, and Sylvia's special body is the best project for his research. So, he invited the girl to leave together. He needs the girl to help him. Yes, someone is in need of the fake hero's help. The green eyes trembled violently, flashing crystal water light, sometimes silent, sometimes fierce. At this moment, countless things came to mind. Parents' expectations, family glory, people's cheers. In the end, all those beautiful memories of the past turned into an invisible force. Gently pushed Sylvia's back. Let her move towards the future, instead of being bound by the miserable past. I am willing to help you. The brave named Sylvia Clawfield was needed again. She was a coward who escaped from reality and a coward who dared not face reality, but this time, Sylvia wanted to try and walk out of this land full of memories. Because someone said that he believed Sylvia was a real hero, Sylvia didn't want to live up to that trust. A funny scene appeared. The brave man fumbled on himself. In a hurry, he took out a worn-out silver coin and wanted to hand it to Sushi. Master Wizard, thank you. It was obviously Sushi who commissioned the brave man, but the brave man did the opposite. She wanted to give Sushi money, saying it was a reward for Sushi. The hero's posture was so cautious, and he was nervous and uneasy, which made Sushi silent. No need to do this, Sylvia. Sushi gently pushed away the silver coin. He said it in a gentle tone. He should be the one who should give the reward, not the girl who paid. Come with me, Sylvia. The wizard invited again. Yes. This time, the hero did not refuse. She gently held Sushi's hand and was pulled up by Sushi. The prologue of the hero ended, and the hero was about to usher in an adventure story with the wizard. The erosion of the underworld on the wizard world has further deepened. You experienced a dark tide of tens of thousands of dead souls. You gained a lot and saved Sylvia Clawfield in time. The poor lonely girl has lost everything. There are no more people in the territory to protect. From now on, she will fall into eternal loneliness. You invite the girl, saying that future experiments will need her. You are not lying, everything is true, although you have already collected enough information. You look at the dark sun and feel that such a world is too sad. You don't like such a story. The brave Sylvia decides to join your team. The brave Sylvia responds to your request. The brave Sylvia is preparing to travel far away. The top of the mountain where the remains of her parents are buried. The girl put a bunch of small flowers in front of the tombstone. Affected by the world environment, the color of the flowers is a little dim, but you can still smell a faint fragrance. Father, Mother, I'm leaving. The light voice became blurred in the wind. Sylvia looked at the tombstone and stared at it for a long time with sad eyes. It was like a silent response. The wind blew up the bouquet in front of the tombstone, and one of the flowers was torn off, drifting in the wind, swirling in the air. The girl subconsciously reached out and caught it. Whoosh! It was the sound of the wind. Sylvia was pushed forward by the wind, and joined Sushi, ready to set off officially. The underworld brings the wind of destruction, and the wizard world is about to be shattered. Before the world is destroyed, you want to complete your research on death and explore the root of the world. You and the brave Sylvia form a team of 2. Sylvia bids farewell to her parents. Sylvia closes the door of the mansion. She takes a last look at the land of her hometown. It is so dilapidated and gloomy, but her eyes are shining with a different kind of brilliance. You think, maybe the girl is not looking at the reality, but the Clawfield 1,000 years ago, the beautiful past that belongs to her. In that past, there are parents who have not yet passed away, there are cheering subjects, and there is the rich and prosperous Clawfield land with singing birds and blooming flowers. The dark crow flapped its narrow wings. Carrying Sushi and Sylvia, it flew to a distant and unfamiliar horizon. Sylvia was still not used to flying at high altitudes. With both hands tightly grasping the bone seams of the dark raven, she was afraid that she would fall if she let go. Facing the cold wind blowing from the high altitude, she was even more serious as if she was facing a great enemy. It's okay, Sylvia, I have arranged a defensive spell in advance. If there is an accident, it will be directly blocked. But, I'm afraid. The brave Sylvia was hesitant to speak. Looking at this scene, Sushi laughed. Time is the best teacher. Sylvia, who was originally afraid of flying at high altitudes, gradually got used to the feeling of weightlessness after 7 or 8 hours of flying, and could even observe the outside world. Being in the sky, everything seems infinitely small. It is absolute silence and absolute loneliness. Sylvia didn't like this feeling, but looking at Sushi beside her, her heart inexplicably settled down. She remembered something. Master Wizard. What's wrong, Sylvia? In the future, do you still need me to take off my armor? Well, probably, Sushi replied. The brave Sylvia was a little embarrassed. She was thinking that if she left with Sushi, she might really develop the habit of taking off her armor. This didn't seem to be in line with the house rules of the Clawfield family. Sushi didn't notice the girl's entanglement. At this moment, he was planning the girl's future. Since he was leaving with Sylvia, he would be responsible to the end. Well, in terms of training, you need to test whether you have the qualifications of a wizard. At the same time, you need to replace your armor and weapons. The original ones are seriously damaged. It just so happens that I learned how to make magic tools in the White Raven Tower. I can use lighter and more close-fitting materials to improve Sylvia's combat effectiveness. Thinking back to 2 years ago, the girl once asked herself if she could recover her normal body. Sushi paused and silently added this to the plan. Master Wizard, is the world outside like this? Yes, it's different from what you remember. The raven was very fast. It spread its wings and flew across the sky. In just 1 or 2 days, it completely flew away from the area that Sylvia was familiar with and headed for a farther place. What came into view was a desolate scene similar to that of Clawfield. The undead wandered in the uninhabited wilderness, trampled down the decaying houses, made meaningless hoarse sounds, and spread the world aimlessly. Occasionally, traces of living people could be seen, but the number was too rare, far less prosperous than the girl's memory. That is, the ruins of the royal capital. Suddenly, the green eyes flashed with astonishment. Sylvia saw that the kingdom that the Clawfield family once belonged to, the prosperous capital 1,000 years ago, had turned into a city of the undead ravaged by wind and sand. The number of wandering undead was more than tens of thousands. Even a rough scan would have to be on the scale of hundreds of thousands. So far, In Sylvia's heart, she finally had a clear understanding of the changes in the wizard world. The beautiful past has completely become a memory, and everything lost will never come back. She is a dead person who does not belong to this era. In the new world, no one remembers her name. Except, as if she remembered something, the girl moved nervously and got closer to Sushi. Sylvia, are you afraid of heights? No, wizard, I am doing this to better protect you. The brave Sylvia was a little stubborn. Her green eyes reflected the grayness of the sky and the back of the man in front of her, and she felt inexplicably safe. Wizard, where are we going next? After calming down, the undead girl in armor couldn't help but ask curiously. This is her first time. Stay away from the kingdom to which the Clawfield family belongs. If you mean the endpoint, I will go to the God's Plateau in the center of the world in the future. I want to verify something there. As for now, I'm going to find a suitable place. Build a temporary workshop, reshape your armor and weapons, and teach you new ways of practice. Sushi tilted his head, looking at Sylvia who was approaching secretly. His tone was helpless. Sylvia, you can actually come over here and sit here. Can you? Yes, you can. Sushi took out a new cushion, spread it out flat, and placed it next to him, motioning the girl to come over and sit. Sylvia sat down. She sat upright, with her armor overlapping, and she had an indescribable heroic spirit. She did not forget to thank Sushi. Thank you, Master Wizard. After reading the information of the White Raven Tower, you wrote down several places. Combining different historical materials, you speculated what happened in the center of the wizard world. It is very likely that there is a ritual site for summoning the underworld. You are curious about this. Want to explore the truth of the wizard world while studying the soul. You think that you may see something different on the God's Plateau in the center of the world. It doesn't matter even if there is no gain. The journey itself is the greatest wealth. You can still improve your strength, continue to study the mystery of life and death, and cultivate weak heroes so that she has the fighting power to survive alone. For this, you plan to take a break. Prioritize changing Sylvia's appearance, teach her to grow, and test Sylvia's wizard qualifications. Half a month later, Sushi brought Sylvia and landed in a small town. There is a wizard tower here. Its owner is an old wizard trapped in an environment. If Sushi came forward, the old wizard would certainly offer resources respectfully, or even hand over the wizard tower. But Sushi was not interested in this. He just looked at the number of undead around the small town, thinking that he could harvest more soul fire. Well, when I build the wizard tower in the future, I must add a floating function to carry me for real-time movement. In that case, I don't have to rearrange it every time I go to a new place. In the suburbs, Sushi muttered to himself, and his hands glowed brown. The uneven ground was repaired, and the secret workshop building was quickly built. On the solidified table, extraordinary materials and experimental instruments were placed one by one. The preparation of these things was not for Sushi himself, but for Sylvia Clawfield. In the future, Sylvia will follow Sushi and will inevitably deal with other people. Naturally, the dress that was too tattered and could no longer cover her face was no longer suitable for Sylvia. For the body, replace it with a light and sturdy magic armor. It can reduce Sylvia's burden and provide effective protection. For the face, maybe. It doesn't have to be covered up completely. Sushi pondered. The girl's face, half of it was a dead skeleton, and the other half was the appearance of a living person. Sushi thought that the half with flesh and blood might not need to be covered up. Just use the spell properly. Fine-tune the half that fills the hole. With the help of cloaks, veils, and other coverings, it is possible to create a false appearance of a living person. Just like in the magic world, Chryso was covered with demon features, so that no one could see the true nature of the alien. Ask Sylvia what she thinks. Simulation of the 6th year, autumn. You take Sylvia away from Clawfield and land in an unknown town, preparing to complete the training and adjustment of Sylvia here. You ask the girl whether to continue to hide her true appearance or accept your help and have a half-true and half-false face. Hearing your question, Sylvia was stunned for a long time. She happily chose to proceed. Even if it is not true restoration of flesh and blood, even if it is still only half of the face, but such a result is already worthy of the girl's joy. You begin to prepare the corresponding materials and props. You call the hero to the temporary workshop. Yes, wizard. The hero skillfully takes off the armor, lets the skeleton body lie flat on the experimental table, and lets you do whatever you want to her. Slime. The liquefied substance of rubber fruit. The molting skin of a rock lizard. Inside the bright and spacious workshop, Sushi called up the required materials in order. Combined with the wizard's spells and the mixing of soul power, a brand new product appeared. A material that can be kneaded and shaped at will and has the touch of flesh and blood appeared in Sushi's palm. It can't replace the facial features that Sylvia has lost, but it only imitates a shape. Let others mistakenly think that Sylvia has a normal human face. It's still very easy. Sylvia, are you ready? Yes, Master Wizard, please use my body. Sylvia closed her eyes a little nervously. The thinker entry is taking effect. You are thinking efficiently about how to perform this undead surgery. You begin to shape it. The soft material in your hands shows a different kind of delicacy. You look at Sylvia's face and shape her facial features with equal proportions. You know that a face shaped like this will inevitably be different and not as natural as the original. But from the beginning, your goal was not to restore the real face. What you have to do is to fill the half of the face that is too empty, so that Sylvia's face does not look so scary. This is Sylvia's heart disease. The erosion of undeadization makes people hate her and regard her as a monster, so they are eager to restore her. You use the first ring of witchcraft, wizard's hand. Your soul power gathers into a palm, and with a precise gesture, you apply the prepared material to the hero's face, shaping it and quickly solidifying it. After solidification, they are firmly attached to the empty skull. At the same time, they are soft and have the touch of normal flesh and blood. Eyes, ears, nose, lips. With your help, the brave Sylvia regained her human face. At a glance, no one could find the hollow inside. Success. Temporary workshop. Numerous wizard props filled every corner of the room, and there was a little bit of extraordinary aura echoing. The undead girl opened her eyes. She felt that there seemed to be something on her face, like a jelly-like texture, gently swaying with her movements. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of liquid dripping came from the wizard instruments around. A gentle pair of arms reached out. He helped Sylvia and sat up from the experimental table. How do you feel, Sylvia? Do you have any rejection reaction? No. The girl shook her head a little blankly, and then she made a request to Sushi. Master Wizard, can I see my face? The expected words. Anyone who changes his face, the first reaction is to confirm the result with his own eyes. Of course, you sit down first. Sushi took a bottle of liquid, which was the juice of the blue crystal flower, which has the effect of blocking the death of the undead. He put some on his fingers and gently smeared it on Sylvia's face. The place where it was applied was a fake face that was unconsciously shaped. Sylvia didn't feel it at all, but looking at Sushi closely, the hero always felt that some invisible senses were emerging. 1 circle, 2 circles. Sushi stopped until the juice in the bottle was applied. He stepped back a few steps and stared at Sylvia's face. As if to confirm that it was intact, he summoned a water mirror for Sylvia. Sylvia finally saw what she looked like at the moment. It was no longer a hollow skeleton, but a flexible and vivid human face. When the real eyes blinked, the fake eyes would also blink. However, the fake eyes would not provide vision. The world in Sylvia's eyes was still half incomplete. Is this me now? Sylvia looked at the water mirror, the emerald-like eyes, the intact face, and the delicately sculpted facial features, which looked so perfect. The wizard's skills are superb. Thank you, wizard. Sylvia thanked him, looking confused. It was quite subtle. When Sushi asked, she was so eager to agree. But when the operation was completed, her face was filled with fake creations, and she no longer looked like a terrifying undead, but her heart was empty and chaotic. Are you feeling uncomfortable, Sylvia? Sushi noticed that something was wrong with the girl. Sylvia shook her head gently. I'm fine, wizard, I'm just a little confused. She lowered her head and faced her skeleton body. Her thoughts were a little complicated and dazed. Fake things are fake things after all. They can't replace the real thing. The brave Sylvia was beaten and scolded by the villagers. People hated her because her undead body was too scary. For this reason, Sylvia had to wear heavy armor. To cover up the real self. To cover up all of herself. To win people's trust with a false brave attitude. So, what about now? After leaving Clawfield, do I still have to experience a new life with another fake face? Do I have to communicate with Sushi with such a fake face every day? Regarding this question, the brave man thinks someone can answer it. Master Wizard. Am I still myself now? The face with both true and false coexisted, looked up at Sushi and asked such a question. It was not Clawfield's emerald that asked. It was Sylvia, who suffered misfortune and became a ghost and closed herself off, who asked. Sylvia. At this moment, Sushi understood something, and Sylvia's undead appearance was reflected in his eyes. Somewhat uneasy and a little uneasy, the girl waited for Sushi's reply. Hasn't the Sylvia I know always been here? Finally, a peaceful voice sounded, confirming the girl's existence. No matter what she looks like, he is remembering Sylvia Clawfield. It has nothing to do with appearance, just because she is her. Is that so? The uneasy eyes regained their brightness. The hero probably knew what she wanted. As expected, she still liked to be more real. Master Wizard, can you give me a piece of cloth? Thank you. Taking the cloth from Sushi's hand, Sylvia held one end in each hand, and carefully wrapped it around, tightening the circle to cover the half of the fake face created by Sushi. When the wrapping was finished, the remaining part of Sylvia's face was only the real human flesh and blood. That kind of face was not scary. The green eyes were brighter than ever. Even though the face was wrapped in cloth, even though there was only one eye left, that eye was still brighter than the stars, and even a smile and mischief could be seen from it. Sorry, Master Wizard. Your hard work was wasted. As a punishment, if there is anything you need, just let me do it. Looking at Sylvia who had regained her vitality, Sushi felt relieved. This is nothing. It was prepared for you. It's not a waste. No, the hero was particularly stubborn. I wasted your efforts, so I must be punished. The hero is very principled. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. He said that he would definitely protect Sushi's safety. Just then, there was a rumble of thunder, and the sky was dark and dim. The brave Sylvia huddled up again. Master Wizard, please rest assured. I can do it. Sylvia stood up trembling, hugged Sushi's arm, and her bones trembled. Sushi sighed. This brave man was obviously very scared but was particularly stubborn. It feels a bit like Yingxiu. Master Wizard, what did you say? Nothing, I just thought that I should prepare new weapons for you. Is that so? You are right, it does need to be replaced. The wizard's field covers a wide range. Based on the power of the soul. Complete the self-upgrade, gather the possibility of truth, and reach the unprecedented end of the world. Knowledge such as potions, magic tools, and spells are all ladders to the truth. It is not the powerful wizards who control these fields. Instead, the strong who control these fields are qualified to be promoted to higher-level wizards. At night, Sushi is shaping magic tools so that Sylvia can use them. Although the fangs of the female flying dragon are not very good forging materials, with Sylvia's strength, it is enough for now. In addition, there are a few silver mothers, star iron ore, and the damaged armor of the headless knight. I hope that my current level of magic tools will not waste these materials. In the workshop, in the room with noise-shielding array patterns, Sushi was thinking alone, with many thick books floating beside him, activating the pre-prepared spells, either providing full light or stabilizing the transmission of soul fire. Then, Sushi raised his hand slightly, and an object similar to a magic wand appeared and was gently held in his palm. The wizard system is similar to the magic system. There is also the habit of using a wand. But in the wizard world, a wand is not a necessity, and the activation of many spells depends on the user himself. The reason why Sushi uses a wand is because he is used to doing so. Well, let's get started. Holding the wand, he tapped the ground lightly. The deep blue soul fire twisted and turned into pure soul power, pouring into various materials prepared in advance, modifying and shaping them. That is a transformation at the microscopic level, perfectly combining the extraordinary characteristics of various materials. The process is an art. According to the original plan, the armor of the body part adopts a light and easy-to-move style. At the same time, engrave some spells to slightly enhance Sylvia's combat power. The length of the knight's sword is modeled after Sylvia's existing sword. On this basis, add sharpness enhancement, durability enhancement, and soul guidance enhancement. In this way, Sylvia's strength will be greatly improved. The beautiful blue is like the waves of the ocean, continuous, rippling on the walls of the temporary workshop. At the same time, it also leaves interlaced light and shadow on Sushi's face. With a flick of the magic wand, the powerful soul power materialized, turning the calm blue into a raging sea, drowning and squeezing all the materials. Destruction, reorganization, creation. This cycle repeats multiple processes. The creation of the magic tool finally came to an end. Puff, a sound like a bubble bursting was heard, followed by the muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. A full body armor of gray and silver, a sharp silver-white sword. This is the magic tool that Sushi prepared for Sylvia. Whether it is an attacking sword or a defensive armor, there are a certain number of spell patterns engraved on it. It looks very magical and beautiful. It seems a bit too conspicuous, Sushi murmured, and waved the magic wand again, and all the activated spell patterns returned to calm and became actively triggered. Only when Sylvia wants to use it, the patterns on it will flow again. Whoosh, whoosh. Outside the house, the sharp whistling sound of airflow attracted Sushi's attention. He subconsciously looked at the door. The blood moon in the middle of the night illuminated everything, making it scarlet. In that creepy horror, a figure continued to swing a sword. One sword after another, never stopping. The breath of the dead still enveloped her. That was an irreversible desperate fact. In the scarlet night, everything became gloomy and silent. Even the small town in the distance was twisted and changed in the darkness, like a huge mouth devouring people. Only that figure remained unchanged. Today, Sylvia also worked hard. Sushi watched for a long time. I only felt that the skeleton figure that continued to swing and whistle with swords was flashing a hazy glimmer. It was something invisible and intangible, but it really existed. It was the chivalry that Sylvia Clawfield adhered to, and the small dream of wanting to change herself from childhood to adulthood. Sylvia is good in every way, but she is too afraid of being alone. Sushi looked up at the moon. The scarlet full moon hung in the sky, like a huge eye flowing with blood, staring coldly at everything on the earth. Sylvia, who grew up in an aristocratic family, received a complete elite education. She is strong. She is kind. Even though she was cursed and most of her body turned into undead, she never fell into real despair and continued to help others. Such Sylvia is very brave and lonely. She longs for someone to talk to her. When all the people in Clawfield moved away, Sushi saw it clearly, the silence and darkness revealed by the half of the face left. It's worrying. Is it a burden? Is it a burden? Sushi thinks not. Sylvia's swordsmanship is superb. Even if I can't practice to become a wizard, I can strengthen that undead body and indirectly increase Sylvia's power. Is this probably the sword saint of the dead? The blood moon poured out cold light and landed on Sushi's open palm. He smiled. I began to look forward to Sylvia chasing and slashing the waves of the undead in the future. You have forged brand new equipment for the brave. The hero puts on the armor of the Death Knight. The hero holds the flame and poison dragon sword. Sylvia is very satisfied with the new equipment and thanks you. Facing the brand new Sylvia, you have the feeling of playing a development game. The blood moon descends. The black sun comes. In the dim world, Sylvia, who has changed into new equipment, gently touches the armor on her body with her fingertips, and then holds up the long sword, carefully examining the patterns on it. Due to the lack of her face, Sushi can't see the girl's expression. But the trembling green ripples. Looking excitedly into Sushi's eyes, It has already shown everything. How does it feel, Sylvia? Thank you, I like it very much. Sylvia turned over and over, constantly stroking the dragon's sword in her hand. That joy is not like a warrior getting a handy weapon, but more like an innocent child getting a very delicious lollipop. Master Wizard. She turned around. On the face wrapped in bandages, there was only one bright eye left, shining like an emerald. Sushi's figure was clearly reflected. I really like it. The child who grew up in the light, after falling into the abyss of loneliness, received a gift from the light after a long time. Then I'm relieved. Sushi smiled when he heard Sylvia's answer. Master Wizard. Sylvia spoke again, looking at the long sword in her hand curiously. It's just like a story, getting excellent equipment, and then embarking on a journey. Sylvia, rather than saying it's in the story, it's better to say that you are creating a new story. Sushi modified the girl's words. Creating a story. The undead hero was stunned. She didn't think she had that qualification, but inexplicably, there was a hint of expectation in her heart. In addition to armor and swords, Sushi also prepared a half-length cloak for the girl. The cloak does not have extraordinary effects, but for Sylvia, it is the most practical item. With the help of the cloak, Sylvia, who has a mimic face wrapped in bandages, can move smoothly in the human world with only the normal half of her face. It is much more reasonable than the previous helmet. Your training of Sylvia has officially begun. Sylvia has accumulated enough experience in sword skills and close combat. But in the wizard world, if you don't know how to use the power of the soul, you can't see higher scenery. The soul is the source of truth. Knowledge is the lever to pry the world. Witchcraft is the way to practice the truth. Sylvia, who only fights with a sword, has a very limited upper limit in the dangerous wizard world. You conducted a wizard qualification test for Sylvia. Sylvia, let's start. Okay, Master Wizard. Wait, Sylvia, you don't have to take off your armor. Don't you? Before the qualification test, Sushi stopped Sylvia from taking off her armor. Facing the girl's confusion, Sushi fell into deep thought. Sushi felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the way he and Sylvia got along. It had to be corrected. Thinking of this, Sushi took out a crystal ball and a book. The crystal ball can test the soul's qualifications. Books that record different fields can test understanding. It is not the most authoritative testing method, but under current conditions, there is no better way. You tested Sylvia's qualifications, and the results surprised you? Perhaps because Sylvia's condition is too special, she is in a state of balance between life and death, and her soul talent is exceptionally outstanding. This means that Sylvia has the qualifications to be a wizard. However, in the test of knowledge, Sylvia's performance is mediocre. Master Wizard, am I stupid? No such thing, Sylvia, you are excellent. You have developed a suitable training program for the girl. Remove complex extended fields such as potions, magic tools, elements, and transformation. Only teach knowledge of death and soul, as well as common wizard techniques. The hero's situation is special. She has the body of the undead. Even if she does not deliberately learn anything, she will naturally have an understanding of the dead in the transformation of her soul. The soul fire surging in the skull is the best embodiment of the soul. In this regard, you, who have experienced the intersection of life and death, dare not say that you are better than the hero. At the same time, in the wizard system, there is also a school of thought that strengthens the body with soul power, which you think is very suitable for the undead hero. You begin to teach formally. Sylvia, you have succeeded in the meditation of the soul. Next, I will teach you the first zero-ring witchcraft. Communicate with the soul power, release it with the spell rune, and form a simple body amplification. This is the zero-ring witchcraft, muscle strength improvement. In the wilderness where the cold wind was howling, Sushi mobilized his body and showed the release of the zero-ring witchcraft to the undead girl at an extremely slow pace. The power of muscle strength improvement comes from the spell deep in the soul. It has nothing to do with the identity of the living. It has nothing to do with the identity of the dead. As long as it is a living being, it can use this spell to get the amplification of the soul power conversion, so that the melee power is enhanced. There is no doubt that for Sylvia, who is good at close combat, this is the most useful spell. Yes, wizard. Sylvia looked calm, and adjusted her physical state and soul fluctuations based on previous experience. Flat, flat, flat again. Holding the sword in one hand, the mind was empty, communicating with the small spell rune in the soul. Finally, an invisible force field enveloped the body. Master Wizard, I succeeded. Snap. The force field shattered. Sylvia looked at Sushi blankly. It seems that it didn't work. Sushi encouraged, it's okay, failure is the mother of success, just try more. Zero-ring witchcraft is not complicated. Sushi believes that this is not difficult for the girl. The real difficulty is the subsequent 1 and 2 rings. Under your caring teaching, after continuous trial and error, the hero finally learned the first zero-ring witchcraft. The process is bumpy, but the result is gratifying. Due to the outstanding soul talent, the zero-ring spell released by Sylvia is several times more powerful than that of ordinary wizard apprentices. You are very pleased and start to teach the second witchcraft. Zero-ring witchcraft death coil. As a spell for wizard apprentices, the power of zero-ring witchcraft has never been very great. Among them, the power of death coil is the lowest of the lowest. It can only slowly erode the power of the living, make them sick, or fall down due to physical weakness. However, considering Sylvia's identity as a dead soul, Sushi still taught her this witchcraft. His purpose was not to become stronger. Instead, he used this as a basis to allow Sylvia to begin to contact the power of death and soul. Sylvia, pay attention to my soul frequency. Sushi used the most standard movements to release the most standard dead air entanglement. It was a grey hazy airflow that hit a small tree with the wind, withering, dropping leaves, changing color. Under the girl's gaze, the vitality of the small tree slowly faded. She seemed to understand. Looking down at her hands, she made up her mind to aim at the small tree. The brave Sylvia released the dead air entanglement. The dead air entanglement of the brave Sylvia was blown away by the wind. Well, try harder next time, Sushi comforted. Whether it is extraordinary power or scientific knowledge, the best stage for learning is always in the ignorant childhood. Sylvia, who has been educated by knights since childhood, is obviously not very proficient in learning the wizard system, and can even be said to have bumps and bruises. You patiently teach the girl. As a second ring wizard, you teach her who is only an apprentice, and slowly tell her about the common sense of the wizard world and popularize some of the most basic common sense for the girl. Finally, in the cold and snowy winter, relying on the excellent talent of her own soul and your careful teaching, the girl initially adapted to the wizard's power system. Combining the wizard's spells and the knight's combat skills, Sylvia is gradually becoming a melee wizard. The undead swordsman you guessed seems to be shining into reality bit by bit. Strength improvement, agility improvement, bone strengthening, death entanglement, tear. The heavy sword light flashed and disappeared. Sylvia slowly put away the sword and watched the huge rock in front of her break with a sound. The fracture was smooth and flat, and there was a dark death air floating and rising. Compared with long-range release of witchcraft, the girl was still more accustomed to close combat. The long sword in her hand was her staff. With the help of Sushi, Sylvia had already completed the close combat use of the spell, and her strength was far better than half a year ago. Next, all she needed to do was to increase her soul strength and naturally enter the first ring level. Sylvia, your strength is increasing rapidly. Yes, thanks to your guidance, Master Wizard. The first stage of your training of the brave has come to an end. Sylvia can naturally be promoted to a higher level by continuously absorbing soul fire. For you, soul fire is the least scarce thing. Your goal has been achieved. But looking at the sky full of snow, you decide to wait for the beginning of spring next year to start a new journey. The overly fierce snowstorm, mixed with the breath of death from the underworld, will seriously hinder your vision and the efficiency of using the detection technique. You don't want to make the entire journey unpleasant just to save a little time. Heavy snow and howling cold wind. Affected by the undead scourge, the snowflakes that should be pure white appear light gray when they fall on your palm. You stand in a remote suburb, watching the dark sun hanging high in the sky, blending into the cold sky, bringing equal silence to all things. Winter is here, and the low temperature is destroying people's will. Resisting the onslaught of the undead is hard enough, and fighting in such cold weather is an even harder torture. In the past, this nameless little city and the old wizard trapped in an environment would be troubled by the arrival of winter. But this year is different. Because you continue to harvest soul fire and conduct actual combat training with Sylvia, the number of undead around the town has always remained at a low intensity. Laughter and tears of joy, even though they are far apart. Sushi can still hear the voices coming from the city. People are cheering and celebrating that they are about to survive the harsh winter, praying to the gods, cheering to the lords, and paying tribute to the local wizards. God's grace, it must be God's grace. Haha, that's right, it's definitely like that. I haven't had such a peaceful winter for a long time. I'm going to drink 3 more cups. Shut up, Woking, you idiot who doesn't even know how to write the word wine. You're going to squander all the team's commission money. Oh, damn it, if you do this again, don't blame me for kicking your fat ass with my sharpest boots. Sushi stood outside the temporary workshop. He quietly looked at the lively town. There was wind and snow blowing, but it was completely blocked by the soul power on the surface of the body. That was the characteristic of the second ring wizard, who could interfere with reality with the soul. In a sense, it can also be understood as the wizard's hand without the need for a spell to release. The speed at which the underworld is eroding the wizard world is getting faster and faster. I haven't seen such a joyful atmosphere like today for a long time. The glimmer of the soul shone through the eyes, forming an alternative perspective. Sushi saw that the streets of the town were full of snow, and people were full of joyful smiles, chasing and celebrating in the snow. Winter is coming to an end, and the new year is coming. However, people in the wizard world do not have the habit of celebrating the new year. The territory is vast, the kingdoms are countless, and the customs of the people vary greatly. There is only one festival that is recognized by the whole continent. Winter Snow Festival. That is what Sushi saw now, the reason why people in the small town cheered. Praise the purity of the sky and thank the baptism of snowflakes. This is the original meaning of the Winter Snow Festival, and now, Sushi paused and reached out to catch a few dark snowflakes. Today, which has been eroded by the underworld, snowflakes are no longer white. The meaning of the Winter Snow Festival can be said to be lost. However, the people in the city do not care about this. They urgently need an outlet to vent their joy and happiness. Therefore, it evolved into the scene that Sushi saw. Master Wizard, are you very interested in the Winter Snow Festival? The voice was like a spoon tapping a porcelain cup. hanging a sword on the waist, wearing a cloak. Half of the delicate face was revealed under the light brown coarse linen cloak. Matching it is the natural pause between words, with the elegance and gentleness of a noble. Sylvia looked at Sushi curiously. I thought that the wizard had no interest in these. Rather than being interested, it's more like nostalgia. After all, I haven't seen such a happy scene for a long time. Sushi answered the girl. Picking up a cup of hot tea from the side, he gently drank a few sips, feeling the warm current flowing into the body, moisturizing every part of the body. At the same time, Sushi also prepared a portion of dead mushrooms in a burning state for the undead girl. Ah, thank you. Sylvia took the dead mushrooms, sniffed a few times. Now, her body is in a broken state, unable to eat anything normally, and relying on the soul fire to maintain the whole process. Holding the dead mushrooms in her hands and gently covering them in front of her body, the hazy and ethereal smell will flow into the soul fire, bringing a unique food experience. The girl made a strange sound. Is there a problem, Sylvia? Yes, I'm wondering if this kind of mushroom can be cultivated more. Hesitantly, Sylvia made such a guess. After burning, the dead mushrooms will emit a pleasant smell to the dead. So, if different variants of mushrooms can be cultivated, will the smells smelled by the dead be different? Sylvia wants to try to cultivate dead mushrooms with various flavors, such as sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. Sushi pondered for a moment and felt that this suggestion was good, but it was far worse than directly restoring the body. The wind got stronger. The grey snow drowned the world. Pure silence covered everything, including the laughter and joy in the city. Only the flickering firelight could tell that the people inside were still celebrating. Sushi and Sylvia were isolated observers. The difference was that Sushi was just watching. Sylvia introduced the festival with memories. The winter snow festival here seems to be different from what I experienced before. The emerald green pupils were like cracked emeralds in a frozen lake in the snow, and the light was refracted into bright ripples, which were the traces of memory. Maybe it's been too long, no one does it anymore. Master Wizard, do you know that the Winter Snow Festival used to require ice sculptures, which was a very interesting activity. When I was young, my father and mother would take me to the largest square in the capital, where I would witness the unveiling of the king's ice sculpture with many people. Speaking of which, this happened 1,000 years ago. Is that so? Sylvia paused, her face showing a loneliness that she herself didn't even know about. No wonder, no one wants to do this. Only she survived. Is this a gift from fate or a curse from the devil? The hero still can't think of an answer. It sounds interesting, Sylvia. Sushi listened patiently to all the words and nodded slightly. He said this under the girl's surprised gaze. If you have a chance in the future, can you tell me more about the past? Yes, of course, as long as you don't mind. In the howling wind and snow, the hero felt a little relieved. Boom, boom, boom. Some time passed. A loud noise suddenly erupted in the cold and silent winter. It came from the inside of the small town, shaking the snow on the branches to break up and fall to the ground. It was not that the city was attacked. It was that the celebration of the Winter Snow Festival had reached a critical time. The fire bombs of the performance rose high into the sky. They were accurately shot by the elf archers and exploded into gorgeous ultimate fireworks, with high temperature and heat, presenting a brilliant and beautiful moment. In Sushi's perception, the people in the city were bustling and noisy, with adventurers drinking and clinking glasses, and vendors selling items. Let's go, Sylvia, I want to go into the city to buy some items. But, wizard, don't we need to guard the workshop? Don't worry, I have arranged an automatically triggered defense spell. The undead girl was a little surprised, but she still obeyed Sushi's words. Casting witchcraft, isolating the wind and snow, following the trustworthy figure, and walking towards the noisy city. Since the body became undead, it had been a long time since Sylvia had seen such a harmonious scene. Children playing, adults talking, vendors shouting. This nameless little city was a corner of the wizard world. There were few undead and their strength was not high. With the presence of a first-ring wizard, people still had room to breathe. Anyone who saw the celebration in the city would feel warm and happy. Sylvia was no exception. However, as she came into contact with that beauty, her body couldn't help but tremble. Would the cloak's cover work? Would people notice her abnormality? Was there a gap in the armor? Would the skeleton's body be discovered? Shrinking, timid, the girl walking subconsciously wrapped her cloak tightly, and felt that everyone on the busy street was talking about her abnormality. Their eyes and voices were all related to her. Faintly, one could even hear the word monster. Sylvia. When she was about to flee, someone held Sylvia's hand, not very hard, very gently, and led her to continue forward. Sylvia, just follow me. Yes, Master Wizard. The cowardly heart regained its calm. The fleeing monster, because of the gentle connection, stayed in place in the form of a human. Don't cause trouble for Master Wizard. Thinking so, the girl followed Sushi obediently. Before the new year, the city ushered in a lively winter snow festival. The brave who finished training, looking at the city where the festival was held, fell into a long daze. It seems like a memory. It seems like loss. You are not very interested in the Winter Snow Festival, but you think that the brave named Sylvia Clawfield really needs this Winter Snow Festival. You hold her hand and comfort her that she doesn't have to be afraid, just follow your pace. Yes, that's all. With your company, Sylvia no longer feels afraid. Sylvia, are you feeling better now? Sushi asked. Yes, Master Wizard. The brave was a little dazed. She seemed to find it hard to believe that she actually walked into the city without causing any harassment. Such a scene is too dreamy. It's hard to believe. But Sushi was right beside her, telling Sylvia that all this was true. Thank you. Sylvia held the hand tightly and whispered her gratitude. I'm much better now, Master Wizard. Sorry, I've caused you trouble again. The fear still exists. The shadow of many years cannot be eliminated in a moment. But at this time and place, Sylvia, who has Sushi's company, feels fearless. She has not been able to look at people with a normal mentality for a long time. Looking at those faces, whether young or mature, they still maintain a warm and peaceful atmosphere when she is so close. No one pays attention to her. No one is saying monster. The only one who denies herself is Sylvia herself. When she realized this, and her hand was led by Sushi, Sylvia gradually showed the calmness that a Clawfield emerald should have. Hoo, ho, ho. The cold wind whistled, and the fighting skills roared. In the icy environment, some adventurers got drunk and took out their weapons to chop randomly, causing people to laugh and scold. The blood moon hung above her head. The scarlet eerie moonlight covered the earth. Amid the noisy voices, all fears calmed down and were diluted by the joyful atmosphere. Sushi looked at the girl who was becoming calmer beside him. The body hidden under the cloak was so empty that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine. She moved forward only by the control of her will. Sylvia never lacked courage. She had been fighting against the undead for many years. If she lacked courage, she would not do this. What Sylvia really lacked was the affirmation of her companions. Sushi tried to loosen his palm and let Sylvia move forward alone. Snapdash. His palm was clenched faster. Master Wizard, for your safety, please don't stay away from me. I will protect you for the honor of the Clawfield family, Sylvia declared solemnly, looking around with vigilant eyes, as if there was some terrifying enemy hiding. Sushi looked down at his slightly reddened palm. Sylvia, can you loosen your grip a little? I want to pick out some goods. Oh, sorry. Under the cloak, the girl said a lot of apologies, failing that she had lost the etiquette of the Clawfield family. Looking at Sylvia like this, Sushi smiled and helped her brush away the snow on the hood of her cloak. On the streets at night, there were bright torches everywhere. The rising fireworks seemed to ignite the surrounding air, so Sushi saw that Sylvia's eyes were illuminated together, which were deep green gems that were delicate and strong. You and the undead girl participated in the winter snow festival together. This is an ordinary festival celebration. You bought some food, seasonings, and low-level materials to prepare for a long journey. There was no invasion by the undead. No disaster from the sky. The celebration began and ended in peace. From beginning to end, there were no events worth mentioning. But with your help, the undead girl, who had a brand new look, stepped into the city of the living after a long time and successfully integrated into it. You think this can help Sylvia's mental growth? Winter is gone and spring is here. The thick layer of snow disappears in spring, replaced by a large area of light gray weird plants. Affected by the breath of the underworld, the wizard world as a whole is becoming necromancy. Looking at this scenery, you decide to start your journey again. The loyal crows of the underworld rush to your side, carrying you and Sylvia to a more distant spring is here. This year is the 7th year that Sushi has come to the wizard world, and his body age has reached 24 years old. The transformation of the soul drives the growth of the body. With the blessing of various spells, Sushi's lifespan has long exceeded that of ordinary humans. Even though his eyes contain the depth of the past, his body does not show any trace of time. Sitting on the back of the raven, looking at the gloomy sky ahead, in Sushi's eyes, the dead world is reflected. The destination remains the original goal and is still heading towards the center of the world. The journey is long, but there is no rush. You can first be promoted to a third ring wizard and study Sylvia's body. Reaching out to stop the wind, death energy gathers quickly, being stripped and extracted. This is part of the results obtained by Sushi after studying the girl's body from the perspective of a second ring wizard. Life and death, reincarnation is endless, both intertwined and eternal. Compared to the completely undead, Sylvia's body is obviously much more special, and it is easier to observe the existence of death. If the simulation ends now, I guess I can use the power of death better in the real world, instead of simply relying on Krisha's power. Sushi has always worked hard. Even if he is a freeloader, he will continue to improve his strength. This is the persistence of a cultivator, and also out of self-protection. Sushi often feels that there is something strange in the real world, which makes him tremble inexplicably. The promotion of a three-ring wizard requires the convergence of one's own truth. For a wizard, truth means cognition, thinking, and knowledge reserves. To converge the truth is to converge the self. The soul is materialized, and the path of the self is condensed into one. Only then can one have the qualifications to explore the truth of the world. Sushi pondered, mobilizing the power of the soul in the air, groping for the way to be promoted to a three-ring wizard. During this period, the undead girl wore armor, with her palms diagonally placed on the hilt of the sword, and guarded beside Sushi in an upright sitting posture. Her expression was solemn, as if she was doing something big. She sat there firmly, for a long time, and willingly. Sylvia, you can actually do your own thing, Sushi once said. But the girl's answer was firm. No, Master Wizard. I am your knight follower, and it is my duty to protect you. The emerald of the Clawfield family was so firm that Sushi could not refuse and could only acquiesce in her protection. Boom, boom, Boom. Until the muffled thunder of spring sounded. Under the influence of the reverberating thunder, Sushi exited the meditative state of the soul to avoid the flight of the raven. The first thing he saw was the familiar gloomy sky, and the slightly trembling figure of the brave. The wind and clouds changed color, the dark clouds rolled, and the eye-catching arcs twisted and snaked in the clouds, ferocious and eye-catching. There was also heavy rain, which was surging and spread to the entire sky, to ensure a smooth flight. Before leaving the town, Sushi arranged the defensive spells in advance. The seemingly empty dark raven was actually engraved with spells such as wind blocking, fire blocking, impact dilution, and poison gas shielding. No matter how strong the wind and rain outside were, it would not affect the people inside. But the brave man was still scared. Snap dash. Click dash. The trembling body caused the collision and friction of the armor parts. Sylvia's body trembled obviously, but she still sat beside Sushi, maintaining a protective posture. Sylvia, are you okay? Sushi raised his hand to release the spell. The sound from the outside was completely blocked. No matter how strong the wind and rain were, they all dissipated into nothingness. I'm sorry, wizard. After regaining her composure, the girl under the cloak sounded self-blaming to Sushi. It should have been me who protected you, but in the end, you helped me. Some guilt. Some self-blame. The girl felt that she had failed Sushi's trust and the honor of the Clawfield family. Don't worry, Sylvia, it's not a big deal. Sushi smiled. Light a dead mushroom to calm the girl's mind. Hey, but, Sylvia, it's normal to be afraid. Don't feel ashamed. Dark clouds came from all directions, surrounding the high-speed flying crow. The pale figure that swept across the sky at high speed was like a white meteor in the dark sky. Sushi's words interrupted the hero's confusion. Like a tiny stone falling into the water, it stirred up circles of delicate ripples. In this world, no matter how powerful a person is, there will always be something to be afraid of. Don't feel guilty about it, or feel incompetent. I believe that as long as Sylvia is willing to work hard, one day she will be able to face it calmly. Hearing this, the girl felt relieved. But she was curious about Sushi's words. Master Wizard, are you also afraid of something? Well, of course. What exactly is it? Sushi wanted to say something but stopped, and he felt that there were many things in his heart that fit the answer. He was afraid that the several supremes in his family would quarrel. He was also afraid that Li Wanchao, Anyu, and others would not live well. And afraid of another fancy truck attack. In the end, Sushi gave such an answer in a helpless tone. There are too many things to be afraid of. It's hard to finish. This answer was so unexpected. The undead girl was stunned. She thought that Sushi was mysterious and powerful, but Sushi personally denied this image, saying that he also had many things to be afraid of. Is that so? I understand what you mean, Master Wizard. It was very subtle. The face under the cloak was obviously the incomplete appearance that Sushi knew, but in that vague shadow, Sushi faintly saw that there was a beautiful girl smiling. White hair color, green eyes, shining like molten gold. Sylvia, are you laughing? No, Master Wizard, I'm not laughing at you. The girl waved her hands hurriedly, lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers in embarrassment, and said what was in her heart. I just feel I'm closer to you. Not the distance of the body, but the distance of the heart. It turns out that even the omnipotent wizard is afraid of something. Sylvia smiled slightly, and the corner of her eyes fell on the shadows below. It was a large piece of land eroded by death and left behind by the ravens. Since leaving Clawfield, Sylvia can no longer see familiar scenery and familiar areas. Everything she sees is a strange existence. She feels lonely and scared. But because Sushi is here, the timid undead can also pick up their courage. She is no longer alone. Thank you, wizard. Sylvia raised her head slightly and looked at the layers of soundproofing that Sushi had arranged for her. Then she turned her head. With her bright emerald green eyes, she stared at Sushi's figure. If I can help you, you can study this body at your will. You set out to leave the nameless town. On the back of the dark raven, you have a conversation with Sylvia. The noble girl who left her homeland seemed a little dazed. But after talking to you, the girl's daze disappeared. Sylvia expressed her gratitude to you, and said that as long as it was you, you could study her body. This is her promise to you and also her reward for you, even though you often feel that you haven't done anything great. Master Wizard, I'm ready. The brave Sylvia said she could take off her armor at any time. Her body is for you to study. In the 7th year of simulation, you are 24 years old, 2nd month. It has been more than a month since you and Sylvia left the town. You are still exploring the way to promotion to the 3rd ring, while Sylvia is quickly absorbing soul fire. With the help of your soul collector entry, the transformation process that should have been long was compressed into a very short time. You discovered Sylvia, who absorbed a large amount of soul fire, not only transformed her own soul and moved towards a 1st ring wizard, but also had changes in other aspects. Undead, skeleton, undead. These names are the current situation of the hero Sylvia. The pale skeleton, powered by the soul fire in the skull, drives the whole body to move. And now, some new changes have occurred. In Sylvia's skeleton body, the bones of the hero Sylvia are turning white. The bones of the hero Sylvia are hardening. The power of the hero Sylvia begins to increase. Master Wizard, I am. After discovering that something was wrong with herself, Sylvia quickly returned to Sushi's side. She explained the changes in her body to Sushi, In order to facilitate Sushi's observation, Sylvia took off her clothes and armor, so that the changed skeleton body could be presented more intuitively in front of Sushi. Sylvia, this may be. Sushi pondered. Recalling the undead illustrations he had seen in the White Raven Tower, he said seriously, this is a transformation and promotion. In the endless underworld, there are so many types of undead, and skeleton soldiers are only the lowest level of existence. As long as the soul is tempered or strong enough, the weakest skeleton, they can also grow into higher level races, such as necromancers, liches, dullahans, skeleton kings, etc. Sylvia's situation is special. She is called an undead, but she still has some human parts. Life and death are in an absolute balance. Faced with this situation, Sushi can't say for sure what the final result will be. The sudden situation of the brave Sylvia surprised you? You suspend the exploration of the 3 rings and focus your main energy on Sylvia, paying attention to her further transformation and growth to prevent accidents. The 4th month, Sylvia's soul fire absorption reaches the limit. With your help, her soul begins to move towards the 1st ring level, and even her body becomes abnormal. Will it evolve into a higher level undead? Or, will it restore its human body? You are guessing in your heart and paying close attention to Sylvia's promotion. The promotion is over soon, and Sylvia successfully becomes a 1st ring wizard, but her body has not changed at all, and she is still the original skeleton appearance, and half of her cheek. After careful exploration, you find that Sylvia's undead body has become more powerful than before, and also more friendly to death. These are all the changes brought about by the promotion. Therefore, Sylvia has terrifying explosive power that ordinary 1st ring wizards do not have. Sylvia thanks you for your full care, and thinks that this result is excellent. She does not want to change into other undead postures, and would rather stay the same. Master Wizard. What's the matter, Sylvia? Can you trouble me to teach me more witchcraft? Of course. Thank you, I will definitely use this power to protect your safety. Time passes again, and you begin to teach the 1st ring wizard Sylvia. From a wizard apprentice to a formal wizard, Sylvia's progress has slowed down. This is normal and reasonable. You unexpectedly discovered that Sylvia has become more adept at death and soul-related spells. 1st ring sorcery bone lightning. 1st ring sorcery force and speed amplification. 1st ring sorcery slowing, stepping, flashing. A swift figure rushed into the desolate forest. Holding the hilt tightly, the blade flashed, and with absolute power and smooth sword skills, he slashed out a long, bright silver sword light, cutting off the wings of a storm eagle. This is a native extraordinary species in the wizard world. Since the outbreak of the undead disaster, like other races, the number has become increasingly scarce. But just when Sushi landed to rest, this storm eagle suddenly rushed out and attacked with a wind blade. Sylvia, is it okay? Yes, Master Wizard. Sushi did not make a move, but gave this precious practical opportunity to Sylvia, who had just broken through the 1st ring. Sylvia completed it very well. Cleanly and neatly killed the monster. Well done, Sylvia, Sushi praised and nodded with satisfaction. Sylvia wrapped her cloak tightly around her, seeming a little shy. Time passes again. In the 8th year of the simulation, you are 25 years old. On the path of a wizard, after experiencing the passage of time, you finally have your own understanding. You begin to think continuously, and the thinker entry is taking effect. You have a general direction on how to advance to the 3rd ring. At this moment, you and Sylvia are riding on the Raven and have been traveling in the wizarding world for a long time. Mountains, lakes, extinct human kingdoms, struggling supernatural creatures. You have witnessed a lot and have come into contact with a lot. Those past experiences you have personally experienced have made you the ladder to the sky, and your soul has begun to sublimate along the ladder. In the 9th year of the simulation, you are 26 years old. You and Sylvia pass by a destroyed elven village. The interior is in chaos. There are traces of blood everywhere. You recall the strength of the elves, and have a clearer understanding of the power of the undead scourge. The destruction of this world seems to be a foregone conclusion. In the 10th year of the simulation, you are 27 years old. As time goes by, you witness the birth of more lives, and also the death of more lives. Your soul senses the intersection of life and death. The convergence of truth is greatly improved. You look at Sylvia beside you. She is still wearing a cloak, guarding you with a vigilant attitude. Unconsciously, you have become accustomed to Sylvia's protection. Sylvia, can I ask you for a favor? Yes, please. I am going to break through the 3rd ring wizard, and I may need your help to be vigilant in the next period of time. Please rest assured, I swear on the honor of the Clawfield family that I will never let anyone disturb you. The wind at dawn wiped the long silver sword blade. The ending tone was clear. It fully showed Sylvia's seriousness. In the 2nd year of the simulation, Sushi met Sylvia who saved the village. In the 6th year of the simulation, the dark tide of the undead broke out, and Sushi took Sylvia away from the lonely Clawfield territory. This year is the 10th year of the simulation. Sushi has known Sylvia for 8 years, and they have traveled together for 4 years. Time is unpredictable, light and silent. But after adding memories and the past, time will precipitate a unique weight. Every time you think back, your thoughts will fall, immersed in past memories again and again, and it is difficult to break free from them. Boom, boom. Sushi raised his hand and released a ring of dust clearing wind. The breeze raised the dust, cleaned up the desolate ruins. The wizard world is now full of such no man's land, and Sushi used it as a temporary breakthrough site. Thanks to the effects of the life and death intertwined and soul collector. Otherwise, my soul's improvement speed and the convergence of my own truth would not be so fast. The dark sun seemed to be stained with thick ink. Sushi could not see any light. Before the retreat, Sushi looked at the black sun and recalled the simulated experience of the past few years. He clearly remembered every little thing that happened during this journey, such as Sylvia's persistent sword training in order to become stronger, which caused her bones to be severely worn out, and she embarrassedly asked Sushi to repair them. At that time, Sylvia lowered her head. She was so ashamed that she didn't know where to put her hands. For example, 2 years ago, Sushi took Sylvia deep into the once famous monster mountain range. There used to be upper monster races and powerful 5-color dragon species living there. In the era when Sylvia lived, it was the birthplace of countless legends. Although it was eroded by the breath of the underworld, the monster mountain range was withered and desolate. But Sylvia was still happy, holding up the night sword given by Sushi, shouting the shameful slogan "Brave Sylvia, attack." It was very contradictory. It was Sylvia herself who shouted, but afterwards she curled up in the corner alone, saying that she was too shy to be heard by Sushi. Over the years, Sushi and Sylvia have been walking and stopping. I have seen the ruins of the kingdom and the demise of the wizard's power. The bones of the people are spread all over the ground, mixed with elves, orcs, goblins and other foreign races. It's like writing a true epic of a brave man. In this process, Sylvia followed Sushi, witnessing the bigger world together, helping those suffering people within her ability. Unknowingly, Sylvia has grown up and has undergone tremendous changes. Sushi looked to the right. The knight in grey-silver armor was standing quietly waiting. Then, "Sylvia, please. Please rest assured, Master Wizard." After many years, Sylvia's temperament has become much more stable, no longer as fragile as before. Rather than growth, Sushi thinks it is more appropriate to use recovery. The current Sylvia is a veritable Clawfield emerald. The perseverance in her eyes adds luster to the emerald gem. When she blinks, it's like ripples in the clear lake. Pure and flawless. 5 fingers stretched in the silver armor. When bending to hold the sword, the arc-shaped armor plates on the back of the fingers rose and fell like the phases of the moon, showing the beauty of metal magic tools. Elegant and beautiful. Accurate and courageous. She didn't need too much attire. With just the brown half-length cloak and the grey-silver armor, the incomplete undead girl looked quite elegant. Sushi smiled and said, "Well, I believe you, Sylvia. You have never let me down." After checking the sky and confirming that there was no possibility of thunder and rain, Sushi took out a spell book and handed it to Sylvia, who was a little confused. "Master Wizard, this is a trigger magic tool book with spells recorded in advance, which can help you block sounds and provide light." But I shouldn't need it, right?" Sylvia coughed lightly. She wanted to maintain her dignity as a knight. But when she met Sushi's calm gaze, she quickly retreated and honestly took the magic tool book. There was a slight sound of metal rubbing against the cover. The rustling sound was somewhat pleasant. Seeing this, Sushi walked into the depths of the ruins with confidence, ready to break through in seclusion in a quiet state. Sylvia stood quietly in place, holding the magic tool book in one hand and the knight's sword in the other, watching Sushi's back disappear at the end. Then her eyes moved down, looking at the magic tool book in her arms. Her eyes were soft. I only felt some rippling warmth. "Master Wizard, you are a good person." The girl once again gave Sushi a good guy card. The wizard system is similar to the magic system, but there are differences in essence. The key to magic is to control the elements with mental power, and then use the elements to pry the world and become the master of the world's laws. And the key to wizards is the soul, to learn, to upgrade, to transform, and the elements are just one of the directions of cognition. That is to say, the wizard is analyzing the essence of the world from the perspective of the soul. Until everything is gathered, the unity of knowledge and soul is achieved, and the eternal immortal is achieved. Deep in the ruins, the light is dim and difficult to distinguish. Sushi released a few wizard eyes to act as light sources in the ruins, providing himself with brief illumination. Then, the magic wand was suspended in front of him in a horizontal posture, constantly moving, depicting, and releasing multiple second ring-level auxiliary spells, such as eliminating noise, protecting the body, and calming the mind. Over the years, with the help of the soul collector, my soul has already reached its limit. What I really lack is the truth to converge on myself. Sushi held the magic wand lightly, sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly placed nearby. The understanding of the world, the logic of all things, and the thinking of oneself. Compared to magic, the wizard system values the independence of the individual more. Only by maintaining a clear understanding of oneself, different from the outside world, can we witness the wonders of the world from a bystander's perspective. Sushi sat quietly. In his mind, the real world and the explanations of the wizard world over the years, all about the third ring wizards, flashed quickly. For ordinary people starting from scratch, it is very difficult to converge on the truth. But Sushi is different. I have worked hard in the previous simulations and have already seen my true nature. What I have to do now is to combine the experience of the wizard world and gather the truth that conforms to the rules of the world. Sushi talked freely. With a smile on his face, the power of his soul stimulated all the spell runes. After so many simulations and eating so many free meals, Sushi himself is also growing. Erase. The spells engraved on the soul, except for the innate talent, all others dissipated. The soul returned to purity, but it became even more intense. Sushi's past, Sushi's experience, Sushi's thoughts, all turned into tangible things, and continuously merged into the pure soul. With the soul as the core, gather all the self and form a new perspective, independent of the vast world. This is the indispensable starting point for mortals to move towards immortality in the wizard system. The soul is burning. The body is becoming empty. Everything converges to one point. Sushi entered a state of mystery, his body and mind were light, and he gradually became indifferent to everything around him. It was a scene that was difficult to describe in words. His body was clearly sitting here, but he had a strong sense of being independent of the world, absorbing Sushi's cognition of the world, all kinds of indescribable extraordinary information. Finally, the soul transformed into a new perspective. In the wizard world, it is called spiritual vision. Sushi likes to call it observer's perspective. At the moment when the truth converges in the soul, the third ring wizard is independent of the world and has the qualifications to observe the essence of the world. If he goes one step further and becomes a fourth ring wizard, he can change from observation to influence. The fourth ring wizard can already be called a moving natural disaster, known as the storm of the sky and the wrath of the earth. But, in the current wizard world, are there really fourth ring wizards and above? After a long period of meditation, the wizard's eye, which served as a light source, had already dissipated on its own. In the darkness, Sushi slowly stood up, surrounded by boiling and twisted scenes, with earth and rocks shattering and breaking into powder, or metal deforming. When Sushi's soul returned to calm, everything was no longer affected. The spell runes that had been erased before returned on their own, turning into tiny traces on Canley's soul one by one. A three-ring wizard, a breakthrough? Whoosh. Sushi took a step and walked towards the door of the ruins. A strong wind suddenly appeared and swept violently behind him, blowing away all traces and dust. As a three-ring wizard, I have an independent perspective on the world. This is the transformation brought about by the promotion of the soul. It is also the growth of self-awareness. Now, my understanding of the spell has gone a step further. With the strength of the soul, I can easily destroy a party. From this, it can be seen that wizards of higher rings must have abilities beyond imagination. While walking, Sushi looked at the black sun again. The wizard world is very big, and even now, he still stays on the west side of the wizard world. Indirect. This also means that the wizard world itself has the ability to breed more powerful wizards. But in the years of traveling around the world, the highest-ranking wizard Sushi has seen is only a three-ring wizard. The forces that were once established by five-ring and six-ring wizards have disappeared inexplicably, or they have directly perished and become ruins. Have they all left the wizard world? Sushi guessed, and with the rise and fall of his steps, he had already walked to the door of the ruins. Here, a girl has been waiting for a long time. Master Wizard. She stood upright, keeping the sword guarding, until she saw Sushi's figure. She put the knight's sword back into the scabbard. Her face was incomplete, so her expression could not be seen. But when her bright eyes blinked, she could see that the beautiful soul was smiling. Welcome back. Sylvia faced Sushi and smiled softly. I'm back, Sylvia. Sushi walked to the side of the undead hero and walked away with him. The promotion of the three-ring wizard was completed. There was no need to stay where he was. Thank you for your hard work, Sylvia. You have been waiting for me. On the way, Sushi expressed his gratitude to the girl's guard. But the girl shook her head slightly. As your knight, this is what I should do. Then, Sylvia asked Sushi a question. Master Wizard, have you become stronger after your promotion? Well, it's pretty strong. Is that so? The gap between my strength and that of Master Wizard has also become bigger. Sylvia was a little depressed. But she didn't need Sushi's comfort, and soon cheered herself up, saying that she would work hard to practice and become stronger than Sushi as soon as possible. In that way, she could protect Sushi, give back Sushi's help to her. Sylvia, you don't have to be so serious. No, it's my duty to protect you. Looking at the elegant and steady undead girl, Sushi laughed a little and could only let her do what she wanted. The original Clawfield territory. Sushi took the girl away from the lonely quagmire, endowed her with the value of being studied. And now, Sylvia has added a new value to herself, that is, Sushi's guardian knight, giving back Sushi's kindness. Where will Sylvia's future go? Such a thought flashed through his mind. Even Sushi didn't know the specific answer to the question. Perhaps, after the end of this simulation, Sylvia, who is alone, will embark on the path of a legendary hero. The premise is that this world has not perished. Sylvia, stop for a moment. Sushi, who was about to go to the open area to summon the raven to fly, suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to stop Sylvia next to him. Are there any enemies, Master Wizard? Seeing Sushi's solemn expression, the hero instantly entered the combat state, drew his sword again, and looked around vigilantly. The blade was sharp and there was a faint light flashing, ready to slash forward, backward, left and right at any time. However, Sushi's eyes were not on the surrounding area, but raised his head and looked at the vast dark and gloomy sky. Sylvia, get behind me. That's not an enemy, but the disaster of the world. Sushi raised his hand, and the magic wand appeared again, blooming with unprecedented soul fluctuations. You successfully gathered the truth, gained a third-person perspective to observe the world, and were promoted to a powerful three-ring wizard. With your understanding of the wizarding world, The current 3-ring wizards are already at the top of the wizarding community. The middle level 4-ring, 5-ring, and even higher level 6-ring wizards have long since disappeared from the world, and no one knows where they have gone. During the White Raven Tower period, you had speculated about this, believing that wizards had either died tragically at the hands of their enemies or fled to outside the world. As a 3-ring wizard, you sense the powerful force surging in your body. You feel that wizards stronger than you are difficult to kill in large numbers. You are more inclined to believe that wizards will flee en masse and abandon the corrupted wizarding world. You come to the outside world and meet up with Sylvia Clawfield, preparing to maintain the original plan and fly to the plateau of the gods in the center of the world. But on the way, your soul warns you. You subconsciously look up and see the setting of the sun. It is a scene of destruction that would horrify anyone who sees it. The sky was overturned. In the gloomy sky shrouded in death, the pitch-black sun suddenly stopped moving, and like a human eyeball, it swayed slightly in the infinitely high sky. It seemed to scan the world. Then, the stopped pitch-black sun began to roll crookedly and fell towards the surface of the world. In countless worlds, the sun is a celestial body of high status. It symbolizes gods or represents the world. And now, the sun hanging high in the sky, with a dark and horrifying posture, crashes into the vast earth. Before it really falls, the majestic shadow covers all the mountains and seas. Sushi heard the final sound of the world's demise. Soul surged, magic wands waved, and a large number of magic tool books floated in the air and turned pages, releasing all available protective measures. Hua la la dash. Hua la la dash. What Sushi could not have imagined was that the fall of the dark sun was only the beginning. In the sky behind it, the weird blood moon also began to stagnate and shake. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time, opening the prelude to the destruction of the world. The surging sense of oppression reached the earth. So, the flowing clouds, the howling storms, the turbulent earth, and the rushing ocean all ushered in a brief stagnation. The world is silent. Sylvia, are you okay? Yes, Master Wizard, I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine too. I don't know how long it took. Everything in the world resumed its flow. The terrifying aura of the falling sun and moon was like an illusory dream, drifting away in the wind, without a trace. Sushi removed the protective spell, and recalled the previous situation, with a change of doubt in his eyes. Just now, he was ready to end the simulation. But the mighty fall of the sun and moon did not cause any substantial damage. It was like an illusion, sweeping across the sky and the earth at a high speed, disappearing without a trace. And Sushi put away his wand, raised his head slightly, looked at the blue sky that had returned to silence, and the blazing, bright and dazzling sun. Incredible, the sun has returned to normal. The sunlight was too strong. It directly dispelled the dead clouds above the wizard world. Shining, hot, and bright, there is no doubt that this is the real sun. What on earth is this? What happened? The black sun fell, the blood moon shattered. You saw the round dance of the sun and the moon. The black sun and blood moon, which symbolize the unknown, disappeared from the sky of the wizard world, and turned into a normal sun before your eyes. All the suffering and tragedy seemed to be far away at this moment. The blue sky, warm breeze. This is the first normal daylight in the wizard world since the underworld summoned it thousands of years ago. You don't know why, you just feel that the situation in front of you is too weird and full of unspeakable strangeness. Master Wizard, has the world returned to peace? Sylvia asked. The lively world made the undead girl very happy. The overly strong sunlight made her feel a little uncomfortable, and her undead body didn't like the daytime very much. But compared to the physical discomfort, the girl prefers this bright weather. No, I don't think so, Sylvia. Sushi looked at the girl next to him and set up a light-blocking barrier to prevent the girl from being burned by the sun. The girl was a little surprised and didn't understand what Sushi meant. The lifeless world has regained its vitality, and the sun has also returned from its dark and desperate posture to its former brilliant light. Isn't this a good thing? Facing Sylvia's confusion, Sushi looked at the sky and answered slowly. Sylvia, have you seen the sea? No, Master Wizard. The ocean is very dangerous, with ups and downs and surging waves, but in very rare cases, the ocean will become unusually quiet, and even the water level will drop significantly. Master Wizard, what do you mean? Sylvia. Sushi looked into the astonished green eyes. Quietly popularized, the calmness of the sea surface is not the true posture of the sea, but an illusion before the tsunami. The accumulation of water, the spread of energy, and the order of waves. The interaction of various reasons will make the sea on the shore extremely calm until the time comes, and the surging tsunami will destroy everything on the shore. Sylvia was stunned. She was stunned for a long, long time. She stretched out her hands, spread them out and held the warm light, feeling the bright warmth. I like it very much and yearn for it. Since becoming an undead, Sylvia has fantasized countless times that she could once again hold up the sun and greedily enjoy the warmth. But it's impossible. Reason tells Sylvia that the world she wants is no longer back. The suffering of the world and the outbreak of the undead will not disappear. Master Wizard, are you saying that this world is in a false calm before the tsunami? The wind blew, blowing the weeds at Sylvia's feet, shaking and shaking, making a slight sound. In the weird silence, Sushi nodded slightly. You can't be 100% sure that your guess is correct. But, looking at the blazing sun above your head, you can't believe the disappearance of the undead scourge anyway. At the same time, in your three-ring wizard's spiritual vision, you also sense that the underworld has not left. Looking at the jubilant undead girl, you choose to expose false hope, unwilling to let the girl immerse in false beauty. You know that if you have too high hope, you will face greater despair. Sylvia's performance is much better than you thought. After experiencing a brief loss, she quickly cheered up and said that she was fine and would not immerse herself in an illusory dream. After that, Sylvia asked you where to go next and whether to maintain the original plan. Master Wizard, are we still going to the Plateau of the Gods? We will go, but not now. The disappearance of the Black Sun and the Blood Moon makes you feel daunted. Many related speculations emerge in your mind. In order to avoid encountering any irresistible force during the journey, you decide to pause the journey. You plan to observe the specific changes in the wizarding world for a while to deal with the subsequent tsunami. At the same time, you, who have been promoted to a third-ring wizard, also need some time to learn the third-ring ritual. You found a higher mountain nearby. Prepare to stay on the top of the mountain temporarily and overlook the changes in the earth from a high place. Sylvia, let's go. Yes, Master Wizard. Sushi took a step. A light green gale rose from the bottom of his feet, carrying his and Sylvia's bodies, and flew quickly to the distant mountains. Tall and upright, barren, and rugged. The surface of the mountain was covered with hideous rocks, or protrusions, or potholes. Sushi flew all the way to the top of the mountain. It was at this time that Sushi, with his vision expanded, found that the top of the mountain was a flat area with large and small dilapidated houses. From the outside, it seemed to be an uninhabited village. When he traveled before, Sushi had seen countless similar examples. Either the invasion of the undead, or the lack of food, led to the overall demise of the village. Is it the same here? Sushi controlled the gale to let himself and Sylvia land steadily on the top of the mountain. He looked at the desolate and dilapidated scene, and then looked at the bright sun above his head, only to feel the alternation of cold and heat, and the clear distinction between life and death. Sushi didn't like the world that was destined to perish. Sylvia didn't like it either. The village in front of us is just a microcosm of a corner of the world. But as the underworld gets closer, one day, the whole world will be like this. Civilization no longer exists, the living are gone, and only the dead wander in the dead land. Master Wizard. Sylvia under the cloak suddenly said, if there is a chance, I want to meet the culprit who caused all this. Cut him with a sword. Sushi replied, take my share with you when the time comes. In order to observe the earth conveniently, Sushi plans to live near the edge of the mountain top. Take another step. The thick solace of the boots stepped on the gravel ground, accompanied by the sound of crackling, and the brave man beside him followed closely, fulfilling his duty as a guardian knight. The yellow wind penetrated the gaps in the dilapidated buildings, blowing the thatch away. Bricks were blown off. In the desolate and bleak village, only the footsteps of Sushi and Sylvia echoed, which was extremely deserted. The dry soil, even without a few weeds, seemed to have become a place forgotten by the world. And this was when the sun returned to normal. If it was a dark day, the scene on the top of the mountain would be even more terrifying. But it was in such an environment. Sushi and Sylvia met unexpected people, two poor farmers and old women with almost no life. Their expressions were first surprised and confused, then fearful and timid. Subconsciously, they wanted to kneel on the ground. Sushi reacted in time and used the wizard's hand to support the two old people and let them stand up again. What's going on? There are survivors here. You landed on the top of the nameless mountain with the undead girl, ready to wait for the changes in the world and remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing situations. In your heart, you silently plan how to improve your own strength and study the girl's body. The footsteps are crisp, echoing in the deserted village. You never thought. In such a dilapidated village, there are still humans alive, and they are two old people. Farmer Hansen, peasant woman Mina. Living in the territory of the Baron of Toriga. The nameless mountain you see is the former baronial territory. Once upon a time, this mountain and the land at the foot of the mountain were ruled and taxed by the Baron, but the wave of the undead became more and more turbulent, and the Baron died decades ago. The people in the village either fled or lived on the top of the mountain. Now, there is only the trembling old farmer and his wife in front of you, wearing torn coarse linen clothes. Their hands and eyes are flustered, and they keep calling you master and sir. You don't have to do this. I'm neither a noble nor a master. I'm just a wizard who happened to pass by. The attitude of the two old men was too humble. Sushi didn't feel it. He explained that the old men could just communicate normally, so the old men's names changed. Master Wizard. Sushi. Helplessly, Sushi could only comfort the two old men who were too scared over and over again. Let them rest assured that he was not here to collect taxes or rob anything. With Sylvia's persuasion. Finally, the Hansens calmed down. Although they were still a little humble, they were sure that Sushi was a good wizard and Sylvia was a good noble lady. They would not do anything to them, because according to experience, nobles with bad tempers, such as the former Baron Toriga, would whip them early. They would not explain patiently like this. Master Wizard, what are you here for? Farmer Hansen's temples had already turned white, his voice trembled, and he asked Sushi with courage. He carefully stated that if there was anything he could help with, Sushi could use him at will. As long as his wife Mina is not involved, you don't have to worry. Sushi looked at the vicissitudes of the two old men's faces, and then looked at the dilapidated environment around him. This scene reminded him of the people in King Newtown in the third simulation. Sushi comforted him slowly. I just want to live on the top of the mountain for a while. You don't need to care about me, just live the same as before. If you must ask for help, I have some questions to ask you. The world is dilapidated and the top of the mountain is desolate. The former bustle has long disappeared. The village of the past is left with only an empty shell. Sushi is very curious about how the two old men in front of him escaped the harassment of the undead and survived in the village until now. Faced with these questions, Farmer Hansen and Farmer Mina looked at each other. Their rough and humble faces were full of ravines left by the years. They were confused and didn't understand why the big man in their eyes asked these questions. But they still answered honestly. There is a natural spring on the mountainside, which is where the two old men get water. With the help of the spring, they barely grow some crops to maintain the most basic food. Because the mountain road was rugged and there were many rocks blocking the way, the souls who lost their will could easily fall from the mountain. The two old men did nothing and had a natural shelter. They were lonely for sure. They were also afraid. The only people left in the village at that time were the Hansen couple. They had thought about ending it all, end their own lives. But after thinking about it, they gave up. Because the two old men found that their lives were coming to an end, which was the limit of their lifespan. It was very subtle. Knowing that they were about to die, they lost their fear of darkness. The Hansen couple agreed with each other to live the last period of time peacefully, in the lonely world with only them, waiting for death to come. At this point, the two old faces with long weather and wrinkles showed a little smile briefly. So that's it. Sushi slowly stood up. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the nameless mountain he chose casually. It was very small. Not great at all. But Sushi felt that in today's wizard world, there should be few people who can be happier and more satisfied than the old man in front of him. They are in a dark world, but they are walking on the road of light. At this point, Sushi's doubts were all solved. Looking at the old man's face that was scarred by the years, he said goodbye to them. Thank you for your answer, and I wish you happiness. Sylvia, let's go. On the way to the edge of the mountain top, Sylvia was particularly happy. The bright emerald eyes have replaced the broken face, expressing all the emotions. Master Wizard. The story of Grandpa Hansen and Grandma Mina is so touching. After several years of travel, the brave warrior who has become much more stable seems to have returned to her teenage years, constantly praising the love story of the Hansen couple. Well, it is indeed very touching. Sushi smiled. He could understand Sylvia's joy. The wizard world now is too heavy and depressing, with killing and being killed everywhere. It is indeed very gratifying to see the existence of the Hansen couple. Arriving at the edge of the mountain top, Sushi held the magic wand in his hand, and the soul power swept out, using the mountain rocks as raw materials, combined with the uninhabited houses in the village, to reset and reshape. Rumbling, wood and stone collided, like building a huge building block. A moment later, a temporary workshop stood on the peak. The rock that had been beaten by wind and rain formed a rough and uneven stone wall, which was stacked layer by layer, and it was a little thick in the sun. The overall structure is divided into 3 layers. They are used for training, rest, and life respectively. That's about it. Looking at the workshop he built, Sushi nodded slightly. Although it is not as good as a real wizard tower, it is enough for temporary residence. Now I have been promoted to a 3-ring wizard. It's time to prepare to build a wizard tower. Sushi took Sylvia into the workshop, placed their belongings one by one, and put the extraordinary materials, wizard instruments, data books, etc. in order. Soon, the empty temporary workshop became compact and dense, no longer so deserted. Master Wizard, the armored girl scanned everything in the room, and couldn't help but wonder, how long will we stay here? Sylvia still remembered. Sushi's goal was the plateau of the gods. He wanted to explore the truth behind the dramatic changes in the world. I don't know the answer to this either. Sushi looked at the bright world outside the door. The overly bright sunlight made him subconsciously stare for a long time. Sylvia, it is very dangerous to act rashly without knowing the impact of the changes in the world and what they are. We may stay here for a long time. It may only be a few short days. When the world changes and we have more information, it will be time for us to leave. Sushi said slowly. The gentle voice tells a simple and easy to understand truth. Sylvia thought, so that's it. I understand what you mean, Master Wizard. Click, click. Sushi and Sylvia walked up to the 2nd floor. The stone stairs were stepped on by the knight's iron boots, gently sweeping away the dust in the air. Sushi took out a space ring, which was a prop he picked up from an abandoned wizard tower when he traveled around the world. Now it serves as Sushi's portable warehouse. While arranging the workshop, he said to the undead girl beside him, Sylvia, during this period of time, I will practice the 3-ring technique and study other things at the same time. Your task is to absorb more soul fire and strive to master the key to the materialization of soul power, so as to break through and be promoted to a 2nd-ring wizard. I understand, Master Wizard. Sylvia followed behind him, keeping Sushi's words in mind. Obedience. It is the quality that research materials should have. Loyalty. It is the virtue that knight followers should abide by most. All along, Sylvia felt that she was a fake hero, but at least, she was competent for the identity of research materials and knight followers. With the help of Sushi, she gradually got out of the darkness and faced the dazzling light again. Master Wizard, is there anything else I need to do? The fake hero wanted to be needed more. She followed Sushi. She took the initiative to mention it to Sushi, saying that she could be ordered around at will. Sushi just smiled and said, "No, Sylvia, you can do what you like the rest of the time." The green eyes blinked blankly, reflecting Sushi's face and figure. The skeleton body below. It was tightly covered by armor. People who don't know the truth would only think that inside the armor, there is a young and lively body, not a pale and empty skeleton. "Sit down, Sylvia." Sushi took the girl to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was empty, with nothing, and there was no plan to put anything there. In the overly silent atmosphere, only the sunlight was pouring down, falling on every texture of the stone house, and falling into the girl's emerald eyes. Blinking slightly. The crystal emerald has an extra layer of crystal brilliance. It is a warm gold. The 3rd floor of the workshop is an open design, where you can sit on the edge of the open space, overlooking the scenery of the world outside the mountain, and better observe the changes in the world. Sushi walked forward and sat down at the edge of the 3rd floor. Then he patted the seat next to him, motioning the girl to sit next to him. "Yes, Master Wizard." Sylvia slowed down her pace and sat down next to Sushi, folding her hands and placing them flat on her thighs. This distance is tantamount to being closer to the outside world. As expected, the bright sunlight penetrated the clouds, and rays of light fell on the armor on the body, making it reflect light, dazzling and blinding. After noticing this, the girl quickly pulled up her cloak, lest the reflection of the armor irritate Sushi's eyes. Sushi wanted to say that this was not necessary, and that he, who had been promoted to a 3-ring wizard, could already ignore these tiny lights. But looking at the girl's cautious movements, he couldn't help but change the words that were on his lips. "Thank you, Sylvia." Expressing gratitude to the girl for her kindness, the girl's eyes became brighter after receiving the words of thanks. Being needed, being affirmed, being thanked. This is what the girl wants most in her heart. Sushi understands that feeling, and that is why he wants Sylvia to rest more. "Sylvia, you have worked hard for the past 4 years. Master Wizard, I should be the one thanking you. I didn't do anything. Haven't you been doing it all the time?" The sun shone all over the earth, like golden sand, gently covering every gap in the stone bricks. The stone shadows were mottled, oblique and long. Sushi recounted the achievements of the hero. In addition to the body research that was agreed upon at the beginning, Sylvia also killed many undead and saved people in distress many times. She also provided timely assistance when Sushi needed it. She was on guard against malice for Sushi. Sushi was grateful for such a Sylvia, so he wanted Sylvia to do more things she liked and relax appropriately. The life of a hero. The life of Sylvia Clawfield. It can be more exciting. But the green eyes were a little confused. The girl had become accustomed to following Sushi. For a while, she couldn't think of what she could do. "Sorry, Master Wizard, I can't think of it." Sylvia shook her head at Sushi. "Is that so? Then wait until you figure it out." Sushi didn't force her, but smiled gently. The reason why he brought it up was to make Sylvia feel more comfortable. For things like this, just let it go. "By the way, Sylvia, give me your hands." "Yes, Master Wizard." The girl raised her hands lightly. The gray-silver armor covered her bones, but the once shiny armor had already become mottled after countless battles. There were dense scratches and it was obviously worn out, especially on the 10 fingers. The internal phalangeal joints could be vaguely seen. Damaged things need to be repaired. Otherwise, they will lose their original meaning. The undead Sylvia must rely on the cover of armor to walk normally in the wizard world and come into contact with people. For this reason, any gaps that may expose her identity need to be made up in time. "Sylvia, it may be a little itchy, just bear with it for a while." "Okay, Master Wizard." Sushi gently held the girl's hands. With his own 3-ring level soul power, he went deep into the armor magic tool, and at the same time mobilized the materials in the space ring to repair and adjust it. In the process, the soul power inevitably touched Sylvia's bones. It caused an itchy friction. But Sylvia was very serious and did not show any abnormality to disturb Sushi's repair work. Sizzle, sizzle. The sun was shining brightly, becoming more intense than ever before. Then it took a sharp turn for the worse. The sky became lighter, turning into a soft orange sunset, lightly falling to the ground. The invisible and colorless soul power was touched by this sunset, decomposing and disintegrating pieces of extraordinary materials, delicately filling the damaged parts of the armor. The silver light flickered very brightly, like a dreamy group of stars. Sylvia remained upright in silence. She sat and watched from a close distance. Sushi gently held her wrist with a gentle gesture, and repaired her armor bit by bit, drop by drop. At this moment, such an idea popped into the mind of the undead girl. Now she has neither skin nor flesh and blood, and the armor is her only external image. So, from another perspective, the gray-silver armor is actually Sylvia's skin at this stage. Is Sushi, who repaired the armor, the same as touching her skin? Sylvia blinked blankly. Not long after, with the soul of a 3-ring wizard and his own skilled skills, Sushi completed the repair of the armor and updated the auxiliary spells on the surface. After trying to trigger it a few times and confirming that the operation of the spell was fine, Sushi nodded slightly. "How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable, Sylvia?" Listening to Sushi's question, the girl stretched out her hands in front of her eyes, and with the help of the faint light of the setting sun, she turned them over to check the exquisite details on them and the spells that were patiently engraved. The surface of the metal was silver and shiny. As the sun set, a beautiful halo appeared. Beautiful, beautiful. Sylvia couldn't help but raise her hands above her head, and with her remaining green eyes, she stared at every piece of silver armor on the back of her hands, which were colorful creations of the heart. She witnessed Sushi's repair throughout the whole process. Very gentle and careful. The creator's intentions seemed to fall into the wearer's emerald eyes along with the sunset. The face was incomplete. The body was empty. But deep in the eyes, there was a soft glimmer. I like it very much, Master Wizard, your skills are still so exquisite. The girl expressed her gratitude to Sushi. To observe the changes in the world after the fall of the Black Sun and the Blood Moon, you choose to stay on the top of the mountain. Wait for the real storm to come. For this reason, you built a temporary workshop and prepared to stay for several months or even a year. This is not a meaningless waste of time. After breaking through the third ring, you need time to study the corresponding techniques to improve your actual combat effectiveness. At the same time, you also want to transform the body of the Dark Raven to further increase its speed. On the second day after the workshop was built, the Hansens came to visit. You have emphasized many times that you are not a lord or a noble, but the two old men discussed for a long time and still decided to send some gifts. Wild fruits, wild vegetables, and crops grown by themselves. At the door of the workshop, Sylvia and the two old men were in a stalemate and resolutely refused to accept the gifts brought by the old men. After watching for a while, you choose to accept the gift. The Hansens smiled and kept thanking you, as if they had put down their heavy hearts and finally turned around and went home. Master Wizard, why? Sylvia, sometimes, acceptance can express kindness better than rejection. Listening to your words, Sylvia vaguely understood something. Brave Sylvia benefited a lot. Brave Sylvia felt ashamed. Brave Sylvia learns from you. Master Wizard, compared to you, I really have many shortcomings. Early in the morning. The second day when the sun became normal. Although the time was short, the wizard world has changed a little. Dewdrops sparkled like gems, dripping on the tender green grass buds, and the mountains were looming in the mist, making it difficult to see the overall appearance. The first floor of the workshop. Sylvia was making a fire, lighting the Cordosong magic wood that had been prepared in advance. Her way of lighting the fire was a little strange. She swung the sword at high speed. It cut out eye-catching and hot sparks. Sylvia, those are just some trivial life truths. What you lack is just time. After saying that, Sushi looked at his own hero with some doubts. Sylvia, what are you doing? Master Wizard, among the gifts brought by Grandpa Hansen and Grandma Mina, there is a kind of fruit that I know. I want to make it delicious for you. Sylvia answered honestly. Click. The sharp knight's sword cut off a piece of wood and cut it into a sharp stick. The stick was inserted with fruit. 1, 2, 3, until it was full. The hero Sylvia held the stick in her hand, lightly touched the hot flame, and slightly roasted the fruit on it. Not long after, a bunch of fruits with a charred surface and emitting thick heat were placed on the dining table by Sylvia. It made people silent. Sylvia. Sushi was about to say something but stopped. Yes, I'm here. The brave man who finished the baking work stood beside the dining table. About this, how should I eat it specifically? You can eat it directly. The baked sandy fruit is a rare delicacy. I believe you will find it very novel after eating it. Listening to the girl's hopeful tone. Looking at the overly rough and bold baked fruit in front of him, Sushi pondered for a long time and finally decided to take a bite. Wizard Master, is it delicious? Well, maybe I don't know how to appreciate it. Faced with Sylvia's sudden whim, you find it difficult to refuse the kindness and give a very tactful evaluation. The sun is shining, everything is revived, and vitality is flourishing. Only Sylvia is full of loss. You modified the evaluation and said that the taste of the baked fruit is actually okay. Sylvia's mood has recovered. Sylvia, did you bake it like this before? No, Wizard Master. In the past, the chef at home helped to bake it. Sushi chewed the bitter flesh expressionlessly. He thought he knew what the problem was. Sylvia, promise me that you will only cook dishes you are familiar with next time, okay? A brand new life has begun. You are addicted to seclusion and cultivation, unable to extricate yourself. You continue to think, the thinker entry is taking effect steadily, and you begin to study the unfamiliar three-ring ritual. Every morning, you will fly outside in a circle to observe the changes in the outside world and the real-time direction of the sun and the moon. At the same time, you will receive greetings from the brave. Good day, Master Wizard. On the empty mountain top, Sylvia repeated the swing of the sword again and again. Her movements were precise and correct, and her momentum was very sharp. Witnessing such a scene, you feel that the undead sword saint has taken shape. The sun is bright, the moonlight is white. The overly normal world makes you feel a little relieved, although you know that the beauty in front of you will not last long. Death, war, destruction, separation. This world has too much chaos. You can't help but think. Eyes this beauty in front of you from the last light of the world. The first month of living on the top of the mountain. The world is peaceful and leisurely, and no special events have occurred. In your observation records, as the sun and the moon have returned to normal, the wizarding world has begun to regain some vitality and is no longer so desolate. The faded stained glass windows reflect the dazzling sunlight. The moss spreads silently, grows tenaciously in the ruins of the village, and breeds some weak slime individuals. The Hansens are frightened by this. You cleared the slimes, and in addition to having sufficient research materials, you helped the two old men set up defensive spells to prevent them from being harassed by monsters. For you, this is just a trivial matter. But the two old men's expressions are full of astonishment, and then they shout you Master Wizard in a more trembling voice. You sighed and persuaded the Hansens again so that they don't have to do this. Finally, with your efforts, the Hansens no longer call you Master. They choose to call you Master Wizard like Sylvia. You look up at the sky, a little silent. I think it's at least better than Master. Master Wizard, the world is so quiet now. A soft and delicate voice, through the vibration of soul fire, simulate the timber before birth. Its owner, sitting at the door of the first floor of the workshop, staring at the beautiful scenery outside in a daze. Since the underworld was summoned, the wizard world has lost the meaning of the 4 seasons, and is only divided into the season when it snows and the season when it does not snow. It should be hot in the hot summer. Through the shining of the dark sun, it is lonely and gloomy. But now, the summer sun, like a golden gauze, returns to the earth again with scorching heat. Sylvia watched from afar. The leaves flashed green light in the sun, swayed in the wind, and flapped slightly, revealing the tiny insects inside. This was a very common scenery. Now it has become a precious miracle. Sushi closed a thick book, followed the gaze of the undead girl, and also looked at the green trees and red sun outside. The beautiful world is always quiet, Sylvia. Because of this, it is more fragile and disappears easily like a dream. It seemed to echo Sushi's words. Outside the door, the summer world was even quieter, so quiet that one could hear the warm wind blowing through the trees, the rustling sound of leaves. Sylvia closed her eyes gently. She stretched out her hand through the workshop door. Although there was a layer of armor between them and she had no flesh and blood, she seemed to have returned to 1,000 years ago by the rustling sound in her ears. Her family was still there. The beauty was still there. Everything remained the same as it was. Without being too obsessed, Sylvia opened her eyes again, and in the quiet afternoon, she stood beside Sushi and murmured to herself. It was a good dream, Master Wizard. The voice was very soft, taking away the echo of the dream. The second month of living on the top of the mountain. The sun is still shining brightly. You still haven't observed any useful changes in the world. Your understanding and development of the 3-ring spell has entered a critical stage. Using your automatically promoted innate talent as a sample, you have successfully locked in several directions. You work hard and use the elemental techniques in the magic world to develop the 3-ring elemental spell. You are in a very happy mood. Sylvia sees your joy and asks if she can make a hearty dinner. You agree to this proposal, but reject the existence of roasted fruits. The bonfire in the fireplace rises and burns, releasing a trace amount of light and heat, boiling the clear spring water in the copper kettle. With the click of the lid, you brew yourself a cup of fireweed tea. At the same time, you light a dead mushroom for Sylvia. In the evening, one of you holds the hot tea, and the other holds the lit mushroom. Together, you stare at the bright full moon outside and discuss how long it will take for it to disappear. Master Wizard, I have absorbed all the soul fire you gave me, but what? I can't materialize my soul power and break through the second environment. Take your time, Sylvia, there is still a lot of time. Hey, but I only have 1 ring, so I can't help you, Master Wizard. How could that be? Sushi smiled. My experiment can't be separated from Sylvia. If I don't have Sylvia's help, I will be very distressed. The undead girl looked at the moon outside. She held the burning mushroom lightly in her hands, close to her face. Let the soul fire feel the fragrance more closely. I understand, Master Wizard. I will wait for your summons and offer this body at any time, she said softly. Due to the cover of the mushroom, Sushi could not see Sylvia's eyes. That should be a deep and bright green color. Use the magic book to record the changes of every morning and evening. Beside the fireplace, fresh monster meat is sizzling. The rugged rocks and old wooden beams present shadows of varying lengths in the alternation of sun and moon. The shadow of the sun gathers on your fingertips. That is the time that passes silently. As time goes by, the number of 3-ring spells you master increases, and you begin to become a qualified 3-ring wizard. At the same time, you begin to study the promotion experiment of the Dark Raven. You feel that you must have a faster flying speed in future travels. You look out at the distant land from the top of the mountain. There are grass and trees growing, and flowers swaying. The dreamy and beautiful scene often gives you a weird feeling that a storm is coming. You decide to keep waiting. The 3rd month of living on the top of the mountain. The passage of time will dilute everything equally. Farmer Hansen and Farmer Mina were the only residents of this mountain. They were wary and afraid of your arrival, but now, that fear has long since disappeared. Master Wizard, Miss Sylvia. The 2 old people are no longer trembling, but are interacting with you with normal smiles, and from time to time they send you vegetables. Every time, you will gladly accept them. Afterwards, various accidents are created so that the 2 old people can pick up enough food to make up for the kind gift the world is sinking. The dead are resurrecting. Monsters are rampant. In such a world, what should ordinary people do to survive smoothly? Even if they are really alive, should it be considered happiness or misfortune? Watching the backs of the 2 old men leaving, looking at the arms supporting each other, Sushi felt that for the Hansen couple, it should be considered happiness. In the desperate and cold world, the two old men had been afraid for a long time, from being afraid of teenagers to young people, and from young people to old age. At the end of life, they can finally abandon that fear. In the precious last time, face the world calmly, live a peaceful life as before, and wait for the end of the end. Master Wizard, if it is not enough, we will send more next time. Right in front. The two old men with silver hair suddenly stopped and turned to Sushi and said, "Okay, thank you." Sushi smiled. Respond to kindness with kindness. The term of life and death was triggered automatically, and Sushi's perspective changed. He saw two souls, shining with light in the faintness, and smiling happily. While living on the top of the mountain, you became friends with two old men. They were born ordinary, and will return to being ordinary. You saw the weakness buried deep in their souls. Perhaps it won't be long before the Hansens die of old age. As long as you are willing, you have many different ways to extend their mortal lifespans. But the two old men didn't want to do that. After looking at each other uncomfortably for a moment, they made the choice they had already decided on, saying that they just wanted to spend their last moments in peace. In the sunshine, the farmer and the woman walked hand in hand, their shadows lengthening as the distance passed. They are walking on the road of light. Ordinary, but happy. At your feet are the melons and vegetables sent by the old man, which are also stained with a golden halo and lie silently in the scorching sun. The 4th month of living on the top of the mountain. After observing the world for a long time, you finally noticed the changes in the world. The brightness of the sun has decreased compared to before, and at the same time, the number of slimes breeding on the top of the mountain has become increasingly scarce. The sound of the wind is shrill, like the howling of ghosts. The howling storm brings the breath of nature from afar, and you smell the familiar air of death from it. Is it finally coming? On the 3rd floor of the temporary workshop, Sushi looked down at the earth from a high place. On the vast land, the vibrant scene began to wither, the flowers and plants lost their color, and became listless. This is certainly due to the arrival of autumn, but more importantly, it is the air of death that has repermeated the air. Sushi stretched out his hand and gently grasped it. The surging soul power turned into an invisible big hand, pulling the strands of death from the sky and finally gathered in the palm of his hand. This growth rate. It seems that there are only a few months of calm time left. Looking up slightly, Sushi's eyes looked at the sun, which was still bright red. That heat, that light. Perhaps it will turn into pitch black cold again. We need to speed up the transformation of the dark raven and upgrade it to a dark fire raven, or switch to a bone dragon. Although I can fly, I can't do other things. It's always more convenient to have a mount. The voice of self-talk echoed on the 3rd floor of the workshop. The future silence was whispered. You noticed the changes in the world, which was a sign of the deathly silence returning to life, and then from life to extinction. After a rough calculation, you judged that when winter comes this year, the world will become the deathly silence of the past, one step closer to the underworld. The opportunity to leave the mountains has appeared. In order to arrive at that moment, you invest more time in the transformation and promotion of the Dark Raven and the completion of your own skills. During your retreat, Sylvia took over the operation of the workshop, including the contact with the Mason couple, which was also her responsibility. Sylvia, who was born in a noble family and had been exposed to affairs since childhood, managed everything in an orderly manner and did not make any mistakes. Grandpa Hansen, Grandma Mina, let me do it. The world in autumn turned into a warm color of orange and yellow. The fallen leaves covered the path, covering the small gravel along the way, silent and deep. Only when the wind blows, the fallen leaves on the ground will fly in the wind, revealing the true appearance of the path, allowing people to distinguish the specific direction. Today, the two elderly people brought a lot of melons and vegetables again. The astonishing number made people wonder whether they had sent all the food stored in their homes. After politely thanking and accepting the food, Sylvia was worried about the two elderly people, afraid that they would fall while walking. So, in the soft sunlight of autumn yellow, the brave Sylvia took the initiative to help the two elderly people back to the village not far away. How can this be? Miss Sylvia. Faced with Sylvia's support, the farmer and the farm woman were a little panicked. They waved their hands to refuse. But Sylvia comforted them softly again and again. Finally, the two elderly people agreed to accompany them back to the village. Miss Sylvia, you are such a kind person. You are the best and kindest person. God will protect you. The Hansen couple were born in an ordinary family. They have been farming on the land all their lives. They don't know how to praise or read people's expressions. They can only express their gratitude to the girl with clumsy words. The illusory God is the most reliable belief in the hearts of the old people. They prayed to God and blessed the kind and brave girl. They even blessed Sushi together, hoping that the kind wizard would live a long and safe life. Click, click. The feet stepped on the path. Every step they took would always break many dry leaves. With the crisp sound, Sylvia supported the two old people and gradually approached their home in the village. It was the only house that remained intact among the many ruins. Soon, the destination was reached, and Sylvia gently released her hands. Grandpa Hansen, Grandma Mina, we are here. Thank you, Miss Sylvia, the two old people thanked gratefully. Excitement was revealed on their faces. They felt that it was a great honor to be supported by Sylvia to walk a distance. Looking at the expressions of the Hansens, Sylvia was a little dazed, remembering that in the Clawfield territory 1,000 years ago, people also called her Miss Sylvia. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind was so strong that it made the clothes flutter. Sylvia subconsciously pulled her cloak tight to prevent the cloak from being blown away. The howling wind was so loud that it seemed to roll people up. After a while, the wind disappeared. Sylvia loosened her hands and said goodbye to the two old people with her face wrapped in bandages and only one eye left. Then, it's time for me to go, Grandpa Hansen, Grandma Mina. It was a bleak and cold autumn day, and everything was silent. The face was a little fragmented, but the eyes were full of tenderness, which made the two old people a little dazed. After sending the two old people off, Sylvia returned to the workshop alone. She continued to condense her soul and practice sword skills. She longed to complete the materialization of soul power as soon as possible and be promoted to a second ring wizard, so that she could better help Sushi. Miss Sylvia, your face. Is it injured? The next day, Sylvia opened the door of the workshop. The two old people came again with many items. In addition to food, there were also some uncommon herbs. Grandpa Hansen, Grandma Mina, what are you doing? The outline of the trees gradually became clear in the morning light, and the shadows of the leaves were mottled. The girl looked at the two old people in a daze. After some inquiries, she knew why the old people did this. Yesterday, the Hansens saw Sylvia's face wrapped in bandages and her hands tightly grasping the cloak, and they felt that Sylvia was so worried. Miss Sylvia is a good person. Maybe we can help. The old man, who didn't know the truth about the undead, fiddled with the herbs he picked, trying to help Sylvia heal the wound on her face. Tick, tick tick. The breeze blew, and the morning dewdrops fell to the ground. In the fragmented and pleasant sound, Sylvia finally came to her senses and smiled to refuse the kindness of the two old people. Grandpa Hansen, Grandma Mina, thank you for your kindness. But my situation is a bit special. Recalling a long time ago, people were afraid of themselves because of their identity as ghosts. The girl paused. She did not tell the truth that she was a ghost. Instead, she found a reasonable explanation. She said that her face had been disfigured in a fire, burned, deformed and ugly, and because of the long time, there was no possibility of repair and restoration. Therefore, although she was very grateful for the kindness of the two old people, but the herbs sent were of no use to her. Hansen, so that's it. Mina, poor Miss Sylvia, you must have suffered a lot. Sylvia's explanation was very successful. The two old people believed her words and no longer insisted on sending herbs. But at the same time, the old man's turbid eyes revealed a deep pity for Sylvia, thinking that Sylvia, who was disfigured by the fire, was too miserable. After that, Sylvia received more gifts from other aspects. Some were sweet wild fruits picked by the old man. Some were snacks made by herself. As if treating her as their own granddaughter, the two old men who were nearing the end of their lives kept caring for Sylvia in a clumsy way. Master Wizard, these things. Take them, Sylvia, this is the old man's heart. The undead girl was a little at a loss. She subconsciously looked at Sushi. With Sushi's warm encouragement, she accepted the kindness of the two old men and did not refuse those simple gifts. The morning light slowly opened the curtain. The night opened the home of the stars. The sky of the wizard world showed a light blue-purple color, which was the intersection of light and death, and gradually transitioned to the darkest transformation. Sushi's strength gradually improved, and the transformation of the Raven of Hades also produced results. During this period, Sylvia's soul materialization also had a significant breakthrough, and her relationship with the two old men became more harmonious. Occasionally, when talking with the Hansen couple, Sylvia would fall into a trance of the past. Miss Sylvia, the old woman's name, always reminded Sylvia of the time thousands of years ago, the expectations and pride of her parents, the care and concern of the servants, the admiration and respect of the people. Those eyes, those voices, it seemed to have crossed the long years and appeared before her eyes again. Miss Sylvia, the kind voice of the peasant woman Mina interrupted the recollection of the dead girl. White hair, wrinkled and warm, the skinny hand gently held Sylvia. You are so pitiful. Looking at Sylvia's face, the old woman felt pity for it. She felt that such a kind Sylvia deserved a better life, instead of being forced to wrap up with a broken face. It's okay, Grandma Mina, I'm used to it. The autumn sky seemed particularly high and far. The sun gradually became cold, but the girl's voice revealed warmth. After experiencing countless hardships, she did not follow the old man's words and felt how pitiful and helpless she was, but smiled softly and said that she had long been used to it. Grandpa Hansen, Grandma Mina, I am not pitiful because I have the wizard to help me. The wizard. Oh, yes, there is also the wizard. Under the girl's puzzled gaze, the two old men looked at each other, and their turbidity, which was precipitated by time, revealed a bit of smile. If it is Miss Sylvia, it should be possible. Miss Sylvia is a good person, and the wizard is also a good person. I really want to see that day, old man. But we don't have enough time. The brave man blinked blankly. The wind was faint, and a few autumn leaves were blown off the treetops. The brave man subconsciously caught them. Although he didn't use any strength, the dead leaves broke easily between his fingers, withering and dying. It is the eternal melody of autumn. At the same time, the intensified dark vortex in the sky is also a sign that the underworld is getting closer. The wind is rising and the clouds are surging, the sun and the moon are disordered. You patiently wait for the changes in the world. Finally, in the last moments of late autumn, you see the darkness of the world and the undead storm that sweeps again. The tsunami has arrived. The layers of darkness swallowed up all the colors in the world, including the remaining light of the sun, leaving only the dark and twisted black sun. Silence, wailing, and fury. In your observation, the wizard world is extremely distorted, and the truth of the world is crumbling inch by inch the last ray of light. In the world. It will make the dark world return to light and beauty. Then, when the world overdrafts the last remaining warmth, what will happen to the fragmented world? At this moment, Sushi witnessed the answer to the question with his own eyes. The surging dead storm connected the sky and the earth, madly destroying everything of the living. More undead creatures. More dead environmental changes. The world is heading towards a more distorted direction. Everything, all of which symbolizes the world's demise. Is that so? The countdown has begun. Sushi flew out of the top of the mountain, overlooking the distant land from the air, calmly watching the changes in the world. As time goes by, this change will become more and more drastic, until the wizard world is completely swallowed up by the underworld and becomes a part of it. If you still want to explore something or study something, setting off now is the best choice. Otherwise, wait until the world dies. There will be no chance at all. Is it 100 years? Or, is it 200 years? Sushi silently calculated the time when the end of the world would come. He somewhat understood why wizards above the fourth ring left. Such a world is indeed not suitable to continue staying in. It is too boring. And too dead. Master Wizard, are we leaving? No, wait a little longer. The good times are over. The warm sun is no longer there, the bright full moon has disappeared, the black sun and the blood moon are hanging high in the sky again, spreading celestial terror equally. The slimes on the top of the mountain collapsed on their own, eroded and annihilated by the breath of death. The weeds in the cracks of the bricks withered and turned dark yellow, losing their tenacious vitality. The world is silent and noisy. The seemingly silent world is echoing the wailing of heaven and earth, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking. You vaguely observe that the endless underworld is eating the wizard world. It's time to leave. The time node you have been waiting for has arrived. The world returns to silence, the astonishing impact is perfectly absorbed by the mountain, and with the help of the mountain under your feet, you avoid a wave of world shock. At this moment, it is the time to leave as you planned in advance. But in the face of Sylvia's inquiry, you shook your head and looked towards the village. There, two souls are about to wither, with a faint breath, hanging the last breath of the old body. Following your gaze, the undead girl vaguely understands something, and her eyes become dim. Master Wizard, can't we do something? Sylvia, they are very happy, so all we can do is bless them. Sushi looked at the world outside the mountain. It was silent, as if there was no nothingness. Only the heavy darkness was spreading. You decided to stay longer on the mountain. On the first day of your stay, the Hansen couple walked slowly and brought you a lot of melons and vegetables. You stood at the door, still as before, smiling and accepting the old man's gift. The brave man stood beside you, forcing a smile to hide his inner sadness. Thank you, Master Wizard. Thank you too, Miss Sylvia. The two old people smiled in the same way, with a pure and happy smile. Obviously, many gifts were sent, but they thanked Sushi instead. Thank you Sushi and Sylvia for appearing in their last moments and bringing them precious companionship. Sushi took the melons and vegetables from the old man and felt that they were a little heavy. On the second day of your stay, the Hansens once again sent a lot of melons and vegetables. They were very tired. Their faces were a little pale. The breath of life was almost gone. You accepted the gifts from the two old people again. They smiled happily and brightly. Their wrinkled faces, which were full of traces of time, stretched out in front of you. On the third day of your stay, you waited at the door as usual, together with Sylvia, waiting for the arrival of the two old people. Autumn went and winter came. Winter came quietly. In the light breeze, snowflakes fell all over the mountains. It was not a holy white color, but a gray tone that symbolized despair and tragedy. You breathed in the snow and felt the bone-chilling cold. You understood that there was no need to wait anymore. Whoosh! The cold wind whistled and rushed into your nose. Sushi walked out of the workshop, and a chill kept rushing into his lungs, turning around and turning into white mist. The dark sun was high in the sky. Everything was submerged in the snow. Master Wizard, should we continue to wait? No, Sylvia, it's our turn this time. Sushi looked at the cold world, and finally took a step, heading towards the village. The brave Sylvia followed behind him, and together they crossed the narrow path, stepping on the shallow snow layer until they stopped in front of the simple hut. Low, dilapidated. The wall was uneven, with traces of many repairs. The wooden door was wide open, and the wind and snow kept pouring in, making the door crackle. In the past, someone would repair it again and again. In the future, no one will do it anymore. In front of the door of the wooden house, two chairs were placed flat and very close to each other. Made of rough wood, half tilted and half crooked, it seemed that it was built by someone with poor craftsmanship, just right for people to rest on. Sushi watched. The two faces with ravines and gullies, like paper crumpled by time, showing the precipitation of years, smiling peacefully at this moment. Holding hands. Lying close to each other. Their faces were frozen by the low temperature, and their bodies were covered with a light layer of snow. The spark of life has been extinguished, and there will be no ups and downs, and no one will jump. Except Sushi and Sylvia. No one will care. In a corner of the world on the verge of extinction, there are two old people who passed away peacefully, and no one will know how happy their expressions were when they left. In the cold and silent winter, Sushi raised his hand and dug a large grave in the open space in front of the house with the elemental spell, then gently wrapped it with the power of the soul. Wrap the bodies of the Hansen couple together. Let them still keep the hand-holding posture and be buried peacefully in the grave. Good night. Sushi said goodbye softly. He stood in the wind and snow, and once again manipulated the elemental spell to slowly fill the empty grave. This is why he continued to stay. In a desperate and cold world, the bodies of the two deceased elderly people could only be left exposed, and no one else would help bury them. Sushi had a good impression of the Hansens and did not want to see such a scene, so he let the elderly rest in peace before leaving. The wind and snow were still spreading. In the white world, 2 tombstones were quietly formed. Good night, Grandpa Hansen. Good night, Grandma Mina. There was sadness in the deep green eyes. Sylvia squatted down and gently stroked the surface of the stone tablet, feeling the rough texture and the names of the 2 elderly people engraved in relief. The wind roared like a beast, but the silence in her heart isolated everything. This was not the first time the girl faced separation. She was strong. She could bear the pain brought by separation. But being able to endure separation does not mean that you like it. Sylvia looked up at Sushi, her tone blank. Master Wizard, will every deceased person go to the underworld? Sushi nodded. The underworld is the destination of all souls. Souls with strong consciousness and unfulfilled wishes will become undead under the influence of the laws of the underworld. Souls that died in the undead state and pure souls will wait for rebirth together. The Hansens are happy. They died without regrets. This kind of soul is the purest and will directly enter the endless underworld of reincarnation without suffering the distortion of undead. After knowing this, Sylvia crossed her hands and clenched them, silently speaking to the tombstones of the 2 old people. Trembling. Blessing. I hope that the Hansens can have a good next life. After doing all this, she turned to face Sushi, her expression a fragmented forced smile. I'm sorry, Master Wizard, I seem to have wasted too much time. I should have been stronger, but I didn't do that at all. I'm too immature. I'm really sorry. It's obviously a good thing. Grandpa Hansen and Grandma Mina are smiling so happily, but I feel sad. The hollow skeleton tried its best to smile, her eyebrows were slightly curved, but there was a touch of crystal tears. Empty eyes. A sad and smiling expression. Trembling shoulders. She tried her best to smile, but every part of her body revealed only sadness. Gray snowflakes fell from her armor, brushed against the cloth wrapped around her face, and lightly hit the half of her intact cheek, soaked with a biting cold. Smiling. Sad. Shattered, helpless and pitiful. With rippling eyes, she looked at Sushi and apologized. She said that she was too immature. Not only could she not smile and bless, but also showed a sad expression, unable to reassure the 2 deceased elderly people. Sushi walked forward, reached out and gently brushed away the snowflakes on the girl. Sylvia, you have done very well. In this world, not only those who face parting with a smile are qualified to be called strong. Sushi's voice was very soft, melting in the wind and snow. Plain words, without any power, but attracted the bewildered people. Parting is a sad thing. No matter how you whitewash the blessings, you can't change the essence of sadness. Sad because of parting. Crying because of parting. It's normal. Not only those who say goodbye with a smile are considered strong. Those who walk towards tomorrow with sadness are actually just as strong, and can even bear more. Sylvia, you have done well enough all along, Sushi said softly to the undead hero standing next to the newly built tombstone. It's not just about today. There are also things in the past. From ending the pain of her parents with her own hands, to facing the darkness alone, and struggling to survive in countless malice. The girl has experienced enough, too many to count. She is not a useless fake hero. She is a helpless and resolute brave who still moves forward with a bruised body with countless sorrows. Master Wizard, thank you. Clawfield's emerald is still sad. She can't let go of the death of the 2 old people. But this time, she is not as afraid and lonely about parting as before. There is a figure beside her, always accompanying her, blocking the howling wind and snow for her, and walking with her on the road to tomorrow. Grandpa Hansen. Grandma Mina. Standing in front of the tombstones of the 2 old people. Sylvia prayed again. I hope that the happiness of the dead can continue to the unknown next life. After doing this, Sylvia turned and looked at Sushi. Master Wizard, what should we do now? The cold wind blew violently. Snow and fog rolled. Sushi stood, staring at the tombstone quietly for a moment, and finally moved to the dilapidated wooden house not far away, helped to clean up the house. The old man is no longer in the world. The door of the house was wide open, crackling and creaking in the wind and snow. Maybe it won't take a few days. This door will be torn apart by the cold wind. Then gradually, the whole wooden house will rot and collapse one day. Sushi knew that this was inevitable, but at least now, he wanted to keep the wooden house for a while. No other reason. It was just because the wooden house was one of the few things that the Hansens had that could prove that they had existed. Let's go in, Sylvia. Sushi walked in front. A magic wand appeared in his hand. Using basic 0-ring and 1-ring magic, the house was simply repaired and reinforced. Yes, Master Wizard, the brave followed behind, also using his own strength to reinforce the 2 old men's houses. In the process, the 2 also sorted out the old man's belongings. Not much. A few scattered fruits and vegetables. Old clothes full of patches. Various homemade simple furniture. Sushi used the wizard's hand to gather and organize all the items, and then put them on the dustproof spell. One day, these items will naturally decay over time. But that is enough. What Sushi wants is not to be destroyed by the wind and snow now. After doing all this, Sushi stood in the house, scanning the simple decorations and sorted items around, and nodded slightly. It seems that nothing is missing. We should leave, Sylvia. Yes, Master Wizard. Walk out of the door. Close it and reinforce it with your own hands. Step back a few steps to make the whole wooden house appear more in sight. Shabby, ordinary. Just like what Sushi saw when he first came to the top of the mountain. At that time, the two old men looked timid and afraid, calling him Master Wizard. Sushi was troubled by this. But now, he no longer needs to be troubled. Parting is such a heavy word. Sushi looked up at the sky. In the dark sky covered by wind and snow, a huge shadow was approaching quickly. The nether fire was rising. The bone wings were wide. It was a nether fire crow that was transformed by Sushi and had superior strength and speed. It crouched, its huge body clearing the snow, and bowed its head waiting for Sushi to come forward. The change of the world has come. It's time to restart the journey. Sushi closed his eyes slightly, quickly calmed down, and walked towards the Hellfire Raven with Sylvia. The Hansen couple had reached the end of their lives. The two old people died happily without any regrets. Accordingly, there was nothing that Sushi cared about on the mountain. Next, let's continue to the God's Plateau. With the support of the flying speed of the Hellfire Raven, we should be able to go much faster than the planned schedule. Sushi thought silently in his heart. He walked to the front of the Hellfire Raven. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound came from behind. Crack dash. Crack dash. It was like a mixture of ice and frozen soil, which was constantly scratched by 10 fingers and tirelessly dug upwards. Sushi was very familiar with this. Sylvia was even more familiar with it. It was the sound of the undead moving. Dead transformation. Sushi turned around suddenly. His expression was first surprised and unbelievable, and then gradually turned into suppressed anger. Farmer Hansen, Farmer Mina. The souls of the two old people have gone to the underworld. This is a happy ending. Hand in hand to die, without regrets. But now, there is a grey death aura, constantly falling from the dark sun above, infecting the dead old man's bones. In the end, the old man's body was constantly desecrated and turned into a pure monster. Sylvia, beautiful Miss Sylvia. Ah, Master Wizard. Sylvia, occupying the body of the deceased. A brand new monster was born from it. The bloody bone hand broke through the tomb soil, with a hideous and distorted familiar face, and roared hoarsely at Sushi and Sylvia in a blasphemous manner. Even if the soul dissipates, the body still cannot rest. Is that so? The approach of the underworld and the collapse of the wizard world have completely distorted the laws of this world. Sushi looked up, looked at the cold sky, and slowly turned to the two monsters that crawled out of the grave. Winter is so cold. The anger in my heart is so high that it is difficult to extinguish. The deceased. I should have said goodbye to the world happily. But in front of me, the world was madly desecrating and playing with the body. Sylvia, who witnessed all this, had her eyes trembling violently, revealing a strong sense of sadness. Sushi was ready to kill the two monsters born of blasphemy, but Sylvia took the initiative to step forward and drew the knight's sword. Master Wizard, please, let me do it. Sylvia. Miss Sylvia. Beautiful Miss Sylvia. The cold wind howled, rolling up the snow waterfall. The two monsters seemed to be unaccustomed to the body. They staggered, bloody, showing a brutality that the original owner of the body did not have, roaring and rushing towards Sylvia. Every shout, every stampede, will make the brave man's body tremble. Sylvia, is it okay? Yes, I'm sorry to make a willful request, but please believe me. Then, I'll leave it to you. Thank you, Master Wizard. The silver-long sword was tightly grasped by 5 fingers. Excessive force caused the sword to tremble constantly. Sylvia Clawfield took a step, holding the long sword in her hand, and took the initiative to walk towards the two hideous figures. I'm sorry, Grandpa Hansen, Grandma Mina. Please forgive me. As the distance got closer, the hoarse voice of the monster became clearer. Those were the words that the two old people often said to Sylvia when they were alive. And now, every time Sylvia heard it, the steps under your feet will rush faster and step heavier. It is impossible to forgive. It is impossible to forgive such a kind and amiable elder. Even death cannot be peaceful. The sad emotions are mixed with the flames of anger. It completely burns everything. I will not allow you to continue to blaspheme the dead. The sword blade is shining and flashing. The undead hero once ended the pain of his parents with his own hands. Such sadness cannot be dissipated no matter how long it has passed. Sushi considered this. He wanted to take action directly. However, the hero did not want to do this and did not want to escape the expectations of the deceased. Unable to face the remains of the two elderly people being desecrated, he chose to turn a blind eye and deaf ears. The anger in his heart rose, and finally all gathered on the sword blade. Why is this world so painful? Even the slightest happiness has to be destroyed. Why is this? One ring witchcraft death G strengthening. One ring witchcraft bone lightning. One ring witchcraft force speed increase. One ring witchcraft sharpness enhancement. One ring witchcraft wizard's hand. First ring witchcraft, soul glimmer. At this moment, Sylvia abandoned all thoughts and released the spell attached to the blade at the maximum limit. It was like running light. It was eye-catching and shining. Tear, and cut a long-lasting light mark in the dark world. The wind and snow stopped. Only the sword continued to move forward. In the intense sorrow, with swiftness, she killed 2 new undead monsters. This was natural. The living corpses born from the desecration of the dead bodies were weaker than ordinary skeletons, and could not be stronger than the first ring Sylvia. But after the sword light dissipated, Sylvia also fell to the ground. She could no longer hold the hilt of the sword, lost all her strength, and her soul fire was disordered by the impact of emotions. Sylvia, someone came and helped the undead hero up with both hands. The string of reason finally broke. The incomplete face was twisted into a collapsed sadness. The hero cried so hard that he choked up, and threw himself into the arms of the only person he could rely on, crying out all the sorrow that was suppressed in his heart. Sushi lowered his eyes and patted Sylvia's back gently. In this way, he comforted the sad hero. When you restart your journey, you encounter a special event. Even though their souls fly into the underworld, the bodies of the Hansens are still undead, transformed into zombies that desecrate their remains. You realize that the speed of the world's demise has accelerated. More breath of death. More distorted world laws. From now on, the wizarding world will become more deformed, until it is completely swallowed up by the underworld. Sylvia, who killed the zombies with her own hands, cries sadly in your arms. Even without a normal body, the sadness is still clearly visible. Since Sylvia has exhausted all her strength, you can only hold her and gently place her on the back of the Hellfire Crow. When you leave the mountain, there is a sound of wind humming in your ears. Ups and downs, like the gentle whispers of an old man, bidding farewell to and thanking the traveler who is about to leave. 3 days after leaving, Sylvia broke away from her weak state. The previous battle seemed to be the last push for her breakthrough. Second ring wizard, breaks through in an instant. Sylvia, who has been promoted to the second environment realm, has the possibility of becoming stronger. But she did not show any joy, she just sat beside you, silently for a long time. Sylvia, are you unhappy? Master Wizard, Facing Sushi's question, the undead girl shook her head dejectedly. The Hellfire Crow flew at high speed, flying over the plains and mountains at high speed. Every time it flapped its wings, it would stir up more turbulent wind and snow, and sprinkled blue hellfire along the way. Like a meteor, it flashed and disappeared. You can see that the girl is in a bad mood. You tell Sylvia that the monsters that were killed were not the real Hansen couple, but the undead spirits that occupied their bodies and resurrected from them. Although in order to destroy the monsters, the bodies of the 2 old men had to be destroyed. But only by doing so can they rest in peace. After listening to your advice, the hero was deeply touched and came out of his depression. Thank you, Master Wizard. I will not be confused anymore. Sylvia looked down at her hands, as if she had made up her mind and gradually clenched them. Facing the hero who had revived, you nodded with relief and felt very energetic. You have a clear goal. Control the Hellfire Raven to fly to the Plateau of the Gods. That is the place where the gods gather in ancient legends, and it is also the center of the wizard world. You want to go there to observe and feel the invasion of the underworld up close. At the same time, since you traveled, you have explored many abandoned wizard towers. You gradually understand the construction structure of most wizard towers. The Plateau of the Gods, located in the center of the world, gathers more wizard forces. You think you can get information from it and improve the final blueprint of the wizard tower. Fly. Endless flying. The size of the wizard world far exceeded Sushi's expectations. He was very glad that he chose to transform the Dark Raven and let the tireless undead serve as a mount. Otherwise, it would be impossible to travel long distances. It is said that wizards above the 4th ring have the ability to interfere with space, and with the help of magic tools or special creatures, they can achieve a similar effect of teleportation. It's a pity that I have just broken through the 3rd ring now. To be a 4th ring wizard, there is still a long way to go. Sushi calculated silently, looking down at the land below from a high altitude. Dark, desolate, and silent. Since the return of the Black Sun and the Blood Moon, the environment of the wizard world has become more gloomy and terrifying, and the peace that people have tried hard to maintain is about to break in the face of a more turbulent wave of undead. On the way, Sushi and Sylvia also took action. But it was useless. When mortals eat, they use their teeth, tongue, and throat. But when the world eats, it is the pressure of rules, laws, and order. As time goes by, Sushi becomes more and more proficient in using his spiritual vision, and sees more changes at the world level. That is the transformation of tangible things into intangible things. The cycle of life and death is forcibly overturned. The wizard world is like a small boat, barely running with a trembling and shaking posture. In comparison, the size of the endless underworld is astonishingly large. It is not a larger warship, but the surging ocean itself. Infinite expansion. Infinite extension. Just a corner of the shadow cast in the chaos. It slowly devours the wizard world. When this small boat falls completely into the deep sea, at that time, everything in the wizard world, whether it is rules or creatures, will be assimilated by the endless underworld. Even if there are living people who survive by chance, what he faces is no longer the familiar hometown, but the twisted and hideous world of the dead. Master Wizard, this world, is there really no way? The soul fire jumps. Under the cloak, Sylvia, wearing armor, asked in a lonely tone. She is a dead soul who has died once, a deceased person who is not affected by the underworld. Even if the underworld devours the wizard world, she will not be affected. But the girl is kind-hearted. She can't bear to see people suffering like this. In such a dark and cold world, living is a pain, and death can't be relieved. Maybe, Sushi replied. With a wave of the magic wand, the whistling fire dragon rushed to the dead forest on the earth, burning a large number of dead souls to ashes and saving a group of fleeing people. No one stayed to listen to the excited thanks of the people. Sushi controlled the Hellfire Crow and flew to the center of the wizard world again, flying through the black sun and blood moon. Nothing is impossible in this world, especially the extraordinary world. The strongest has the ability to define everything. But unfortunately, Sushi is only a three-ring wizard. Under the premise that the entire wizard world is fleeing, he has no ability to save the world. There are only two ways out for Sushi. Either stay here, abandon your identity as a living person, and become a necromancer, or escape alone and go to a safe plane world. Sushi stared at the doomed sky. From that gloom, he reached out and gathered a ball of death energy. Compared with when he left the mountain, the concentration of death energy in the world has doubled. I don't want these two choices. Sushi loosened his palm. The death energy that lost its restraints once again floated to all parts of the world. The blood-red moonlight mixed with the weird illuminated everything on the earth. It was a desperate scene with corpses lying everywhere and the living weeping. The dead could not rest in peace. The living could not live. Whether staying in such a hell or choosing to escape, Sushi felt a heavy chest. He didn't want to be a hero or a savior. It was just simple. He wanted to help the two old people and the Hansen couple whose bodies were desecrated, and vent his anger on this hideous and twisted world. Sylvia. Yes, I'm here. Remember to sharpen your sword. When we find the murderer, we will chop him many times. Yes. Sylvia is uneasy about the changes in the world. Facing the dark scene of rivers of blood, she feels sad and angry, and the sword in her hand never stops. The hero asks you, is there any possibility of saving such a world? You can't give the hero the answer he wants. Such a natural disaster is beyond your ability. 4th-, 5th-, and 6th ring wizards can only choose to escape. How can you, who is only 3 rings, solve the dilemma? You begin to recall the goal of this simulation. Study death and study the soul. Thanks to Sylvia's obedience and the special nature of the life and death entries, your research is going very smoothly. You are confident that when you return to the real world, you can better control the power of death. You are quite satisfied. But you don't want to end the simulation. You want to explore the world more, make yourself stronger, and find the real murderer behind all the tragedies. You want to kill him. This is the main reason why you have always wanted to go to the plateau of the gods. You think that you can find some useful information in the place where wizard forces are most concentrated. In the 11th year of the simulation, you are 28 years old. The corruption of the world is accelerating, and you meet more undead. They are not only the resurrected dead, but also the undead creatures from the underworld. You are calm. You are a powerful 3-ring wizard, also proficient in the field of undead. Although not as good as the 4-ring wizard with the name of natural disasters, your strength is enough to ignore the existence of ordinary undead. In the 12th year of the simulation, you are 29 years old. The corruption of the wizarding world is still accelerating. You and Sylvia pass through a destroyed kingdom, with a dark yellow river flowing inside, illusory, carrying vast souls in the distance. You educate the girl. That is the soul river flowing in the endless underworld, connecting the depths of countless planes of life. Under normal circumstances, the soul river cannot be seen in the wizarding world, but because it is about to be swallowed by the underworld, this strange sight appears. You step on it again and again, moving forward again and again. It was as if the story in the novel had come true. Sushi and Sylvia rode on the Hellfire Raven together, flying over countless ancient countries and ruins, witnessing the steepness of the mountains and crossing the turbulence of the sea. Master Wizard, please don't look at me. When the thunderstorm came, Sylvia would still curl up with her head in her arms, shaking. Sushi smiled softly and put on a sound-blocking spell for the undead girl to help her get through the unbearable thunderstorm. Master Wizard, please use my body. During the rest time, Sylvia would consciously take off her armor and let Sushi study her undead skeleton to further explore the mystery of life and death. The night was silent, and the hero's mutilated face revealed an empty beauty. Master Wizard, please drink some water. Master Wizard, thank you for the undead mushrooms you prepared for me. Master Wizard, thank you. Brave. Fearless. Be strong in silence and swing your sword in anger. Sylvia followed Sushi, watching the world's decline with her only remaining eye, and accompanied Sushi forward. In the 14th year of the simulation, Sushi was 31 years old. The outline of the plateau of the gods finally appeared in the distance. Master Wizard, is that the center of the world? Well, to be more precise, it was the center of the world in the past. Sushi stood up from the back of the Hellfire Crow, looking up, waiting for the distance to get closer. The soul power surged, and he performed a long-distance observation spell to magnify the blurry scene of the plateau of the gods. Sushi was slightly stunned. What came into view was not the prosperous wizard civilization. Instead, it was the horrified and trembling remains of multiple bone dragons. In a twisted and concave posture, it crashed and exploded and destroyed most of the buildings on the plateau of the gods. The wizards are the leaders of the wizard world. They control the truth and play with the rules. However, in the distant ancient times, the rulers of the world were gods born from nature, and the place where they gathered and ruled was the center of the world. It is also known as the Plateau of the Gods. Powerful wizards are not inferior to gods, and even surpass them. Conquer, suppress, kill, and subdue. Wizards rise in the world and transcend the world. Legendary wizards who have been promoted to the 7th ring will explore the endless plane in order to go further. And wizards below the 7th ring choose to take root in the wizard world, and breed more wizards in the slow accumulation of knowledge and time. This is the history of the wizard world. It is also the origin of the Plateau of the Gods, as a symbol of the wizard civilization conquering the gods. Middle and high-level wizards often build wizard towers here to form a core sphere of influence. And now, it has entered destruction earlier than the outside world. The sky and the earth are dark, cold, and desolate. Blood thunder streaks across the dark clouds. The storm sweeps the earth. It seemed as if a great force had fallen, easily destroying everything on the plateau, destroying everything, ruining everything, leaving only a mess. The bone dragon with great power, or the 6-ring wizard tower that suppressed an entire country. The pinnacle of the world that could be described with the most words. In a rotten and dilapidated state. It appeared in front of Sushi. He was stunned and could not recover for a long time. After years of trekking, you finally arrived at the center of the world, the Plateau of the Gods. Before coming here, you had many guesses. For example, the mastermind behind all these tragedies is hiding here. Or maybe the middle and high-level wizards who disappeared are hiding here from the invasion of the world. Your guess is wrong. There is neither a mastermind nor other wizards here. What there is only desolation and ruins all over the ground. You are shocked and confused. With incredible confusion, you go deep into the interior of the plateau and search for useful information with Sylvia. You are lucky, the seemingly deserted Plateau of the Gods still has some information. Although the handwriting is intermittent and the items are incomplete due to the long time, you continue to think and infer some information. You realized later that the special ritual to summon the underworld is not still going on, it has ended long ago. The falling of the sun and the moon that you witnessed with your own eyes is actually a sign that the ritual has been completed. The mastermind has achieved his goal. That was a super powerful person who reached the limit of the 6th ring, who designed and guided the collision between the two worlds, using the death of the wizard world as a seesaw to reach the road of the 7th ring. He succeeded. The world began to fall, and powerful wizards who did not want to become undead fled this world one after another. The end of destruction is already doomed, and there is no longer any variable. The middle area of the Gods Plateau. Sushi took Sylvia and flew all the way to the top of the stable ruins, overlooking the bricks and tiles under his feet. It was hard to imagine. It was one of the building materials of the 5-ring wizard tower and the 6-ring wizard tower. Although it was expected that it might be a ceremony to promote the wizard to the 7th ring, when it was really confirmed, it still felt unrealistic and illusory. The whole world, all living beings, all became victims. Sushi squatted down, gently grabbed the gravel on the surface of the ruins with his palm, rubbed it and felt the texture. The 7th environment is the pinnacle of the wizard system. It symbolizes the comprehensive convergence and unity of truth, soul, life, and death. In such a realm, it is extremely difficult to break through by yourself. So, someone took a different approach, using the destruction of the entire world and the fate of hundreds of billions of living people to gather a path to immortality. This path is so terrifying. Except for wizards of the 4th ring and above, other beings are destined to be buried with them. Humans, elves, goblins, orcs, warcraft, dragons, goblins, slimes. Intelligent or not, all things and phenomena ushered in a peaceful demise, silent, and were forcibly erased of emotions, self, and thinking, becoming unintelligent undead. Life is so cheap. Sushi stood up. The palm holding the gravel slowly loosened. With his eyes lowered, he watched the flow of the gravel, watching the scattered sand slide through his palm and fall into the wasteland, making sparse and subtle sounds. Sushi didn't like this approach. The brave man beside him also couldn't agree. Master Wizard, I can't accept such a reason. The voice was hoarse, suppressing grief and anger. Sylvia could not accept that the origin of all the misfortunes and tragedies was just someone wanting to become stronger. The transformation of her own body into the undead, the desolation of her family's territory, the cries of her parents, the desecration of the remains of the Hansens. Too many misfortunes have happened on Earth. The memories of those misfortunes are dripping with blood. It ticks at everyone's feet, reminding them of the sadness of the past over and over again. Sylvia could not accept it, could not accept that these painful tragedies were born for no reason just because someone wanted to become stronger. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. A girl who grew up listening to stories about brave men. In front of this bloody fact, her body trembled. Not out of fear, but out of anger. She looked at Sushi, her soul fire was too agitated to simulate any sound. But Sushi heard it. The cry from the depths of her soul. She asked Sushi for help, cried to Sushi, and her collapsed spiritual world could only rely on Sushi to barely hold on. Sushi reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from her green eyes. The truth is too ironic. The heavy burden that the girl carried, the source of countless tragedies in the past, was just the work of others. The love of her parents, the care of her family, the respect of her subjects. The beautiful past turned to ashes. Everything, including the destruction of the world, was just because someone wanted to become stronger. Sylvia couldn't accept such a reason. She couldn't accept that the fate of the world, the life and death of familiar people, were disordered and distorted because of this reason. You understand the anger, but you know that incompetent rage is useless. The mastermind has become a 7-ring wizard and has completely left the wizarding world. No matter how angry you are, it will not affect him. What we need to do now is to focus on the present. Make further plans. The world is about to be destroyed, and now that the number of undead is skyrocketing day by day, you must strengthen your strength to protect yourself in future disasters, and bring heroes to chop down the mastermind. You were silent for a long time, and decided to collect things from the ruins first. The wizards evacuated urgently. In the collapsed wizard tower, there are still many usable items and fragmentary records of information, which can be of great help to you who are only in the 3rd ring. Sylvia, do you remember what I said before? It's easy to endure the darkness, but it's hard to face the light again. Walking on the ruins of the plateau, Sushi and Sylvia walked hand in hand. The emotionally broken hero could no longer control his body to walk normally. Only when Sushi led the way by hand could he follow and move forward together. She didn't know why Sushi asked the question. His eyes were dark and empty. I remember, Master Wizard. His steps paused briefly. Sushi passed by the ruins of a wizard tower, cleaned and searched with the hands of a wizard, and put all the well-preserved items into the space ring. There was wind and sand blowing, and it was blocked by an invisible shield. The cold black sun hung high above the head. It further highlighted the despair. In contrast, the dim dark green eyes still had a little fluctuation. You said, Sylvia said in a hoarse voice, people who stay in the dark for a long time will not be able to adapt to the world under the sun. Sushi nodded and affirmed Sylvia's answer. When the eyes adapt to the darkness, they will be stung by the appearance of light, so it is very difficult to face the light again. Master Wizard, I can do it. The dim eyes responded. Its owner wanted to prove himself. Sushi smiled and continued to lead the armored bone hand, gently leading it to the deeper plateau ruins. Sylvia, it is admirable to have the courage to face the light, but that is far from enough. Sometimes, the darkness is too desolate, and we can neither see the light nor find a way out. The voice paused slightly. Sushi looked back at Sylvia behind him, and the dead world behind Sylvia, as if she understood something. Sylvia looked at Sushi. Master Wizard, is there no other way? The dark world was so desperate that the brave man's hand holding the sword began to tremble. Sushi led the brave man. Once again, the familiar warmth was passed to the undead body of the brave, Sylvia. Sometimes, in fact, there is no need to persist in finding light. People who yearn for light are also shining themselves. Although it is weak, it is real. Sylvia, I believe that one day, you will break this deep darkness. Sushi said slowly. There was trust in his voice that never changed. Encouraging and affirming, let the sad brave stand up again, instead of immersing in the sadness of the past. The dead are gone. The suffering that has happened cannot be reversed. But now, the brave can try to save the future with his own hands and avoid more misfortunes. Wizard Master, I can't do it. But I believe in Sylvia. The voice of a person seems to really give strength. Sylvia, who was suppressed by grief and could hardly breathe, gradually had a light in her eyes. It was a combination of fresh sorrow and tiny strength. Sylvia didn't believe in herself. But she believed in the wizard who believed in Sylvia. The emerald of Clawfield shone again because of the existence of the wizard. The painful truth and the desperate world dealt a heavy blow to the hero, but because you were by his side. So the hero regained his courage. With the help of Sylvia, you collected items from the ruins much faster, and there were many precious items, including manuscripts of high-level wizards, usable extraordinary materials, etc. The skeleton of the bone dragon that lost its soul fire also became one of your storage items. Half a month has passed. You have cleared all the valuable items in the ruins of the wizard tower on the God's Plateau. The hero asked you where to go next. Master Wizard, what should we do next? There are two main reasons why Sushi went to the God's Plateau. One is to find the mastermind. The other is to contact more wizards. After field investigation, Sushi concluded that the mastermind behind the promotion to the 7th ring had already left, and the high-level wizards also fled collectively. Today's wizard world is fragile and pitiful. The strongest creature is only 3 rings, and can be swallowed up by the underworld at any time. Therefore, Sushi must choose a path. Or wait for the world to perish and transform into a necromancer. Or escape from the wizard world and go to a safe plane. The front and back of the coin. No matter how you toss it, it is not the result Sushi wants. He wants to take a third path. On the simulator panel that only he can see, Sushi checked the effect of the entry about the Soul Collector again. Soul Collector, Gold, you are not the god of death, but you are better than the god of death. The dead who died in your hands will become the cornerstone of your progress. The Soul Collector can harvest souls without limit. Although the amount harvested each time is very small, the accumulation of numbers can form a surging wave of souls. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. When the collected souls reach a certain number, sparks can also set the prairie on fire. On the plateau of the gods, Sushi held the magic wand in his hand and tapped it lightly. Tens of thousands of essence soul fires shuttled inside, constantly going back and forth to the gem on the top of the magic wand. This is Sushi's reliance, and it is also what he wants to do in the future. Without the red entry, it would be difficult for Sushi to cultivate to a high level in the limited time before the world is about to perish. But by constantly collecting soul fire, one day, Sushi's all-out attack will not be ignored by the world. It may even threaten the immortal seven-ring wizard. Before that, Sushi needs to continue to kill the undead and arrange for Sylvia. The kind-hearted hero needs a happy ending. Let's go, Sylvia. We don't have much time left. I'm going to build a wizard tower, which will be our base in the future. The Hellfire Crow came in response. Carrying Sushi and the hero, it flew to the dark and gloomy sky. The world is so silent, but Sushi's ears are echoing with the voices of the deceased, supporting him forward, subtle and ordinary. Master Wizard, thank you. My old woman and I have lived long enough. He smiled and rejected the suggestion of extending his life. The two old figures showed happiness in the turbidity. They walked hand in hand, but in the erosion of death, they were twisted into painful and blasphemous monsters. Shouting Sushi's name, shouting Sylvia's name. Such memories, silent and unforgettable. Sushi sat on the back of the Hellfire Raven, eyes slightly closed. He really wanted to chop the seven-ring wizard before the end of the simulation. Giving myself a short break. One update, the inspiration does decrease after writing too much simulation. Fortunately it is almost over. The hollow eye sockets burned with soul fire. The dark raven chased the dark sun, spread its wings in the dark sky, and left the plateau of the gods against the wind. Sylvia sat in front of the dark raven, with her palms diagonally placed on the scabbard and hilt of the sword, keeping a vigilant eye and preventing attacks that might come at any time. Since the dramatic changes in the world, the undead in the wizard world have also begun to strengthen. Aerial species such as skeleton flying dragons, dragon liches, and screaming wandering spirits have begun to appear. Therefore, relying on the dark fire raven alone is not enough to ensure flight safety, and someone must be vigilant. Although the dark fire raven is convenient, it is just a mount after all. Once the wizard tower is built and a movable spell formation is installed, we will not be afraid of aerial harassment. Behind the quiet dark raven, with the help of several wizard eyes, Sushi lowered his head and looked at his 31-year-old hands. The hands that have been operating experiments for a long time appear slender and dexterous. What is more eye-catching is the several space rings between his hands. All the items collected from the plateau of the gods are stored inside. Even the space ring itself was a brand new stock found in the ruins of the wizard tower. Now, using the short time on the road, Sushi was taking inventory in order to make future plans. The totem of the orc chieftain? The raw material seems to be the Angara tree, which can be used as the wooden beams for the construction of the wizard tower. The enchanting scales of the siren? Look at how shiny it is. It's not bad as a decoration. Red dragon ore, root of life, eye of Medusa, heart of the mountain. Scanning, recording, adjusting. Sushi's mental power silently explored the interior of the space ring and decided the uses of the items inside one by one. Suddenly, the mental power paused for a moment. A book was taken out. It appeared in front of Sushi. The magic tool book of the six-ring wizard tower, Tower of Dawn. The pages flew, rustling, and quickly turned the pages in front of Sushi. At a glance, it was not the item of the six-ring tower master. Instead, it belonged to a four-ring member. It simply recorded some spells used for emergency and life, as well as some precious knowledge of the wizard world, such as the characteristic ability of the fourth-ring wizard. So that's it. Sushi was thoughtful, and at the same time mobilized multiple space rings to search for other magic tool books and knowledge books. After a while, there were many books around Sushi, turning pages in the air. Together, they revealed the content he wanted to see. Starting from the fourth-ring wizard, the ability that middle and high-level wizards rely on to break away from the world. The third-ring wizard has an observation perspective independent of the world, which is the starting point of transcending the world. The fourth-ring wizards after that are no longer limited to the identity of observers, but can definitely interfere with and influence the world. With this tiny point and a large amount of space attribute materials, technologies such as teleportation rituals, plane-flying boats, floating cities, and cross-plane wizard towers came into being. Sushi sighed. The wizard system is a very peculiar existence. It has both the personal power of extraordinary civilization and the brainstorming of scientific and technological civilization. If not, those legendary wizards who were promoted to the seventh ring wanted to pursue a broader world and took the initiative to leave the wizard world. And wizards habitually ignore life. The end of the world should not happen. As for space technology, it should come in handy when we look for the mastermind in the future. Sushi sat cross-legged, his slender fingers stretched into the air, holding the spine of one of the classics. After flipping through a few pages, he fell into deep thought. Regarding this simulation, Sushi has a deep understanding of death and has studied the soul. The main goals have been achieved. Whether it is escaping to the wizard world or reincarnating as a soul without humanity, Sushi has no interest. The only thing he wants to do is to cut the mastermind before the end of the simulation. For Sylvia, for the Hansen couple, for all the people I have met along the way, Sushi whispered softly. I don't need a retreat. The end of life is a new beginning. But Sylvia, you need to arrange a retreat for her. The flight of the Hellfire Raven is so swift. It flaps its wings and dives into the dead forest, and the wind blows up the fallen leaves. Some undead are attracted, but before they really get close, they are burned by the hellfire and become food for the Hellfire Raven. // The hero held a heavy sword and slashed out a striking sword light to destroy the enemy. That was the surge of the soul, plus the amplification of the technique, a fighting style unique to the hero. Brave and fearless, full of fighting spirit. Sushi once asked the hero why she was so fearless. The hero's answer was simple, because she was needed by Sushi, and fighting was a matter of course to protect Sushi. Sushi was worried about such a hero. Soul Collector is an entry that belongs to me. Although I don't know where the mastermind is, whether he has gone to other planes or become an immortal in the underworld, there is no doubt that Sylvia is not enough to participate in the battle. Looking at Sylvia's back, Sushi silently planned for the future. He still remembers. When he first met the hero, the fragmented and lonely look that still wanted to stand up. Afraid of the dark, afraid of thunder. Small, humble, afraid of the arrival of happiness, silently licking the wounds of the soul in the dark. It's hard to feel at ease with such a Sylvia. Master Wizard, is there anything wrong? The battle was over. Sylvia turned her wrist and put the sharp blade back into the scabbard, then turned and looked at Sushi in confusion, thinking that Sushi had some orders. Well, I guess so. Sushi smiled and spread his hands to reveal many space rings. In the surprise of the brave, he spoke in a gentle voice, Sylvia, you are already a mature wizard, and you should have a space ring that belongs to you. Pick it out, and use the style you like. The surprised exclamation caused the soul fire in the skull to tremble, which was a bit cute. Sylvia's skeleton body was inside the armor, but the upright posture, combined with the dark sky environment, looked like a living person. But, Master Wizard, isn't the space ring a very precious treasure? You once said. This is an item that can only be made by a fourth ring wizard. Sylvia was so surprised and confused. The eyes, which were of different shades, revealed ripples like a green pond in summer. Sushi nodded, confirming the girl's statement. You are right, Sylvia, the space ring is indeed very precious. But no matter how precious an item is, its value can only be revealed when it is used. I believe in Sylvia. I believe that Sylvia can use this ring well and better protect me. Based on his understanding of the hero, Sushi smiled gently and said something that the hero could not refuse. Even so, the hero was still a little embarrassed, feeling that he was being taken care of too much. Choose one, Sylvia. Just treat it as an order that must be executed. Gifts can be refused, but orders cannot. At this point, Sylvia had no reason to hesitate. She walked to Sushi obediently, followed Sushi's orders, and chose the style of the space ring. There are simple and elegant ones that gently outline the beauty. There are also shiny and sparkling ones that are as bright as stars. The Milky Way flows on the ring setting. The depth of the night sky is perfectly condensed in it. Or, it combines the natural style of the elves and uses the texture of leaves to engrave the beauty of the space ring. Sylvia looked a little absent-minded. The appearance of many rings was reflected in her eyes. After a while, she came back to her senses and looked apologetic and tangled. Sorry, Master Wizard. I haven't worn jewelry for too long, I don't know how to choose. In the past, my mother helped me choose. She said so. The fingertips wrapped in silver armor wanted to touch the surface of the ring, but they slowly retracted for fear of damage. It's okay, Sylvia, these rings are very strong. Sushi held back the hand that wanted to retreat. With a warm encouragement, the undead girl finally stretched out her fingers and touched and pinched the ring with the white bones that had no tactile feedback. After several cycles, the girl still didn't have a satisfactory answer. She raised her head, her eyes filled with help. Master Wizard, which one do you think is better? The brave man is good at chopping undead, but not good at picking rings. She has no opinion, so she subconsciously relies on the person she trusts the most, that is, Sushi in front of her. If it were me, Sushi pondered. His eyes swept over several rings of different styles. Finally, he picked up a space ring with a silver ring holder and green embellishments. It was in the style of the elves. It was made of mithril and inlaid with crystallized tears of the ancient tree of life. It was gentle and omnipotent, and could nourish and protect even the soul fire of the undead. Sylvia, how about this one? Well, it looks good. Sylvia seemed very happy to receive the ring that Sushi had chosen, but soon, that happiness turned into confusion. The undead body is different from the flesh of a normal person. If it is worn on the bone finger, it will indirectly affect the outer layer of armor. If the space ring is directly put on while wearing armor, it will be difficult to use normally because of the size mismatch. Master Wizard. Once again, Sylvia looked at Sushi for help. Let me do it, Sylvia. Have you thought about where to wear it? Is it on the index finger of the left hand? The use of the space ring actually has an adjustable function. You see, do it this way. Sushi responded to the dependence. Smiling, he took the undead girl's left hand. Sylvia's weapon hand and daily life habits are mainly right-handed. Therefore, she chose to wear the space ring on her left hand to avoid the presence of the ring affecting the feel. Hold it lightly. Wear it lightly. Use the power of the soul to activate the above spell. The brilliance of the ring bursts out lightly and brilliantly on the fingertips. As Sushi put the ring on Sylvia, the ring expanded its proportions by itself, fit tightly, flawlessly, and merged with the index finger of the left hand. It did not loosen because of the bone finger inside. It is not tight because of the external armor. Well, it's perfect. Sushi nodded with satisfaction. The girl in front of him was incomplete. She had lost her real living body and could only rely on the armor to cover her body and create an illusory illusion of her body. But Sushi felt that the ring that was worn well, with its gleaming emerald green light, matched the girl's eyes very well. It suits you very well, Sylvia. Sushi admired sincerely. The world shrouded by the black sun was dim, but there were two green lights flashing. Sylvia looked down at the ring on her hand, her eyes reflected the ring, and the ring reflected her eyes. In that gorgeous illusion, it seemed as if her eyes had been restored to their original state. Thank you, Master Wizard, I like it very much. I haven't received a gift for a long time. The voice simulated by the soul fire. It became very vague. Like a wisp of light breeze, it swept away the heat of summer. The eyebrows were half bent, still as strong as in Sushi's memory, but a little soft. Master Wizard, how should I use it? Sylvia, you only need to inject soul power and mental power to open the internal space for storage and retrieval. It feels great. Master Wizard, if you have items that need to be stored, use my ring. No, Sylvia, I have a lot of empty rings here. Is that so? Faintly, Sushi heard the loss in the voice of the brave. Did he hear it wrong? Sushi looked at the darkness outside and decided to find a suitable open place after leaving the plateau of the gods to build a dedicated wizard tower. In the future, this wizard tower will become a carrier of cross-dimensional technology. At the same time, it is also a mobile fortress for Sushi to destroy the undead and harvest soul fire. If I were to harvest soul fires by myself, my efficiency would be too low. With the help of the wizard tower, it would be much easier. Sylvia cherishes the space ring you gave her very much. You often see her huddled in a secret corner, staring at the surface of the ring in a daze. The confidence of the brave Sylvia is increasing. The fighting spirit of the brave Sylvia is increasing. The courage of the brave Sylvia is increasing. Master Wizard, I am no longer afraid, said the brave Sylvia. You are very pleased with Sylvia's growth and encourage her to learn more, and teach her more second ring spells. The trip to the plateau of the gods was a great harvest that far exceeded your expectations. Not only did you learn about the situation in the wizard world, but you also obtained a lot of information, witchcraft, materials, and props. For the 4th, 5th, and 6th ring wizards who left, these are nothing. But in your eyes, they are truly a treasure trove of gold and silver, which plays a key role in your subsequent strength improvement. A month has passed. Under the never-ending flight of the Hellfire Crow, you and Sylvia landed in an open canyon. There are few undead here, and it is located in a remote area, which is just right for building a wizard tower. Generally speaking, the construction site of a wizard tower will be placed in a safe, flat, high, and wide location. For example, the White Crow Tower of the Kingdom of Aayaka. It is built at the highest point of the kingdom. This is not only a symbol of the wizard's status, but also a convenience for the wizard to defend against the enemy. It is always the easiest to attack from high and low. Building a wizard tower in a canyon is usually the last resort. However, the wizard tower that Sushi is going to build is a floating fortress with mobility, so this shortcoming can be ignored. Large-scale levitation technique, wind element propulsion technique. It is not an easy task to push the huge wizard tower into the air. Fortunately, I plundered the plateau of the gods. A little rich. After being a wizard for many years, you finally started to build your own wizard tower. You have high hopes for it, and plan to build it into a mobile fortress that can attack and defend. All the gains from the plateau of the gods will become the cornerstone of its construction. Under your control, the long and boring construction began. Combining goblin technology and wizard spells, a large number of automatic civil engineering puppets began to move, working diligently and tirelessly day and night to build. During this period, you don't need to keep a close eye on the project. Providing drawings and replacing energy are the only things you need to do. You practice silently, hoping to break through the 4th ring wizard as soon as possible, so that you can use cross-dimensional space technology. Life and death, endless reincarnation. You are independent of the world, and with your unique spiritual vision, you observe the world entering destruction. You have a deeper understanding of death. During your practice, the hero also worked hard. Her undead bones became harder, and when the soul fire was active, there was an indescribable beauty. The transformation of the wizard realm, the evolution of the undead body, it makes Sylvia Clawfield stronger than her peers. You compare in your mind and find that with the hero's strength, you can completely single-handedly fight some high-level undead. You are very relieved. The lonely girl you met at the beginning has grown to the point where she can protect herself. Even if you are not here, the hero can walk on the right path with his own persistence and hard work. The construction of the wizard tower is too long. The materials required are also more than you can imagine. Fortunately, there are automatic dolls to collect them, so you don't have much to worry about. You teach the hero, explain more about how to use the spells, and guide the hero's soul to continue to improve. The hero wants to repay you. Sylvia starts to move bricks, but because she is not skilled in moving, she is left far behind by the automatic civil engineering doll. You comfort Sylvia, and slowly it is also very useful. Sylvia changed the way she helps. She learned to improve her cooking skills, and found a lot of fresh ingredients from nearby, wanting to make a big meal for you to replenish your body. Master Wizard, you have lost weight recently. The hero is concerned about your health. You are very relieved. You pick out the poisonous parts from the numerous ingredients and throw them all away. Apart from the problem of inaccurate eyesight, the hero's cooking skills are still good. In addition, the hero also did some other things. When the undead attack, she will take the initiative to protect your safety. When the weather changes, she will fetch clothes to prevent you from getting sick. while waiting for the wizard tower to be built. Your life is dull and boring, with neither thrills nor sudden accidents. You spend it silently in the alternation of sun and moon. Loneliness is a very subtle feeling. When people take the initiative to look for it, it is often difficult to be touched. But at a certain moment, it will be like a precise bullet, shot into the beating heart cavity. Then, the heartbeat frequency becomes slow, the world fades color, and presents a quiet black and white. Sushi has experienced this feeling before. That was the lame period of the real world. No one visited. No one communicated. Only in the silent corner, relying on the convenience of the internet, can you slightly relieve the bitterness in your heart. However, since obtaining the life simulator, Sushi has not felt lonely for a long time. Gurgle, gurgle. The bloody moonlight sprinkled on the earth. It dyed the pale bones red and brightened the dim world. There was a cold wind echoing inside the canyon. Sushi released several witchcrafts to block the coldness and restlessness, so as not to affect the hero's movements. Master Wizard, your dinner will be ready soon. There was a little hidden happiness in the voice of the soul fire simulation. The fingers gently pinched the long-handled soup spoon, stirring at a constant speed. Let the bubbling dishes in the pot more fully blend the flavors and form a complete whole. The vegetarian dish is the leaves and stems of the bellflower. The meat dish is the leg meat of the unicorn rabbit. The fruit after the meal is sour grapefruit. And a small dessert at the end, a soft solidified substance in the shape of jelly. The main material is various fruit juices. The Clawfield-style dinner, a grand appearance? Thank you for your hard work, Sylvia. Looking at the carefully prepared meal in front of him, Sushi pondered and began to taste the first bite. Under the blood moon on a cold night, the surface of the hot soup reflects a rippling red light. But it doesn't look creepy. It's not as bright red as blood, but a light and erratic gradual blush. Take a sip. It has a warm and mellow taste, a little sweet, a little sour, and a very appetizing taste. The leaves are crisp and the meat is soft. Well done, Sylvia. Sushi nodded and gave the answer the hero had been waiting for a long time. I'm so glad you like it. The undead girl stood calmly, her emerald green eyes fluctuated slightly, which was an expression of her unique mood. Sushi tasted the food prepared by the girl. In his mind, memories of the past emerged. In the first year of meeting Sylvia, her cooking skills were only ordinary. But as time goes by, that mediocre cooking skill is also becoming excellent. Time is so magical. It can make long-lasting things decay and die, and it can also make ordinary skills shine. Sylvia, you don't need to prepare meals every day. Why do you say that? In the girl's slightly surprised eyes, Sushi drank the last mouthful of hot soup in the bowl. The soup was lost and the empty bowl was dyed scarlet by the moonlight. Because it will reduce your training time, Sylvia, isn't it? Years of getting along. Sushi understands the hero. Compared with cooking, the hero likes to swing the sword more. Not for himself, but to better protect others. From childhood to adulthood, thousands of years ago to the present, Sylvia Clawfield has been getting stronger with such a belief. Sushi smiled, wanting the girl to do what she likes. But the dead branches were burning vigorously. The rising flames illuminated the hideous face of the hero. Half of the bones, half of the normal. Master Wizard, I have always been grateful for your care. If I don't do something, I will be very uneasy. Listening to the girl's answer, Sushi smiled more obviously. Indeed, he took care of Sylvia many times, but Sylvia also helped a lot in return. There is no situation where one owes the other between the two. It is because of Sylvia's existence that Sushi can complete the research on death and soul ahead of schedule. Sylvia, yes, I'm here. You are a good person, but your shortcomings are also obvious. Master Wizard, my shortcomings are. In the slightly nervous eyes of the brave, Sushi reached out and gently pinched the normal half of his face. The shortcoming is that you are too good a person. Ignore yourself and pay attention to others. Listening to Sushi's preaching, Sylvia wanted to refute a few words, such as Sushi's character is the same. But the touch on the cheek made the girl become honest. Yes, I will reflect on it. The half-built tower is magnificent. The base is made of high-energy crystals, which have good floating performance and reassuring hardness. Bright light blooms from the inside. It hits the surface of many automatic civil engineering dolls. The light is broken, the shadows are long, and even in the middle of the night, the civil engineering dolls are still building the tower. Only in this way can the wizard tower be completed at a faster speed. Sushi sat on a small earth slope, overlooking his own floating tower, and talked with Sylvia about the future and the key points of wizard training. Sylvia, how are you doing with the transformation of the glimmer particles of the soul ritual? Yes, I'm sorry. I still have a few questions that I don't understand. It's okay, go ahead and I'll explain it to you. Thank you. The light of the campfire, like gentle and hazy hands, gently caresses the loneliness and desolation of the night, holding up the fragmented face of the brave. It is bright and clear. Sylvia mentioned several difficult problems in cultivation, and Sushi responded patiently, teaching her by drawing patterns with his fingers and combining them with text descriptions. The night is long. Sushi's voice accompanies him. So the hero is not alone. Sylvia, do you understand? After the explanation, Sushi asked worriedly. Well, I should understand. The hero blinked. Everything around him was still, and only the hero's confident voice was echoing. Sushi looked up at the sky. After 3 seconds of silence, He looked at the hero again and repeated the explanation of the previous problem, patiently and gently, and let the hero remember it from a more understandable angle. This time, the hero really remembered it. In front of Sushi, he performed a more powerful soul spell. Holding the hilt of the sword, the light flickered, and a brilliant light appeared in the dark night, which was extremely bright. It is worth mentioning that, after being a wizard for many years, Sylvia's spells are no longer limited to death, soul, and general witchcraft, and she has begun to explore other fields. The growth and progress are clearly visible. Master Wizard, thank you for your teaching. The undead warrior bowed down and made a standard knight's salute, politely thanking Sushi for his patient teaching. Don't be so serious, Sylvia. It is you who makes you stronger. I am just guiding you. The wind in the middle of the night became even more howling. Sushi raised his hand. He cast several spells to calm the noise caused by Sylvia and clean the grease from the dinner. He glanced at the construction site of the wizard tower and saw that the earth and wood puppets were all functioning normally. He sat down again and watched the world facing the campfire. For a long time in the future, Sushi would stay in the canyon. Only when the construction of the wizard tower was completed could he really carry out his plan to harvest the soul fire of the undead and accumulate the ultimate blow. This world is about to die. Thick dark clouds floated from afar, covering the weird blood moon. Above the canyon, there were waves of eerie roars. There were the trembling of the undead and the roar of monsters. The twisted dead tree took root in the damp rock wall, forming grotesque leaves, with red veins hidden in the black, swaying in the wind like a thick blood mist. Master Wizard. A voice came from the side. The brave man sat down next to Sushi, and the heavy armor made a metallic collision sound when it touched the ground. The night was quiet, making the voice more prominent. The dead from thousands of years ago asked Sushi such a question. When people die, they will turn into undead spirits, or reincarnate. What if the world dies? Master Wizard, what will our world become after it dies? The eyelashes trembled slightly, and the water light covering the deep green eyeballs, which was bright because of the existence of the bonfire, now seemed dim. The naive brave man once thought about saving the world. However, today, she has already known how heavy the weight of saving the world is. It is countless times heavier than the honor of the Clawfield family. It is a great cause of saving the world that mortals cannot imagine. The power of one or two people alone cannot reverse the outcome. Sushi replied, the death of the world may mean absolute nothingness. The thoughts of the living, the history of civilization, together they create the brilliant world itself. Unfortunately, the death of the wizard world is comprehensive. Not only will the world itself be devoured by the underworld, but even the creatures inside will be eroded and assimilated, losing everything in the past. Master Wizard, if only I were a true hero. Sylvia lowered her head. Her voice was lonely and her fingers were crossed. The strong desire to save the world and her powerless and weak self formed a contradiction and conflict, repeatedly tormenting the girl's heart. That's not your fault, Sylvia. A true hero never uses strength as a standard. You have excellent character and have always worked hard. In my opinion, this is the best hero. Sushi affirmed the girl's efforts. Indeed, heroes in fantasy stories usually have all kinds of incredible characteristics, such as handsome looks, unique temperament, powerful strength, and incredible luck. Compared with the heroic warriors in the story, the undead Sylvia is incomplete in every way, and only her tenacious courage and justice can make people's eyes light up. But that's enough. People with courage are their own heroes. Have faith in yourself, Sylvia, Sushi encouraged gently. Pat Sylvia on the shoulder. Get up and walk to the construction site of the wizard tower. Prepare to replace the energy source of the civil puppet to avoid the shutdown due to energy exhaustion. It's late at night. Sushi's figure gradually melted into the darkness. After he left, Sylvia squatted in a daze for a long time, looking at the ring on her left hand, motionless. Master Wizard. I'm not as good as you say. The voice that only she can hear dissolved slightly in the air. Disappointment in herself in the ordinary. Brave? Justice? Those words that symbolize light. Since she became undead, Sylvia always felt that she was not worthy of them. Because she was afraid of being alone, she held on to the only hand and followed Sushi out of the Clawfield territory. She was hypocritical. She wanted to uphold justice, save the world, and destroy evil. During the journey with Sushi, she did have these thoughts and had truly put them into action. However, unlike the brave warriors in the story who had the world in their hearts and abandoned their weaknesses, Sylvia felt that she was more like using these names to stay with Sushi, stay with this only person who treated her tenderly after knowing her ugly face. Go more. Shamelessly approach. In the safe haven, enjoy the care that has disappeared for 1,000 years. Not only is the body, but even the soul of the self like this is despicable. In the 15th year of the simulation, Sushi was 32 years old. After a year of construction, with the help of a large number of civil engineering puppets, the construction of the wizard tower has come to an end. The main body is magnificent and the two sides are wide. It is not a common vertical tower, but a fortress closer to a floating city, covering a vast area and carrying multiple platforms. It also serves as a living area, a potion area, a biological area, a training area, a floating lifting area, etc. All areas are designed to take into account future needs as much as possible. Magnificent and spectacular, majestic and mysterious, the Kanglin stone slabs on the surface flash with ritual patterns, transmitting energy for the entire wizard tower. At first glance, this wizard tower is extremely large, but looking at the entire wizard world, such a volume can only be considered as neither too large nor too small. On the plateau of the gods, Sushi once explored the ruins of the six-ring wizard tower. Although only a fragmentary corner was seen, he was able to get a glimpse of the entire volume and deduce the complete volume. Probably, it's more than 10 times the size of my tower. Tower is just a name. To be precise, the Wizard Tower is a wizard's exclusive base, integrating production, research, life, combat, and defense. As a base camp, the better it is, the better. Sushi stood in front of the Wizard Tower that was about to be completed, holding a magic wand, aiming at the top of the tower. The strong soul fluctuations directly hit the top of the tower, activating the tower spirit center of the entire Wizard Tower. This is a technique developed by wizards to assist in coordinating the Wizard Tower with soul calculations. It can complete some of the simplest automated tasks with a stereotyped and rigid frequency. Master Wizard, the brave, followed behind Sushi, curiously scanning left and right, looking at the complex patterns on the surface of the Wizard Tower. With the help of the tower spirit, does it mean that we don't need to take care of the Wizard Tower ourselves? Sushi walked into the tower. Check the various functions of the future base camp. It is still needed, Sylvia. The tower spirit is not an intelligent creature, but just an automatically triggered spell mechanism. We still need to do delicate work such as cultivating magic plants and developing magic potions manually. Under the gaze of the undead warrior, Sushi raised his finger, and a faint blue flame rose in the corridor. Then, the flame turned into a miniature crow. It flapped its wings, vivid and alive, and stayed intimately on the arched knuckles. The bird's eyes were a dead black. This is the tower spirit of the Wizard Tower. Sushi used one soul for two purposes, allowing the loyal mount, the crow, to continue to glow and heat, serving as the tower spirit of the Wizard Tower. Your Wizard Tower is completed, shielding dead air, vitality circulation, training experiments, and relaxing life under your design. The Wizard Tower has many capabilities to better survive in a world that is about to perish. Sylvia asks you if this tower has a name. You think about it for a long time. No satisfactory name has been thought of. You originally wanted to name it the Tower of Dawn, but in the wizard world, such names are everywhere. Finally, you said to the hero in a joking tone, Tower of Savior. Sylvia, what do you think? Your casual remark makes the hero's eyes light up. Sylvia Clawfield thinks that the Tower of Savior is a good name. The journey of salvation officially sets sail. A huge humming sound echoed repeatedly on both sides of the canyon. The tower floated in the air. It flickered faintly. It was like a huge star rising from the ground. It showed power and shock. Sushi stood in the square of the Tower of Savior, constantly adjusting the tower's flight technique to make it fly steadily into the distance. Carrying him and the hero, the undead extermination operation began. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as it rose into the air, the towering tower glowed with brilliance, shooting out dense spears of light. With an overwhelming force, it drowned and tore apart the wandering undead above the canyon. So powerful. Sylvia stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She had a sense of being out of date. The long sword in her hand seemed to have turned into scrap copper and iron. Don't be confused, Sylvia. Sushi stretched out his hand, and soul fire flew from the ground. Under the forced effect of the soul collector, it became one of the soul reserves. He looked at the hero beside him. He reminded him in a gentle voice, the attacks released by the Wizard Tower are not only huge in consumption, but also far less powerful than normal wizards. In the future battles, as the number of high-level undead increases, Sylvia, your burden will become heavier. Sushi's words did not scare the hero away at all. Thank you for your concern, but this body can fight at any time, said the green-eyed hero, looking down at the ring on his hand. It was the same green as her eyes. Crystal clear, emerald green. They complemented each other. Having burdens is not a bad thing. For a brave man, it is proof that he is needed. You and Sylvia continue to travel. After resting in the canyon for a year, you find that there are more undead in the outside world. With the advantage of high altitude and the firepower system of the Tower of Savior, you continue to harvest the soul fire of the undead, and use the soul fire as energy for the tower. After going in and out and removing the basic loss, you can accumulate a lot of soul fire every day. You are very satisfied with this, and set out to explore the path of a fourth ring wizard. You know that the current strength of the third ring is far from enough, and you must make a breakthrough to reach the end you want. Simulation of the 16th year. You are 33 years old. This year is the once-in-a-decade dark tide of the undead. You and Sylvia witnessed the changes in the sky. It was the darkest darkness and the invisible world oppression. Sylvia, are you okay? Yes, please rest assured. I'm fine. Sylvia's skeletal body curled up into a ball. The wizard world during the dark tide was too dark, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Fortunately, the wizard tower has internal lighting. As Sushi turned on the light, the hero's body stopped shaking, but she refused to stand up and remained curled up. Sylvia, Master Wizard, please don't look at me. It's too embarrassing. Woo. The hero Sylvia couldn't get up. That look made Sushi laugh. He squatted down, took Sylvia's hand, comforted the shy undead girl, and asked her to stand up bravely. The undead dark tide is a sign of the deepening erosion of the underworld. In this year, the number and strength of the undead will increase. There will be undead along the cracks in the world, from the endless underworld to the wizard world, making the already desperate world unsustainable. whether it is humans or other races. In the face of this world-level disaster, they are like autumn dead leaves, which will shatter with a light step. Your wizard tower has been invaded by a large number of ghosts and undead. You are forced to activate the defense spell with the maximum energy supply. After going through hardships and dangers, together with the brave Sylvia, you have survived the most turbulent dark tide and harvested a lot of soul fire. After this battle, the wizard tower was damaged in many places. Should I say it's expected. It's really hard for me to control the entire tower by myself. The sky was dim. The earth was silent. The wizard tower was forced to land on a plain. There were smoke coming out of many gaps, and it was in ruins, looking extremely miserable. There were earth and wood puppets emerging from the inside, carrying out the repair work in an orderly manner. Sushi stood not far away, silently watching the repair of the tower. As a movable war fortress. From the beginning, the wizard tower was not used by a single person. With the strongest tower master as the core, the middle and low-level wizards under his command each perform their duties. This is the reasonable development model. But the current situation is special. Except for Sylvia, Sushi has no available candidates. Sorry, Master Wizard. I'm too incompetent. Sylvia looked a little lonely, and the knight's sword in her hand had a mottled and broken blade, as if she had just experienced a war. Sylvia, you don't need to apologize to me, you didn't do anything wrong. The girl blamed herself so much. She felt that the wizard tower was damaged because she was not good enough. Sushi looked at the lightless world and comforted Sylvia that she need not be sad. No one could have imagined that the dark tide would be so turbulent this time. It seemed to be really endless. The number of undead was endless. Even wizards would feel powerless in the face of a natural disaster of this magnitude. After the restoration of the Tower of Savior was completed, you controlled it to fly again. The wizard world at this moment. It is full of dangerous undead everywhere. This is both a danger and an opportunity for you. It is difficult for ordinary wizards to defy the laws of the underworld. It takes a long time and effort to barely leave a thin soul fire. But you can easily leave a lot of soul fire with the effect of the soul collector and use it for yourself. You continue to destroy the undead. Too much soul breath makes the weak undead begin to fear you. You notice that due to the intensity of the dark tide, Sylvia's weapon is close to breaking and is in a state where it can no longer be used. You made a brand new magic sword for Sylvia. It was shining with silver light and was sharp and dazzling. The sword was heavy and slender. It is engraved with an amplification spell. On the clean and tidy floor, Iron Boots stepped forward and solemnly took the long sword with both hands. Holding the hilt, he easily lifted the heavy mithril longsword. Under the light from the top of his head, the sword blade is so clear and eye-catching, which makes the bright green eyes more brilliant. Wizard Master, can I really accept it? Of course, this is originally prepared for you, Sylvia. Sushi said. Introduced the enchantment spell of the new sword to the girl, so that she can get started quickly. At the end, Sushi commented on his work like this, it's just barely okay. The materials I have are a little insufficient. I will make a better sword in the future. No, Wizard Master, I think this sword is good. The blade was inserted back into the scabbard. He held his hands in his arms. The green eyes with different shades of green were somewhat soft. Expressing gratitude to Sushi, Wizard Master, I like it very much, especially, like it. Because it was given by you, I will only like it. No matter what it looks like, no matter what quality it is. The answer is like. The bone fingers touched the surface of the hilt through the armor, slowly tightened, and then slowly loosened. In the process of tightening, the soul in the bones of the undead seemed to be purified. He became a little happy. The soul fire jumped slightly. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Sylvia took off the armor on her arms, revealing pale bone hands. She repeated the action of holding the sword again. Sylvia, what are you doing? Master Wizard, it feels a bit comfortable to hold the sword directly like this. The brave said something difficult to understand, saying that his hands were very warm. But the undead body should not be able to feel cold or hot. You and the brave man continue to move forward. The firepower support of the wizard tower greatly speeds up your soul fire collection. In order to deal with the mysterious and powerful 7-ring wizard, you think the current collection speed still has room for improvement. You keep experimenting and transforming the tower spirit, hoping to make it have faster and smarter processing efficiency. The flying speed of the Savior Tower is very fast, carrying you and Sylvia, leaving the remote and uninhabited wilderness area. After many years, you once again step into the land of the living. You vaguely remember that there was a kingdom here, but you only saw ruins. The dead were born from flesh and blood, with bone fingers grabbing stones, and in strange deformed postures, they shuttled through the sea of fire filled with scorched smoke. The flames are rising. The souls are weeping. You saw the real hell. The combined effects of the falling black sun and the dark tide of the undead. Far beyond Sushi's expectations. If it is said that at the beginning of the 5th simulation, the living can still survive normally, then, in the current wizard world, the living are desperate. Before the two worlds collide and perish, a large number of undead will destroy everything and deprive the living of their only living space. Kill the living, transform the living, and turn the souls of the dead who died in pain into the monsters they fear the most. Boom. Above the raging fire of the kingdom of destruction, the wizard tower began to pour out firepower. There are too many undead, so even if you don't aim, you can harvest a lot of soul fire. Sushi waved his wand and released a 3-ring great witchcraft, which blew up the skeleton dragons that tried to sneak attack the wizard tower. Sylvia was escorting them, staying by Sushi's side. The corner of his eye fell on the kingdom fire. With each rising fire, he gripped the sword a little harder. Gradually, in the low and scarlet despair, a striking sword light tore through the darkness. Very strong, very weak. Master Wizard, I don't like this world. The hoarse voice mixed with many emotions. There was sadness, anger, and a strong unwillingness. I don't like it either, Sushi replied, his eyes reflecting the deep red fire and countless pale skeletons. Alternating between cold and hot, the wind blew violently. The sound of the howling wind is like the wailing of the dead. In the 17th year of the simulation, you are 34 years old. You have a preliminary understanding of the path to the 4th ring. You and Sylvia have spent the most difficult year. The world has not been completely destroyed, but the people living in the wizard world can no longer see a hopeful tomorrow. You control the Tower of Salvation and go to one human kingdom after another, but what appears before you is always a dead ruin. Ruins and broken walls, hellfire burning. On the stinking land, there are no longer any complete villages, towns, or countries, only a very few lucky people are hiding in fear. You and the brave saved some people. When people discuss, they dare not call you by name, and call you that adult in a respectful tone. The Tower of Salvation. The square platform. Dozens of people were sitting here and there. Their faces were dull and silent, like puppets whose souls had been taken away, trembling and choking. Gradually, the choking turned into clear sobs. Thank that Lord for saving you, Awaken, my child. A knight with a broken arm hugged his child tightly with his only intact hand, and his resolute face showed an ugly crying expression. There was also a thin and haggard woman holding a baby in tears. Farewell, separation, life and death. The words that once felt far away now come to everyone with a heavy attitude. Relatives passed away. Close friends died tragically. Most of the people who survived lost their most important relatives and friends. Even if they survived by chance, they looked extremely miserable. In the end, the surging despair and the emptiness in their hearts turned into strong sadness, which kept dripping into the hot soup in front of them. They survived. They got the mercy of that Lord and survived this desperate disaster. Sadness mixed with gratitude, turning the soup he just drank into crystal tears in the corners of his eyes. Master Wizard, are you not going to go down? On the top of the tower, Sushi and Sylvia stood on a high place, looking at the people they had just rescued, crying and thanking. That look was touching. It was a flower of tears blooming in despair. If I go down, the situation will be more chaotic. More chaotic. Well, it will probably become a group of people crying and saluting me. Sushi shook his head. He didn't like that kind of scene. Before saving people, he used the technique of goodwill detection to simply identify people's character to ensure that he would not save ungrateful people. This is a good idea. But correspondingly, people with kind character will pay special attention to Sushi's kindness, which makes Sushi a little annoyed. We passed through 7 kingdoms, 53 towns, and a large number of villages. In the end, only 48 people were rescued. Among them, there were young children. Sushi moved his gaze upwards to the gloomy sky, looking at the dark sun hanging high in the sky, with mixed feelings in his heart. You saved some people. You don't think you are noble, you just showed a little kindness within your ability. Moreover, you have other arrangements for the people you saved. The Tower of Savior is too large. Things like observing and cultivating magic plants, pairing and breeding magic beasts, and maintaining and inspecting the tower structure are all extremely time-consuming. You and Sylvia need to improve your strength. Miscellaneous tasks like this are exactly what you need to share. The people who were saved became part of the Tower of Savior and were full of respect for you. You often heard the echo of that adult in the Wizard Tower. In the 18th year of simulation, you are 35 years old. During the flight of the Tower of Savior, you saved a few more people. As the number of people increased, your Wizard Tower began to operate completely. Thanks to this, your speed in harvesting soul fires has also increased a lot. People respect you more and more. Sylvia, who has a kind personality, also builds good relationships with people under the cover of her half-cloak. She often helps people solve problems in the tower, and she feels happy every time she solves them. You are very happy to see this. In the 20th year of the simulation, you are 37 years old. The huge floating fortress is rampaging, and you meet living people less frequently in the completely dead world. Even wizards are extremely rare. Although you are not really dead yet, you can't see any signs of life in the wizard world now. Sylvia, this world is terrible, right? I will protect you, wizard. The brave man with silver armor and sword said so. The heavy blade flashed, followed by a touch of green between the fingers, mixed and intertwined, tearing through the heavy and rich darkness, and cutting down a whole skeleton dragon. The annihilation of the world is irreversible, but at least, Sylvia wants to keep the light in front of her. She doesn't want to and doesn't want to sink into the darkness of the past. In the 22nd year of the simulation, you are 39 years old. The number of people in the tower has further increased, about 100 people. Among them, most are ordinary civilians, but a few are wizard apprentices, sharing more research pressure for you. The hero is still your most trusted knight. She is afraid of the dark and thunder, but for your safety, she can suppress her fear and overcome her inner anxiety. The only price is the magic tool book you once gave to the hero. It was used very quickly, and the lighting and soundproofing spells on it were almost exhausted. You added a new magic tool book to the hero. The evening wind was cold. It made the soul fire sway. Above the sky, there was still a dark sun and a bloody moon, but the Tower of Savior was shrouded in a special spell, which perfectly shielded the weirdness. Reappear the stars, the bright moon, and the sky in peacetime. Master Wizard, I seem to have troubled you again. At the top of the tower, Sushi and Sylvia were talking here. Facing the magic tool book handed over, the hero was a little embarrassed, thinking that he had troubled Sushi and was not a qualified guardian knight. But Sushi just smiled. The smile was gentle. If it was Sylvia, it wouldn't be a problem. The hero Sylvia widened her eyes. The hero Sylvia fell into confusion. The hero Sylvia took the magic tool book and fled. Simulation of the 23rd year, you are 40 years old. The changes of time and the erosion of death have not affected your appearance. You still look young, but there are deeper spiritual fluctuations in your gestures, which makes people in the tower feel pressured. Your soul has reached the limit. You are ready to break through the fourth ring wizard. It's so slow. Compared with the cultivation of immortality, magic, and martial arts, the breakthrough of the wizard realm is obviously much slower. But it's normal. After all, there are not many extraordinary systems that can start exploring the truth as early as wizards. The Tower of Savior stopped flying. To ensure a smooth breakthrough, Sushi found a secluded place and kept adjusting his state. Sylvia stood guard at the door of the meditation room, holding a heavy knight's sword, calmly opening the detective witchcraft, alert to any factors that might disturb Sushi. Then, let's start. Spiritual aggregation technique, soul amplification technique, perception enhancement technique, observational vision, and the leaves of life and the water of eternity. All preparations that are conducive to realm breakthrough have been done. Next, there is only the last step left. I will officially start and turn the observation world into the interference world. In the room, deep and quiet, the overly dark environment seemed to have taken away the existence of space and the passage of time. The 40-year-old Sushi sat cross-legged alone and stretched out his hand to summon the magic wand. Click, click. The invisible and surging soul power rushed out from the inside of the body and turned into an invisible wave of terror. The darkness was twisted and collapsed. The existence of an individual cannot be compared with the world. The magnitude and status are all visible differences. But if someone's will is so strong that even the world cannot ignore it, then the laws of the world will change because of him. Explore the truth, observe the truth, and interfere with the truth. This is the essence of the wizard system. The transformation of the soul is not the goal of a wizard, but a natural change on the road to practicing one's own truth. The brilliant soul surged like a tsunami. It released amazing power. It set off thousands of waves. The sound of breaking around became more and more obvious. It was the sound of a cycle in which a small gap appeared in the space and then quickly recovered. Sushi did not do anything deliberately, but the surging soul power had formed a vague blockade around his body, crushing all tangible things. Life, death, soul, potions, magic tools, witchcraft. The paths are the same, but the forms of expression are different. The characteristic of a 3-ring wizard is to gather his own truth and form an observation of the world. The characteristic of a 5-ring wizard is to condense all the knowledge of the techniques and open up a unique path for himself, as a link between the previous and the next. A 4-ring wizard has the name of a mobile natural disaster. What I have to do is to pry the world with truth, condense my own foundation, and pave the way for the subsequent 5 environmental realms. Boom! The air explosion vibrated, and the soul whistled. The space collapsed faster, cracking dense traces with faint light. Such a scene was a bit scary, like thousands of smart eyes blinking frequently in the void. Sushi looked calm. The magic wand followed his arm and waved. His knowledge, his truth, and his soul, at this moment, complemented each other and turned into an extreme and strong light. Like a sun, it shined strongly into every inch of space. Finally, in the impact and collision again and again, Sushi's soul became more solid and vast, and it forcefully stagnated the surrounding space. Space no longer broke due to strong impacts. It was not hidden on the surface of the world. Instead, it obeyed Sushi's will, presenting a wave-like silent distortion, accelerating in a cycle with extreme amplitude. The 4th ring wizard broke through in an instant. So that's it. Using one's own truth to interfere with the truth of the distorted world, this is the power of the 4th ring wizard. Although it is not true control of the laws of space, but with this as a basis, it can achieve leaving the wizard world. Sushi closed his eyes slightly. He felt and tested his own changes. In addition to the transformation of the soul, the body also began to transcend the mundane world. The already long lifespan was now extended to an unimaginable extent. Sushi adjusted for a long time before adapting to the new changes in his body. After that, raised his palm. The invisible soul power interfered with the surrounding space again. Following Sushi's will, it presented all kinds of strange changes, or amplified the power of witchcraft. No wonder the 4th ring wizard is called a mobile scourge. This interference ability is simply a weakened version of the word. Sushi was thoughtful. There was regret in his tone. If he had the help of mortal wisdom in this simulation, he would definitely be able to achieve unprecedented brilliant achievements on the path of wizards. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. In the silent meditation room, Sushi stood up with a magic wand in his hand. Under his gaze, the space was still twisting in waves, constantly rising and falling, and there was no end. It's not easy to teleport. In addition to the intervention of the fourth ring wizard, it also requires abundant energy to support the cross-space channel. That's why the owner of the White Raven Tower chose to leave alone the Wizard Tower, his disciples, and countless props collections. To leave the wizard world together means an astonishing energy consumption, which far exceeds the ability of the fourth ring wizard to bear. Sushi's situation is special. He has the soul collector entry. The more undead there are, the more soul fires are harvested, and there is no need to worry about the energy consumption of plain teleportation. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. In addition to the accumulation of soul fire, Sushi also needs to transform the Tower of Savior. Let this floating fortress have the ability to travel across dimensions and withstand a huge amount of soul fire. This is not an easy task. Fortunately, there is still a long time before the destruction of the wizard world. When enough soul fire is accumulated, Sylvia and others can be teleported to a safe world. After that, I will find the real culprit behind the scenes alone. Sushi closed his eyes slightly, silently planning for the future. In fact, Sushi had no confidence in whether he could kill the mysterious wizard. The other party has practiced for a longer time, has power beyond the gods, and can gather the eternal possibility of life and death. It is a truly powerful existence. But some things have nothing to do with success or not, just simply want to do it, so do it. Buzz. Buzz. Sushi took a step and walked towards the door. The space behind him fluctuated. After losing the influence of the soul power, it gradually returned to normal, just like a wrinkled piece of paper that was smoothed out in an instant, smooth and invisible. Master Wizard, congratulations. After pushing open the door, the first thing Sushi saw was Sylvia, who was guarding the door. She was on guard, holding a long sword in her hand, and her body did not relax until Sushi pushed the door out. In a slightly light tone, she sent blessings to Sushi. The mutilated face and the hollow body were like a normal living person at this moment. May the light of the stars and the moon guide you forward, Master Wizard. Thank you, Sylvia. Sushi's eyes were soft, and he stretched out his palm and adjusted Sylvia's cloak. The two left side by side. On the way, the brave man accidentally said that she was about to make a breakthrough. Sylvia, you have become better. Hey, cough cough, thanks to your teaching, Master Wizard. The sound of iron boots falling on the corridor continued to echo in the dullness, covering the words that were slightly joyful and tried to maintain seriousness. Something warm and delicate sprouted inside the hollow humanoid skeleton. Gradually, it began to fill up. You successfully broke through. Achieved a fourth ring wizard. Now that the world is about to end, you are the undisputed world's strongest. You have no joy about this, and only think that such a title is too ironic and ridiculous. You began to transform the wizard tower, changing the spells engraved on the tower body to more powerful runes at the fourth ring level, improving the output firepower of the wizard tower. Your tower spirit runs more efficiently. You began to study cross-dimensional technology.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.